paisanos. It's the Super Mario Brothers Super Show.
With the Mario Brothers and plumbing's our game. We're not like the others who get all the fame. If your sink is in trouble, you can call us on the double. We're faster than the others, you'll be hooked on the brothers. Hooked on the brothers. Yo, you're in for a treat, so hang on to your seat. Get ready for adventure and remarkable feats. You'll meet Koopas and Troopers, the princess and the others. Hanging with the plumbers, you'll be hooked on the brothers. To the
Introducing Nintendo Score 64 and win at Taco Bell. Just peel the coin off the lid, score 64, and you could win an N64 system, cash, or millions of other great prizes. And who knows who'll win the Porsche Boxster. It's Score 64 and win, only at Taco Bell.
Tag Team, or else. Mario Kart Double Dash. Drive, throw stuff, switch. Only for Nintendo GameCube. Ready for everyone.
GameCube. The world of special place. Cherish life and never waste.
Everyone loves a sunshiny day. We're gonna keep it that way.
Cause clean is better than dirty, and dirty's meaner than clean.
Let's all lend a helping hand. Mario can't do it alone. He'll spray his water to fly around and clean the sludge that's on the ground.
Cause clean is better than dirty, and dirty's meaner than clean.
Super Mario Sunshine, only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated E for everyone.
Say the word, I'll be
And now, it's time for the Melee Madness podcast. James and Kay, your podcast sucks ass. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of the Melee Madness podcast, the extra broken edition. Everything got busted today. We were 5 minutes late and gay. How's it going, everybody?
Reality.
Electrons!
Simp Black Belt tip $4.20. Mommy Mercanti noticed me today when I was helping her fend off those evil gamers. But then when I asked to see if she had another ass tattoo, she blocked me on Twitter.
No!
That's the 5th account, but it's okay. I have 13 more.
Oh.
Wait for me, darling.
I will wait for you, you beautiful bastard. Thank you so much, Simp the Imp Black Belt. He be simping for Mommy Mercante. Oh my God, you see those booty pics? You know what? She's got me blocked. But I think it needs to be...
We are looking at how to pronounce this Japanese name.
Insidious Bliss tip $50.
What?
Oh God. I am having flashbacks of having to use the mouse to pilot ships in Battlefront. I don't think I can bear it. It is like being forced to watch a Mace Windu movie. Doesn't matter which one. He is bad in all of them.
Oh my God, it's coming!
Yes! Sorry, that made me happy on many fronts. First of all, I love the Ghidorah, but also just the Mace Windu sling there. That was great. Thank you. Every single moment Mace Windu is in anything, it's awful.
It is, except for this beautiful moment. I can't believe it. Look what's on screen. We're broken. Everyone is broken here. Oh my God, I need to turn myself up and down and all around. I can't even recover. All this support right out of the gate. Thank you, Simp, the Imp Black Belt. You know what? That's fine. You be a simp. Thank you so much. But Insidious Bliss coming in. It's on the screen. And just in case you didn't hear it, he said, oh God, I'm having flashbacks of having to use the mouse to pilot ships in Battlefront. I don't think I can bear it. It is like being forced to watch a Mace Windu movie. Doesn't matter which one. He's bad in all of them.
That was so good. I love that.
That was
thank you both of you.
Amazing. That was amazing.
Shit.
And yes, everything is broken, but that is fine because it is time. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for... Wait, where the fuck is it?
The
oh my
real
God.
James tip $1. My dear evil brother, you forgot to bring me my dinner. Also, please help me, everybody.
There's a real James now? Oh my God, I'll help you. Did they remove Bear Force 1 off spot? No, there it is.
No, I thought they didn't.
No, I got it. Thank you so much, the real James. You know what? You are real, and I am the evil one. That's right. No dinner for you. Only fish sticks. I, for a fact, know that the real James only likes fish sticks in his mouth and everywhere else.
Are you calling the real James gay or the evil James gay?
Well,
or are
you
they
have
both
James
gay?
May and then you have James Gay. You choose which one is the evil one.
James May and James Gay.
But for now, no more delaying. It's time. That special time. Everything's falling apart in this stream. It's time. Let's just hit it. Are you ready, Kay?
I'm
Guess
always
what?
ready.
I don't care. It's Bear
I
Force
get to see
one
Dance
time.
in Silence, so on my end, so it's more funny.
Oh yeah. Here we go. Everyone, shirts off. Broken Bear Force 1! Ah! We were gonna talk about this today. Not anymore! Oh. The Nevo's dropping them booties. JT gifted membership!
Oh my God! You guys are so generous. Thank you so much.
Dance with me, everybody. It's that time. It's crazy up in here. I need to see my sweaty chat. It's another episode of the Melee Madness podcast. Don't adjust your sets. We're just broken here. We're broken. JT gifted 10 memberships. Oh my God! And it's time again to get sweaty, everyone. It's a sweaty Thursday. It's a sweaty Thursday and everyone is tuning in. Get that sweat, Bliss. Fly those ships. Watch those wrist rockets. It's happening. It's happening. The ear rape from James, I can't stop it. I can turn myself down. How quiet do you want?
It's more, your microphone is like massively cutting out for them. I think that's why. I hear you on my end.
We're coming. We're coming. All the dolphins get dropped today. Oh, yeah. K's face says it all. What does it say? Better say Bear Force 1. K, get Barry with me. Get Barry.
What is this move now? Like, what?
We're hunting bears.
Why?
As in, we are the bears.
I hope everyone has the context that I'm doing this in silence, so I feel more retarded.
You're the silent bear, and I'm the big white polar bear. What bear are you, chat? Grr! Everyone grr with me. We got the ghost bear. He lost his hat. Oh my God, look at him go. He's jamming. Are you ready? Non-stop gaming news. He's going to town. He's going to town. You are going to town with me to Nevo. Everyone, Bliss, Smooth, Canadian. Get those salutes ready. It's time. Woo. Woo. Oh my God, my throat. All right, that was the show. I blew out my throat. I blew out my voice.
That took you 20 minutes. Not even 15 because we're late and gay.
We're late and
dermy.
We're at 15 minutes. Oh my God. There's things in my eyes every time.
How did you get things in your eye?
Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to.
I want to know.
We've barely done an intro. We've barely done an intro. And the show is already off the rails crazy. Thank you so much, JT Epsilon, for gifting 10 memberships. You absolute frickin' madman. Thank you, Simp Black Belt, for simping for Mommy Mercante. You can go get that tattooed, riddled up, disease-infested booty all you like, brother. Thank you, The Real James. No fish sticks for you today. Hey, you know what? Should I be nice? Should I share a fish stick with my good brother?
Yeah, you have to do like Lady and the Tramp style or whatever that.
Oh, this is a night. What a beautiful night. And I'm going to suck on a fish stick. There you go. That's a great idea. All right, James. You hear that? You hear that? The good one? Fish sticks on me. You can suck off all the fish sticks you want off me. But last but not least, the reason that we are the broken Bear Force 1 tonight, Insidious Bliss, who got broken 2 streams in a row, once in the Battlefront stream, and we're going to talk about that today. And then today, because he had to see me dance shirtless with Gengar. Gengar, look at him. He's looking comfy today. Look at him.
Gengar's happy to be here.
He's so happy to be a bear. He was bearing with me. Thank you so much, everybody. Huge thank you, Insidious Bliss, for making all the bears in the audience today shirtless. Woo! Okay.
Oh man, your yells are so loud they can hear it from my microphone. This is fun.
Good. So, what are we doing here today? Should I even? I didn't.
We didn't even introduce who we are. No. Like on the off chance that someone new is here, they're like, "Who the fuck are these 2 people?" And you're already getting naked. So
I know. That's the show, everybody. Good night. No. Okay, let's get this started. Welcome, everybody, to the Melee Madness podcast, Broken edition. We were a little late and gay, about 5 minutes, and that is because everything decided to break at the final moment. It was like fucking Clock Tower or whatever, Clock Town in Majora's Mask. I don't remember. I repressed that game because I got really mad at it. But it's the final moments before that big-ass moon fucked up. All of a sudden, YouTube's edit button broke. You couldn't edit the stream, which is why it says over on YouTube that we're playing Battlefront. I wish we were, but we are not. And I did look. I checked multiple browsers. I went on Twitter, and everyone is screaming that's trying to do a live stream like right now. And they're like, it's broken. And I'm like, okay, as long as it's not just me, it's fine. Then on top of that, Kay's mic started like bombastically blowing up for no reason. She sounded like Boss Nass up in here. And then,
yeah, you guys thought he was ear raping the fucking microphone. Mine was like to infinity.
And beyond. Yeah, so she went from Boss Nass blowing out my eardrums, and then we didn't change anything, and suddenly she sounded like a gentle Muad'Dib, a gentle desert mouse over in the desert. A little Muad'Dib, everybody. So,
a little Muad'Dib.
So, yes, she is. I sometimes may call her my desert tears, but yeah, so now I think she's...
God!
Now I think she is sounding fine. You let me know.
What the fuck?
Everything is broken. Everything is broken.
You're my little desert tears.
My desert tears. We've been on a Dune kick. I'm watching the Dune TV series right now. It's a fucking mess up.
How many times have we witnessed like part 1? I don't want to spoil
it's
it.
The best part. It's the best
I know,
part.
But it's like the amount of times the tooth thing I've seen, like the amount I've learned so much.
You've given up on the show a little bit. I'm in. It's very British.
Yeah, I gave up.
It's honestly pretty British. How about this? How about that? How about we say hi to chat and then we talk about what games we've been playing? Because, oh my God, the news is insane. There's so much news.
Yeah.
I am sick. I'm sick of so much news, and we got to get into it. So, Kay, do you agree? Should I read some chat, and then we're just going to roll right into this thing, baby?
My name is actually Melee Carl, so I don't know who this Melee K person is, but I'm Melee Carl now, as we all know.
That's right.
So I'm just putting it out there.
Okay.
I've completely transitioned to a white male, and my name's Melee Carl.
I fucking knew it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, yeah, go talk to chat.
All right, let's say hi to chat, everybody, and then we're going to talk some gaming before we dig into the shit. How's it going, everybody? We got Dude1286 over on Rumble saying the technical difficulties were perfectly timed. Your stream with mine ending, though, so there's that. Well, we're happy to have you, dude, and I hope your stream went well, buddy. Tenevo is dropping them dancing booties. Hey, Tenevo, your friend put on a good stream. I was actually working out a little bit earlier, and I was listening to his beautiful voice, so shout out to him. That was over in our Discord. There was a little karaoke stream going on, so that was great, Tenevo. Thank you for sharing that. Now, YouTube chat, be poppin'. Let's go read everything going on YouTube. First of all, we had Triss saying, where's Carl? Carl's right here. How's it going, Carl?
Oh, by the way, Triss and I are going to make a tag team because she's also been called a white man at some point. So we decided we're going to be the Hardy Boys pretty much.
White man came across the sea. He took your games and journalism degrees.
Also, we're going to make our own studio of consulting where we only allow people in our club that have also been minorities that have been called white males. So it's like 3 people in the world, but
there's too many minorities in my gaming club. I'm in a singing mood today.
Melee Madness Podcast, the musical, coming soon.
Tenevo put me in a singing mood. How's it going, Triss? JT is saying the floorboard goblin is here. The floorboard goblin. How's it going, JT? Insidious Bliss is saying, yo. Triss is saying, hit that like, mofos. Thank you so much, Triss. In Black Belt saying, where's my Star Wars? And I was fucking dying in the pre-show. I was actually laughing because of the YouTube being busted and it says that we're playing Battlefront. Everybody in YouTube chat started quoting Battlefront and I was like crying laughing. So Angry Canadian says, for the Republic. And Black Belt says, James, that's not a Battlefront quote. That's actually just my name, believe it or not. JT says, just like the simulations. Wait, saying, I am seeing the wrong title. Clearly, another drink is needed. I'll be back shortly. Angry Canadian says, super battle droids. Take them out. JT says, watch those wrist rockets. Amin Ra is mooing. Also, not a Star Wars quote, but it is welcome. The moos are welcome. How's it going, lads? Angry Canadian says, I love how James unapologetically has a song playing every time. That was Kay's fault, but it's because she knows I love this song.
That was my doing, but it's because he loves Odyssey so much, and it was Mario month, and so I had to represent his dumb favorite Mario game. So that was the only way I would do it. Otherwise, fuck Odyssey.
Best Mario. Best Mario. Odyssey. Smoo is here saying, Smooster in the house. And then Angry Canadian saying, score 1 for the Republic. Smoo saying this freaking song. And Snoo came in, and Kay had to enlighten me on what this means. But I didn't even know that members have this ability, so feel free to abuse it. Members can, like, send messages like just as little banners.
I think it's like a highlighted message that you get like once a month or something as a member. I'm not 100% sure. I'm still looking at it because we're new to this whole monetization thing.
Yes.
But I think that's what it is.
We have newcomer from the Battlefront stream in here, Milfs for Jesus, saying, what the hell is going on? Can anyone over on Twitch let Milfs for Jesus know what the hell is going on? Because everyone here is used to this shit. Hi! Mills for Jesus, you're still my favorite afternoon snack right after going to church. So thank you for that. Let's see here. Insidious Bliss just became an ultimate member for 1 month. Oh, or is that... Wait, no, that's the thing.
The message. That's what I'm saying. It's the message.
Insidious Bliss dropped a message for 1 month. And so did...
See? It's doing it out.
Okay. Let's read out some membership messages. Membership messages. Smooth says, all hail the Smooster. JK, JK, all hail to you. No, hail to you. I bow to you, sir. I bow to you. And then Insidious Bliss said, booba. And then Internet Crusader said, notice me, senpai. Notice me, senpai. Notice me. Ooh, woo. And not a member message, but Milfs for Jesus is dropping cookies, and now I'm hungry. Thank you guys for being members and dropping those big highlighted messages. They frighten and confuse me, but I love them. Amin Ross says, why am I here? Just to suffer. In Black Belt says, you're here forever. That's true. The ride never ends. JT says, my girlfriend loves listening to this and dances to it. So do I. Hell yeah. I'm saying Smoo. Oh God, there goes my heart. It's fine. In Black Belt saying rip. Good timing on that. In Black Belt saying good luck, don't die, don't make a girl promise if you know you can't keep it. That's what I say. Smooth is saying Melee Madness podcast starring James and Carl. Smooth is saying gay. Smooth saying can't spell cunt without mercante. I saw, because I've been stalking her on the internet. I saw her getting really mad that people are calling her cunt, but not because they're calling her cunt, but because they're spelling her name Marcante instead of mercante. So she was like, it's mercante. Oh my God. Smoo is yelling 50 and DJ saying, welp, looks like James gonna be shirtless this podcast. I am so sorry, DJ. It had to be done. And then DJ, I think this is not, I think this is real.
Yes, DJ became a bro. Yes, James.
I'm so confused.
Thank you, DJ.
DJ just became a bro. DJ's the best. Thank you so much.
James, the difference is one says like member for X amount of months. That means that like each month they get a message, right? And then they can, it's like, it's pretty much like a free super chat. So they get to like send a message for free because they've been very kind to support us. That's what it is. And then DJ became a bro. So that means that it actually...
My hand is too sweaty. It's already rubbed off.
Oh my God.
But I want to say a huge thank you to DJ Access, who we all know and love.
Thank you, DJ.
Just became a bro. DJ's the freaking best. One of the most talented men on the internet. Unironically, the man can stream. The man can sing and dance and twirl. I love that man. Paul's here saying, hello. How's it going, Paul? Let's see here. Angry Canadian says, lol, Neo isn't here to defend him. Good. We hate Mace Windu up in here, bitch.
We hate Mace Windu.
We hate Mace Windu, bitch.
Fuck Mace Windu.
Wade says, I'm only half a bottle in, James. Well, clearly I'm not drunk enough for this. Be back shortly. Make sure when you come back, Wade, that you also take off your shirt. That is the best way to drink whiskey. I'm assuming you're drinking whiskey because that's the best way to drink it.
No, last time I talked to him, he was drinking tequila.
Oh.
Yeah,
is
he's
also
got like
good.
these really I screenshotted it because I wanted to try
Whiskey,
the tequila. So.
you go shirtless. Tequila, you go pantsless. So take off them pants.
What do you drink for both? Vodka?
Everything. Everything. If you drink, if you mix, you go naked. Smooth saying everything is broken. Sings, hell yes. Edgewood is here saying Bear Force 1. Oh my God. Internet Crusader saying Melee Games lore unlocked. DJ says strip for us, you filthy man. I knew you liked it, DJ. I knew you liked it. Edgewood saying here we go. And then JT dropping those memberships. Thank you again. Smooth saying I can't take my shirt off at work, James. Jeez. Maybe that's how you get the promotion. Look, you take your shirt off at work, you're either going to get a promotion or you're going to be called into HR. There is no middle ground. It's a 50-50 chance. Do not take advice said on the Melee Madness podcast. Here we go. Edgewood's yang, yo. Bliss is dropping them sweaty bears. Oh, we're naked and sweaty, Bliss. Thank you so much again. Angry Canadian saying the ear rape from James. How am I sounding now? I hope everything's sounding good because our mics were fucked. DJ saying, bruh, even my stream was like this earlier. Y'all are absolutely insane with the support. Seriously, you guys in chat are the freaking best. Thank you guys so much. And whether you're new, like Milfs for Jesus, that comes in here and it's like, what the fuck is this shit? Or you're a longtime supporter, long time. We haven't even hit a year, and oh my God, JT just super chatted.
JT, thank you.
Oh, let me see. What did this madman say?
He said everyone's favorite adult drink. Ooh. I would have to say it goes between Long Island and Caesar for me if we're talking like mixed drinks. If I'm going on just drinking something straight, I think I'm more of like a whiskey and cigar girl. So I think I'm more of that. I can't really drink straight like vodka, tequila, gin, anything like that, but whiskey, yeah.
I go through
whiskey and cigar.
I go through phases that my parents said I would grow out of, but I guess I did not. But I will sometimes go on a Moscow Mule kick, and then I'll only be drinking those. Sometimes, oh my God, when we were on our James Bond kick, I was drinking nothing but martinis, and I was making them, and that was great. It was expensive, but it was great. But my favorite, my solid is a Lemmy. I love a Lemmy. Shout out to Lemmy of Motorhead, R.I.P. Lemmy, the king of kings. So Jack and Coke. Now I always do diet Lemmies. I do Coke Zero, but yeah, a Jack and Coke is my go-to drink. Anytime I can have that. But sometimes, like I said, I'll go months without having them, and then I'll need to get them injected into my veins. But what are your guys' favorite? Milfs for Jesus is dropping some sexy kitties. Oh my God, sexy sunglass kitties, just like me. Let's see here. Thank you so much, JT. That's a great question. I could do a whole stream drinking. Wait, I've done that. I could do a whole stream talking about drinking. How about that? Internet Crusaders dropping them dolphins. Sinevo is blowing them minds. Internet Crusaders saying, yeah, this community is amazing. I love you guys. You guys are the best. Angry
I'm so proud of this community. Ow. Thank you guys. We appreciate all of you.
Let's see. Angry Canadian saying K's face says it all. Smooth says, I love this community. Smooth saying, K's, why am I here face? What?
Esther Timeline DJ Axis tip $1. No. This is all wrong.
Is it?
James, why the fuck didn't you just play Dear Esther like you were supposed to? K is supposed to be a white man who grew up with Neo Geo and James streams nude until chat tips him to put on fancy dresses. This timeline is fucked.
Oh my God, the Dear Esther timeline.
That timeline sounds realistic.
I know.
It's like perfect. Thank you so much.
No, I like this timeline. I like this timeline with all of you guys. I don't want to live in the DJ Dear Esther timeline. I'm happy with the current timeline we're in. Oh my God, that's one of my favorite lore bits is the Dear Esther thing. But
the Dear Esther thing. I still haven't found it, by the way. Like, I'm slowly updating all of our
It's in a different universe, Kay.
I'm so confused because,
Kay.
Look, I will say there's some Steam roulettes that, like, I'm busy working on something else with Melee games, so I can't, like, keep up with everything. That's why James is also writing down at the same time. I'm going through them slowly, and I'm trying to get everything, and I'm like, I have not seen Dear Esther come up yet.
No.
Like, what?
You know who knows it exists? The real Melee Kay in the closet. She is forced to watch me play Dear Esther. The good James. All he does is suck on fish sticks and play Dear Esther.
I don't even know if I'm real Melee K Charisma or real Melee K Carl. Like, I'm confused.
There's so much
It's
lore that we're
ambiguous.
gonna need a fucking post-credit scene at this fucking point. Oh my god. What's gonna be our post-credit scene?
I don't know, but apparently Insidious found it and he's smirking, so I don't know what's going on there.
What?
I don't know.
Thank you so much, dear Esther Timeline, DJ Access.
Thank you.
Wherever you are, we love you. Smooth says, Drunk 3PO called. He'd like to have his royalties back. Wait, what? What did I steal from that man? I like him.
I don't think you stole anything. It's just that I think he wore a bear onesie or something once. I don't know all the lore of Geeks and Gamers, but I think he wore a bear thing.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Someone let him know he's part of the Bear Force One army. Just honorary. He's honorary, even though I don't think he knows even who I am. Even though he was like here recently with Gina Carano. But yeah, let him know.
Oh my God, Jay Bananka.
What?
Welcome. Gifted 5 Melee Games memberships.
Jay Bananka. What a lovely name. Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Good Lord, man. You're the frickin' best. Paul saying rum and raspberry iced tea. That sounds so fucking good. Oh my God.
That sounds good.
Everyone's dropping them bears. Everyone's dropping them salutes. Thank you guys so much. Angry Canadian saying, came for the news, stayed for the party. Well, welcome to the party, pal. Internet Crusader saying, what are you, a gay fish? No, I'm only gay for good James. I'm gay for, look, I found out on Twitter today, the way I'm going to die is incest. So, it makes sense that I will suckle.
I have so many questions.
I will suckle a gay fish alongside my good brother in the attic. Just
I
a
have
suckle.
so many questions.
Just a suckle.
Did you just say you found out you will die through incest?
There's a tweet.
What?
There's a tweet. Go find it. Paul says James is a Canadian bear. I agree. Grr, arg. Internet Crusader says, oh yeah, I read that. Smooth saying Gengar's a bro. I agree. Angry Canadian says, imagine those poor sods listening to the audio version of this later. Do we make an audio version? Imagine denying them all this.
God.
Imagine them denied. Imagine the chesticles denied. Oh
Do
my
I put
God.
us on, like, I don't know, one of those Apple podcasts or some shit just so people
With no
like,
context.
what the fuck is this?
No, do it. Do it. Put us on Spotify. I don't care. It'll be funny.
God.
It'll be funny. Angry
I
Canadian.
will consider it.
Angry Canadian saying, dude, that would be insane. And oh, I got pulled down. Okay, that's fine. Let me just go. Oh my God, there's so much. Okay, wait, where the fuck did I leave off here? You guys are crazy. You're crazy. Okay, I'm just going to start from here. Thank you guys so much for all the love today. Smooth saying the Melee Madness podcast with Carl and James. Oh, yeah, the Booba. Okay, on Booba, I read that. Amin Ross saying somehow I got gifted 2 memberships. So this is getting out of hand. Now you have 2 of them. I appreciate it, though. Oh, there's so many messages. Another membership from Amin Ra. My moves are all mine. And DJ said, oh, that was just him becoming a bro. Thank you again,
James.
DJ. There's a lot.
I'm the Tard Wrangler. I'm sorry. I have to Tard Wrangle live today.
Smooth saying she's a proper Mike Hunt, though. That's true. DJ saying I didn't have a recurring membership, so I had to manually renew. Well, I appreciate it, pal. Thank you so much. And a Crusader, I'm saying, oh, I'm lagging on my end. YouTube is acting up today. I hope that it's just fucking YouTube.
No. I checked when he said that. It's on, I think, maybe his end. I don't know. If other people are seeing it too, let me know. But I checked and it seemed fine, so.
Bliss saying, did he have his own Bear Force 1? Wait saying, James correct, I am not wearing pants. Let's fucking go. Internet Crusader saying, DJ had a Bear Force 1 moment. Oh, yeah. How's it going, Jay Bananka? Thank you so much for those 5 gifted memberships. Speedy Jake saying, like the stream nerds and grats on 750 subs. Thank you so much. That is fucking crazy, man.
I know.
750 of you. Never thought that 750 people would watch me strip naked on the internet. Maybe 3. Maybe like old men in a senior center. Maybe. But 750 real people? Oh my God. Thank you so much. Smooth saying 750 subs. Y'all are some rising stars. Thank you so much, Smooth. You're the best.
Hey, and didn't somebody call that? Wasn't there a video made about us, the rising star? There you go.
I love that, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, he called it, and so it must be true. He is literally the Lisa and Al Gaib of calling us here.
Oh my God, your Dune obsession.
Internet Crusader saying bourbon, rum, and vodka. Fuck yeah. Carl to Carl's here saying, hello, my fellow people of color. I am the whitest minority you know. Amin Ross saying vodka.
Hello,
Hell yeah.
fellow Carl. Hello.
Sataniel saying, White Zin at least used to be twice a year. Internet Crusader saying screwdrivers that add a splash of carrot juice. I gotta fucking try that, man. You've told me that before. That sounds so good. BD Jake saying, requisite in pace. Lemmy Kill Meister. Hell yeah. Rest in peace, Lemmy Kill Meister. Hell yeah. JT saying, iced Tennessee honey. Oh, that sounds fucking gold. Wait saying, mainly whiskey, though tequila is a guilty pleasure. Bliss saying, yeah, I can't say no to a good mule. Fuck yeah, good man. Cult to Carl saying, I like a white Russian. I do love white Russians. We're going to talk about some Russians today. Cult to Carl saying, something, what's good? Smooth saying, now you guys are legit, for real, no cap. No, Smooth. The Smooster is legit. He's the best. Bliss saying, old fashioned. Oh, I love old fashions. DJ saying, it happened, damn it, it's still real to me. Oh, and Bliss is saying he found it. Smooth saying, you guys need a lore website. I'm sure that we're going to get a certain person that's going to document, like, everything we do in a comprehensive history that is, like, 80 parts long and is, like, nightmare fuel to get through. Amin Ross saying, the real Melee K is in love with Mace Windu. Oh, we hate the real one, don't we, folks?
Yeah, I don't like the real Melee K in that case. I'm the better clone.
That's true. You're literally the Goblin Queen. That's right.
The Goblin Queen. That's what my brain went to.
Yeah. What's that? I'm a clone. I guess I'll just uproot my whole life. Goodbye.
Yep.
Credits. 9 out of 10 show according to IMDb. Smooth saying, yep, the Canadian bear routine. And Cities Plus saying, is what I would say if DJ wasn't crazy. You son of a bitch. They fell for it twice.
He tricked me again.
Heckin' bamboozle Reno'd. Jay Bananka saying, you're welcome. I'm here from Side Scrollers. Love your appearances. Well, thank you, man. We really hope you enjoy the show here. It gets crazy up in here. So thank you so much for the support. Let us know what you think of the show. I'm really curious to know. Even if you're like, this is the fucking worst dog shit I've ever seen in my life, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Elvis is here saying, haro, raharo. Internet Crusader saying, you know, with all these gifted, my second account will eventually get a membership. Kay got a membership. To her own channel.
Like one of the first people that got a gifted membership. I'm like, why?
Call to Carl says, James does look like he has an Oedipus complex. You know I do. I have every complex there is known to man. Amin Ross saying, I'm not a real ghost. We're dropping spooky ghosts. And Internet Crusader saying, speaking of booze. I said booze. Speaking of booze, I need to get one or something. The heart's in the way. Be right back. Okay.
James, what the fuck are we playing? Did I ruin your, like, dramatic... Okay, are you ready?
Okay, it's time for our plays of the week. Okay? What have you been playing?
I knew that was coming. It's like I predicted it. What have I been playing? Well, there hasn't been much time to game, unfortunately, even though it's what I like to fucking do, contrary to what the internet may believe. So, what have I been playing? I got to play a few matches of Tekken 8 recently, and that was lovely. I was so happy. As we were testing some stuff, I was like, I'm going to play a few rounds of Tekken 8. I was like, oh yeah, this is like the best modern wrestling game to exist because King has amazing moves. And then my brain was like, oh my god, this team should do a full-on wrestling game. Like a Rumble Roses type thing. Of just like random characters. I'd be so in. So anyways, I was loving that. What else? We played some Super Mario Maker 2.
Oh my god, you talk so fast. Oh, we're already off that. Okay.
Well, yeah, because we have like 50 articles to talk about.
I know!
That's why. And by the way, I just want to say we tried to pick a bunch of gaming ones too, so it's not just going to be, you know...
The first story is fucking horrible, though.
Yes. Yeah, the first story is yeah. Anyways, Mario Maker 2, I thought I was good at Mario. I did. And then I played your levels. This community destroyed me. I realized I'm not good at Mario, so now I need to get good. I have a skill issue. So I'm going to be working on myself, and so in my free time, I'm playing Mario right now. But we also played Mario Maker on stream, for those of you who missed it. So we had a lot of fun with that. If you guys ever make levels, even if we're not doing like an event or anything, feel free to drop them in the Discord, because I'm so down to play them.
Yeah, we got to do part 2.
Yeah, I do want to do a part 2. I had so much fun with Mario Maker 2. I had no idea it was still like a super active community. We had a bunch of new people drop in and give us their levels to play. So, I know James was suffering by the end of that. Me, I was enjoying it because I love Mario. So for me, I was like, even though I'm doing shit, I'm still loving this.
I really liked it. I really like Super Mario Maker 2, and I'm excited for whenever we do a part 2 of it. I think the game is great. My only issue is that some of the levels are just like brutally fucking hard, and like even I'm just saying like way beyond me. It's just like pain. It's absolute pain, but it's so fun. And it's so cool to play your levels and everything in Mario, and it's such a wonderful game. So I'm excited to do more of it in the future, one way or another.
It feels like such a different thing, too. By the way, have a good night. Call to Carl says, have a good show. Gotta wake up early for the doctors. Have a good show. We'll listen on my drive to work.
All right,
well,
Carl.
thank you
I hope
again
everything goes
by.
good with the doctors, buddy.
Yeah, same
No
here,
issues.
Same here.
I'm praying for no issues. You're the healthiest boy I know.
Yeah, exactly. You'll be fine. But yeah, it's the thing with Mario Maker that was interesting to me and that I didn't really realize until like we did that event is the way that a Mario level flows is probably what I'm used to and what I'm decent at.
Right.
And when people are building their own levels, they can kind of choose whatever they want to do. And it made me realize, well, this is a completely different challenge in itself. It's almost like its own game, right? So, yeah, I really enjoyed that event. We'll do more. But what else did I play? Oh, I went through the PlayStation store. And I was just checking out some sales because, I mean, we all know that there's like no games on the PlayStation 5. And I'm like, I need something on here or else it's just a paperweight. So I went through the sale and I've been thinking about it for a while. And with Akira Toriyama and all this kind of stuff, I'm like, I have been wanting to pull the trigger on Dragon Ball Kakarot for such a long time. And I finally did. So earlier today, I got to play some Dragon Ball Kakarot, and I'm actually really loving the game. I love the combat in it. I love that you can like move around in the 3D realm. It kind of reminds me of Super Sonic Warriors that I played back on the GBA, but like way better because now it's an adventure. I think the Budokai series did similar stuff like that too, but I don't quite remember because it's been a very, very long time. But yeah, I love Kakarot. I'm fully in it. I forgot how annoying Gohan is as a baby. He's really annoying as a kid, but he's actually my favorite character in all of Dragon Ball, so I hope I get to see him grow up. I have no idea how far the story progression goes. But yeah, the only thing I'll say about that game is they really need more dialogue options. I've been playing for like 2 hours, and they're repeating the same lines over and over again already,
Brutal.
and I know this is going to be a long game. So if I have to hear the same line being like, Goku being like, let's take care of this right now. Let's take care of this right now. Every time there's like an enemy in proximity, I'm probably going to do Canadian healthcare to myself. So there's that. And then, yeah, like Piccolo has one line as well. It's annoying. Like, I hope there's more dialogue variety or that there's like a huge character roster so that I don't have to hear the same thing constantly. But yeah, I love that game. It's super pretty. And I think it's kind of more up my alley than like Dragon Ball Fighter Z and like those kinds of games. I think I'm more into this. So I'm super excited to dive into that more. And that's pretty much what I've been doing. What I'm looking forward to is that the Stellar Blade demo is coming out tomorrow. So if that came out today, that would have been something I talked about today, but that'll be on the next podcast.
Yeah, I'm excited for that as well. Not only does it look great, I love spectacle fighters, but it's pissing everyone off on the internet, which makes me even more excited. But the next spectacle fighter I want to play is Bayonetta 3, so I don't know if I have to bump this up on the list, but...
I don't know. I don't think it's my like, I'll just be completely transparent. Like, I want to support Stellar Blade because I like what they're doing with it in terms of, like, not being afraid to have more, sexy characters and whatever. But the problem is that's all I'm seeing about it. And, like, anything that I've seen about the actual gameplay or, like the story or anything, which has not been much, there's not much there. It almost looks like a really shitty version of Nier. So I don't know.
It looked good. Like I've seen so little of it, but
But that's my problem. I haven't seen enough of it.
Yeah, and the little bit I did see, it was the little bit of the gameplay I did see, it actually reminded me a lot of Bayonetta. Like she had kind of a similar dodge mechanic, and which made me go, oh, okay, maybe this is more like Bayonetta. But yeah, I'm gonna be playing that demo for sure. I don't know when I'm gonna jump into the full game because I still want to play DMC 5. In addition, I still need to beat Nier Automata. Which I've owned for years and never really dug into. So I've got a huge backlog of these spectacle fighters, so I'm not sure when I'm going to get into it. But it looks great. It looks sexy. But
I'm excited for it. Like I said, I want to see more, and I hope that it's a properly fleshed out game, and that it's we're not relying too much on the sexy character, and that we're actually building a good game. So we'll see. I'll know better next podcast.
cool. And I wanted to ask you about Dragon Ball. Did you play a PS1 game that was a fighting game for Dragon Ball? Because that was like the only Dragon Ball game I played, and it was really good. But I don't remember it apart from that. It was just a fighting game.
I don't think I did.
It was very hand drawn. It was early, so like I don't know, there wasn't any like later characters. I think it was very season 1 because I knew them all. So it was like Frieza and all the purple people. I don't know what I'm talking about.
The thing is with Dragon Balls, they tend to hash out the same story over and over and over again, to my knowledge. I'm more of the person that watched the anime rather than actually playing the games, partially because of that, because I had Supersonic Warriors on GBA, which is my favorite Dragon Ball game.
Okay.
And then there was a few other ones that I played here and there, but there's just so many random titles. The Budokai series is kind of the one that's beloved to people. I tried a bit of Fighter Z. I didn't really enjoy that, but PS1 era, I didn't play any Dragon Ball games unless I just like forgot about them.
Right.
But yeah, it could have been a rehashing of the original story. It's hard to say because they keep doing the same, because the characters are so iconic, right? In that certain era that we're all nostalgic for, they're gonna always like include them.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I'm gonna do some digging and I'm gonna find out what this game I played.
Yeah, let me know. I'm curious because I want to try it too. Like I'm not like the biggest Dragon Ball Z fan in the world. There's so many of them, but I'm
someone out
that
there
appreciates it.
Someone out there knows. Side scroller. It was similar to like Marvel vs. Capcom, but with Dragon Ball. 2D, very hand drawn animation. Dragon Ball PS1. But yeah, that's all I remember. But I remember it being really good. Because I just had access to a lot of PS1 games that I lost over time, so it was one of the many PS1 games I played as a wee baby, even though I wasn't the world's biggest Dragon Ball fan, but it was a good game.
That's it for me, James. You go ahead. You tell your games.
All right, time to talk for 86 years about all the games I've been playing. All right, what do we got up first? Well, first off, okay, let's get out of here. I want to talk about something that maybe the happiest I've been in 2 weeks. At least I think. I want to talk quickly about X-Men Origins Wolverine. We played this game last week to celebrate the launch of X-Men 97, which, good lord, we watched the 3rd episode today, and what a fucking nightmare. Can't believe that show is so highly rated. But as we assumed, the show was going to be shit, but with everyone thinking X-Men, and we just went through an X-Men marathon for the movies, we decided let's stream some X-Men here. So, being solo, I wanted to play some X-Men Origins Wolverine made by my beloved Raven Software. And, God, this game is as great as I fucking remember. I had a conversation with Kay after the stream, because this stream was kind of an epiphany for me. Because a lot of times nowadays, I'll play modern games, like with modern game design, and I'll just be, like, tired and sad and miserable. And I'll be like, is it me? Am I wrong? And then I'll be like, no, it's the game designers that are wrong. And so I realized in playing this that games have changed. Like, and they have gone, whether you think they're for better or for worse, games are different now. This is when I peak loved video games, and I could pick almost anything off a shelf and have like at least a decent time with it. And the industry was full of like surprises nonstop. And that's what this reminded me of. So I am so grateful that I got to re-experience this game with all you guys on stream. I still haven't beaten it. I'm tempted to just beat it, even though I've beaten it so many times, and you guys are so used to seeing me beat it on stream all the time. But I'm tempted to beat it again. And I might have to beat X-Men Origins Wolverine because I love this game so much. But I don't know if anyone else feels that way, but it's just like everything will have early access or, you know, survival mechanics or crafting mechanics and all that stuff. And then you get all the political stuff as well. And it's so hard to navigate like modern games. And then I go back and then
it is.
And then
yeah, no, I agree with you, because like I think the earliest I can remember is like 2012, where games started to feel a little bit different, but it wasn't like egregious. It was just like once in a blue moon, games felt a little weird.
It was really the Xbox One, PS4 that like changed everything.
by the time you hit 2015, that's when I really started to feel the sharp decline, and I was pushing more to Nintendo than anything else, and like some indie games as well. By the time 2018 hit, I was not touching most AAA titles because they all looked awful and homogenized, like it all felt the same. And then now, fast forward to today, and it's like I don't feel like I play much of anything that's modern because none of it feels good anymore.
I had a very old man moment in playing this and being like, they just don't make games like they used to. What happened to all, like, just the 7 to 10 hour action-packed with story games? Like, what happened to these? And any of the story games nowadays, they have to make you feel bad for being X, Y, and Z, and they're miserable, and they're walking simulators effectively. But this game is a fucking game. It's brutal, it's violent, and it's just good old-fashioned Wolverine fun. And I miss it. I miss this gaming so much, where I could just have a great time for a couple weeks playing this game and then move on to the next great time and the next great time. So I was so happy. Like, genuinely, I was like a kid in a violent candy store playing this game. And so I can't wait to go back and play it again. And I'm definitely going to be streaming some of my other favorites from the long-forgotten golden age of gaming. Not just this, but there's so many games I can think of where I'm like, oh, there's this game, there's this game, there's this game that just don't exist anymore. So thank you, Wolverine, for reminding me that I'm a bitter old man that misses the long-forgotten days. So the next game I'm playing before we get into the news, and Bliss knows this one as well as Angry Canadian, was the broken Battlefront Collection. So the other day, our last stream, and if you're watching on YouTube, it seems like it's still the current stream, we decided to play the Star Wars Battlefront Collection, and we planned this event before it came out, so we didn't know that it was going to be a complete broken fucking shit show. And yes, it was. If you don't know, and Mills for Jesus was there. That's right, Mills for Jesus. If you don't know, the Battlefront Collection was, everyone was looking forward to it. It is a collection of Battlefront 1 and 2, the beloved Pandemic games, Pandemic Studios, not like, you know, Rona Pandemic, that were made in 2004 and 2005. And as I've said, Battlefront 2 specifically is probably one of my most played games of all time, right up there with World of Warcraft. I love this game so much. And so I was excited for this. I was mainly excited just to get it on Switch, just to have it portable, because I still play these games so frequently. I don't think a month goes by where I don't launch into Galactic Conquest on Battlefront 2. I love that mode so freaking much. And I have a campaign going in this broken fucking game right now. So we played it, and yeah, it was a broken mess. On launch, it was even worse than this. It wasn't even functional. You couldn't even get into a game, and now it's just broken. Everything.
1 second. We have Jay Bonanco saying, heading out. Good night. I need to get some much-needed sleep. Enjoy the rest of the stream, everyone. Well, thank you again for dropping by and for those gifted memberships as well.
Yeah,
and Sataniel, hope you have a good night as well.
Thank you so much, buddy. And we also have SS Twin Infinite in here saying Twin Infinite 20. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, no. Oh, wait, never mind. I thought he was just saying his name. Okay, let me actually read his message. I thought this was a new friend. Okay, I thought this was a new friend.
Oh, no.
SS Twin Infinite says, let's team up to boost your channel, potentially gaining you $1,000 per stream and around 1,000 new viewers. Reach me on Discord. How about you go Twin Infinite and go fuck yourself, Twin Infinite? Fucking no. No. I am talking about them fucking my ass in a video game, and you come in here and have the audacity to promise me thousands of dollars. I'm already fucking my ass for free, motherfucker. I'm sick of it. Fucking dolphin porn. Anyway, back to the suffering. So we were playing this game. And the game is still great, but I just have to say, as a PSA, I love these games so much, but I cannot recommend anybody on the planet buys these versions. Even in their somewhat functional state as they are now, they are infinitely inferior to the other cheaper versions that exist already on Steam. Those other versions you can get for roughly $2 to $4. I'm trying to remember the price of this, but Kay, what is it, like $40? No. It's
For Battlefront Collection?
Yeah, how much is it?
I thought it was like we paid $32.99 or something, didn't we? Because we got it cheaper.
Oh yeah, we got it cheaper for being such a long time fan.
Because we had the original and then we bought it early before it came out, and it was like
$45 Canadian.
Yeah, we got it for like $32.99 Canadian.
So I can't recommend these games when it is just the original versions that already exist on Steam that you can get for $2 to $4 roughly when they go on sale, and those versions are infinitely better. Even the online fucking works. Unless you're an achievement hunter, there's really no point to get these. And why would you suffer and get the achievements in this? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Just get the original versions, have a grand old time, and be merry, because this is rough. There is no new content. It adds some little fixes to resolution problems, but that's so incredibly minor that there's no point. There's no fucking point. So I love these games, but playing this is like, it's like going to the pet cemetery and digging up your dead wife and trying to sleep with her again. Sometimes dead is just better, ladies and gentlemen. Why are you giving me that look? Why are you giving me that look?
No reason in particular. No reason.
I'm trying to make an analogy here, Kay, that it's like
it's a very specific analogy.
I may have gone too far in a few places.
I'm just saying. Is it Carl that you're going to accost or me?
A little bit of column A. Anyway, so that's the Battlefront.
Is Gengar the one? Is that why Gengar's a ghost?
Moving on. I love these games so much, but do not pick up these versions. Pick up the original versions. Those games I cannot recommend enough. I've been playing them for like fucking almost 20 years actually at this point. 20 years I've been playing these games. So I recommend those forever. And I've talked about them forever. There's no point to rehash this when we have so much news to go through. The new versions, ignore them. This Tuesday, we are going to be doing another community event where we're playing the OG Star Wars Battlefront 2 on stream. And so come hang out, be merry, and come play that with us, because that is going to be way, 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 way better. And so that has been our plays of the week. Kay, I'm an idiot. I forgot to get some water. I'm going to go run and grab some water and come back, hang out with chat and say hi, and they can tell me how they're reporting the police on how I'm digging up my wife or something, like I'm a potato farmer or something.
I think that's why everyone went silent. They're like, what is the local like law enforcement number for Canada?
I'm just like JF. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right.
Hang on.
JF! Oh my god. JF. That's a deep cut there. All right, where was he in chat? I should have asked him this beforehand, but that's totally fine. Smooth says it's even funnier when you gift yourself a membership. Oh my, is that even possible? How does that happen? Is that possible? Amin Ross says I'm not real, I'm a ghost. Smooth says still waiting on the Stellar Blade demo to drop so I can play it once I get off my shift in 3 hours. Is it going to be live for you already? Oh my god, yeah. I guess it will be at midnight, right? So I'm going to get it live in like 4 hours as well. If you get it early, let me know what you think of it. I'm be very curious. What else you guys saying? Oh my god, you guys are popping. Smooth says, buy One Piece Pirate Warriors 4 if you enjoyed Pirate Warriors 3, by the way. Yeah, so I was asking on Twitter today because I was going through the PlayStation sale. And I noticed that it was $6.99 Canadian for Pirate Warriors 3. And a few people on Twitter let me know. So Smooth has been playing some of it. Mr. Cage, I believe, was also playing. Playing that game as well. And it's supposed to be like a Dynasty Warriors type game. So I'm actually very sold. For $6.99, that's great. That's a steal. So I'm going to pick that up. And then, I'll probably pick up 4 afterwards too. And I'm not like a big One Piece person. So right away I asked, like, do I need to like play the second game or the first game? Or like, can I just hop into this? But Smooth has assured me that it does like an abridged version of the like story so that I'm good. So perfect. Internet Crusader says, and by the way, you're not Internet Crusader to me. You're Impy Blimpy Boy forever. He says, I'm back with ice cream and bourbon. God damn, man. That sounds fucking amazing. Oh my god. Ice cream with cereal and bourbon on the side. What kind of cereal are you having with your ice cream there? That's like my favorite thing that happened in Beavis and Butthead in the new series, where Beavis is like eating cereal and ice cream together, and he's like, ah! Oh my god, I love Beavis so much. Smooth says, I need the damn demo. IGN has footage of their site for Stellar Blade, but it seems to run on lower than 30 FPS. See, that's a big problem for like the style of combat that Stellar Blade is trying to do. If you're less than 30, that's pretty bad. So let's see.
Wait.
I don't know.
Stellar Blade is locked to 30? Did I hear that right?
No, even worse. Smooth says IGN has footage on their site for Stellar Blade, but it seems to run on lower than 30 FPS.
Oh shit, that's DOA.
That's DOA, exactly.
Oh my god.
If that's true. I don't know if maybe like IGN got a super early build that they're showing off and they've improved it for the public demo or what it might be, but if that's the case, that's fucked. So we'll see. I'm gonna give it a proper chance still. If it unlocks right at midnight tonight, I might even just download it as soon as we're done the podcast and try it out. So I'll let you guys know what my thoughts are. Impy Blimpy Boy says, K with a real take about Stellar Blade. Make sure it's a good game before anything else. Yeah, I mean, I completely understand why people want to stand behind the studio and support them, and I don't discourage you from supporting them whatsoever. I think it's great that they're trying to do something and that they're not afraid to make, sexy characters and all that kind of stuff. For me personally, in an ideal world, I just want to judge the game purely on its merit, right? Like, I don't want to just automatically buy a game just because it goes against the current, like, wave of what's going on in gaming. So I'm still going to give it a chance, and I might even still throw money at it for the sake of supporting them, but I'm going to be honest on whether or not I like the game. I'm not going to say it's the best fucking game ever if it's not. But I'm not afraid to like give money to them because maybe they'll be able to build the next game better, right? Like same with Final Fantasy 16, for example. I don't think that was like the greatest combat, but I'm excited for 17. I'll still buy that, and I'm okay owning it still. Like I'm okay with buying games that are not the best if they're moving it in a good direction. So, and Smooth says, I have faith in Stellar Blade, to be honest. I don't know, you kind of shook my faith saying it's under 30 for this kind of fighting. Like,
but he's
I
also saying that he thinks it's a conspiracy and IGN intentionally made the footage look bad. But if that is true, that is going to backfire spectacularly because everyone's going to be playing the demo for themselves in a few hours. So.
Oh, interesting. I didn't even think of it that way. Okay, yeah, let's see. Who knows?
And then their defense, we ran it on a PS4 or something, which is it?
Oh, yeah. That's what you're saying.
Is it next gen or not next gen?
It's
it PS5?
PS5 exclusive.
Okay, yeah. Then
it's supposed to be like a PS5 game, so we can't say there's only one game anymore, essentially.
One game.
We're
gonna get to that.
Imp says it's going to sell well regardless, but the gameplay being good will make it legendary. Absolutely. And you know what? If they have a Stellar Blade 2 and it's even better, I'm okay with them, not doing the best on one. So let's see what happens, right? Imp says it's the difference between a flash in the pan and something that fucking breaks the Western game industry. Absolutely. Smooth says DBZ Fighters was a gift and a curse to DBZ fans. Absolutely loved it, but I can see why people don't like it. Yeah, I wasn't sold on it, but maybe it's just not for me. Nerdy Neo's here saying Melee Madness, let's go. Hello. And Smooth says, you mean Dragon Ball 23 on PS1?
I'll look it up right now.
Sataniel had to head out. I hope you're doing well, Sataniel. Thanks for dropping by. Angry Canadian had a bunch of fun with you playing Battlefront.
I think I found it. Yeah, I think it's,
Oh, that's the game?
Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Battle 22.
Nice. Okay.
I think
perfect.
that's it. While you're reading, while you keep reading messages, and you pass it whenever you're ready for news.
I'm almost caught up, so
I'm gonna look at some of this footage because I'm curious if this is it. I think this is it. Yeah.
Jay Bananco, thanks again for dropping by and for those gifted memberships. Everyone's dropping dolphins for that person that came by. Fuck you again. Smooth says, go bubble yourself. Did the bot also ask you for templates or backgrounds too? That's usually what happens. Nerdy Neo says, I'm catching up from the start at X2. Mace Windu is awesome. No, he's not. He is fucking terrible. Thank you again, Insidious, for enforcing that. I appreciate you. And yeah, it's Smooth saying it happened. Some of my viewers gift memberships and hit themselves with one. That's so silly. Smooth says, yeah, it's 4 a.m. here now, so by the time I get home, the demo should be live. And he played over 200 hours of Pirate Warriors 3. I think James might even like that game. It's One Piece, but it's like a Dynasty Warriors One Piece game.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's Dynasty Warriors, then it means it's the best One Piece game ever. So that makes sense.
God. Imp says it's dulce de leche cereal. Ooh, literally a different flavor, cinnamon toast crunch. And Smooth is saying, I think IGN made it look worse on purpose. Almond Ross says, sexy Mace Windu. No, he cannot be sexy. He never is. Imp says, they aren't going to have much excuse if the game runs very well. Smooth says, I'll peep it when it drops so I can have my own judgment. Anything less than 60 FPS in a combat-heavy game like that is unacceptable.
Yeah,
the problem is that console is usually locked to 30. I don't see many console games that actually hits a proper 60.
I'm really excited to play it. I was thinking the other day that I need to, cross off some of the games I'm playing currently, but I am really wanting to dig into Bayonetta 3. That might be the next game that I really dig into on stream. But I'm pretty sure, because a lot of people are complaining about the visuals of Bayonetta 3, but they look that way because Kamiya made sure that it's 60 FPS on the Switch. Because he knows how important that is.
Yeah. Paul says, James is a Canadian bear. Dude says, apparently Phil Spender, sorry, I need to say it properly as you said it, said he may be open to third-party stores on Xbox with Epic and itch.io mentioned. Would be funny if Xbox got Order Us before Steam. And
that
then
is on
Paul,
the docket for news, if we get to it, because I've got like 50 news stories
we
up
got so
here.
much, yeah. Paul is saying Budokai. Dude is saying Budokai is better than Budokai Tenkaichi. And then, they're talking about the PS2 Dragon Ball games. Dude says at least Fighter Z has its own story. That's true. Dude says DBZ Ultimate Battle 22. So yeah, that is the one. And then Paul says, I felt that way playing Vermintide 2 last week. It was pure joy just because it reminded me of Left 4 Dead so much.
Yeah, and you, DJ, and Bliss are also getting into Darktide, which was going to be right up my alley for the longest time. I think this happened just before we started streaming on Melee Games, but I bought Darktide. And if you don't know, Vermintide is the Left 4 Dead Warhammer. You kill rats, and it's very melee-based. And I always said, why don't they do this in 40K? And they did, and it's called Darktide. And it was a very big mixed bag on launch. And it was rough. It ran like shit and all this stuff. I ended up refunding it. It's got great music, great atmosphere, but the really bad optimization and kind of the lack of content in the game made a lot of people refund on launch, but Bliss is saying it's way better now, and so I'm like, oh, do I dare rebuy it? I'm not sure, because there was a lot that I liked, but ultimately, the main reason I refunded, though, was that the community manager was a piece of shit and was banning a lot of people on the Steam forums and gloating about it, pretty much for wrong think and all that stuff. So that was kind of the final nail in the coffin for me. And that's the Fat Shark community manager. It's a little bit of a, what's that? I think Melanie Mack did a video today exclusively on Rumble that really describes my thoughts on the Vermintide Darktide community manager. She said a certain word in that, which I know is very uncommon for Melanie. She usually has a very vast vocabulary, but she said one word in that Rumble exclusive video that made me think of the Darktide community manager. So I don't know. Maybe I'll play it. Maybe I'll play it on PC Game Pass because it's there as well. Because I'm just like, I got into it. I get into a lot of fights on the Steam forums because I have fun there. I love trolling on them, and so I think that was another community manager I got into it with. God, I hate them. Is there anything worse than a community manager, folks? But, yeah.
They're usually not the brightest, are they? I mean, I'm not saying every community manager, but there's a lot that don't understand their audiences.
It's insane, man. Oh yeah, no, that was it. That was it. Because like Warhammer 40K is very you have to be a special man to enjoy the 40K universe, and it appeals to a certain demographic of man, and the mindsets of those men that like 40K usually come in conflict with these sort of people. And so it's like, why are you managing this community then? You know what the 40K community is like, you fucking idiot.
It's because you know what it is though, is that community managers come in and then they think, well, I get to create the culture and they're empowered to do so by their company. And so they're like, well, I'm going to make it the culture that I want. And they inject their own feelings into it. And that's
it was
the
a
problem.
bit of a running with scissors situation.
Yeah, you have to embrace your audience that exists and understand that they have a history with you, especially if you've got something going back 10, 20, 30 years. It's not about you. You are a representative of that community and the product. You're supposed to be the bridge. It's not about what you personally want to create. And I know like a lot of these companies are like, you know, it's yours, own the role, whatever, because that's just like normal like tech company speak. But like, I think there needs to be different coaching for community managers.
Angry Canadian says, I personally know someone that worked on Darktide. Was it the community manager? I hope not.
I hope so.
Hey,
I hope so.
Canadian, if it was someone that worked on the music, that music is fucking incredible. I still listen to that music all the time at the gym, and it's great. And it's honestly a good game. It's just, yeah, I hate these people. Hate these people that, like, sour shit for me. Like, just shut the fuck up and represent the community like you said that you're supposed to. Like,
that's what I'm saying. I think there's too much of this like modern day empowerment of like make the role your own and all. It, like in certain roles, you have to kind of roll with like wherever your community goes.
Yeah,
you have to understand that. I don't think enough people get that, and so like I think a lot of these companies are mishiring because I mean the whole point of interviews is they're just going to impress you, and then you get into the role, and then they're going to ultimately slowly do things the way that they want to, and you trust them with that. As a CEO, you're like, okay, I've put the right people in place. I'm going to go focus on bigger things, maybe the next project we're working on, whatever it might be. And you put this person in place feeling like, okay, that is taken care of. That's good. And you aren't hearing the voice of the community anymore directly to you because that person is supposed to be relaying it to you. It's a really high trust role.
Yes.
You get the wrong person in there, your company crumbles. And that's why like those roles are so significant. You have to find the right person that really has the right mentality behind it. So
that's perfectly said. I couldn't have said it better. 100%.
Yeah. Let's see what else. Almost done. Almost caught up here. Dude says Omega Force has only been making License Warriors games now. We need a new Dynasty. I would really love, James, if you eventually find time to go through some of the Dynasty Warriors games. I know we have like debates on Hyrule Warriors, but it's been nice to see you enjoy like a style of game like that. And I think that you would actually be a huge Dynasty Warriors fan. So let's try to find you some time.
With the surprise that we have this Sunday, let's just say that I too hope that I find more time for stuff like that. And
I think we will. I think based
really
on what we know about what's gonna happen on Sunday, I think we're gonna see more of that kind of stuff soon,
folks. I know it's Easter, but find some time if you can, if you like it, to come and hang out with us this Sunday because it is our anniversary. It's our anniversary stream, 1 year. And we are going to be debuting something special for all of you. And it's something that is going to impact the future of Melee games and the content that we produce for all of you. And I am super excited to upgrade and expand and bring this all together. So tune in this Sunday for the anniversary stream because you're going to see something super neat that I'm so excited for.
5 p.m. PST. I know that's... Yeah, like I said, we know it's Easter, so like don't feel pressure or anything. Obviously spend time with your families, but we're hyped, and yeah, we're gonna be talking about some stuff and the future of the channel. So let's see. Dude says Series X/PS5 should be hitting 60 FPS easily. I completely agree. It seems the devs just use the power of the consoles to just get games running, no optimization at all. And he also says, I don't think Metroid Prime would run on modern consoles if it was up to modern Western devs. Just gonna catch a few last comments here, and then we will go to our news segment because we do have a lot of news we want to cover, guys.
Yes.
And yeah, like Smooth said, he's gonna peep and see if Stellar Blade is great. So yeah, let's compare notes later, Smooth. I want to know your opinion. I'll be curious. And he says Bayonetta 3 is rough visually. I hope Sega will re-release 2 and 3 on PC at some point. Did they not? It's only the first one, right?
I've talked about this before, but super quickly, I know Kamiya is no longer with the company, but I love Bayonetta so much. Sega is only responsible for the first game, and that's why that one gets re-released all the time. Kamiya and Platinum Games have gotten a lot of shit for making Bayonetta 2 and 3 exclusive. to Nintendo, but Sega's got nothing to do with it. And Kamiya, being the beautiful blunt man that he is, he said pretty much, if it wasn't for Nintendo, there would be no Bayonetta 2 or Bayonetta 3. These games are Nintendo games, period. So they're never going to get re-released anywhere. They wouldn't have existed if it wasn't for Nintendo. Sega was done with Bayonetta 1, and Nintendo was like, fuck, this is good. We will do 2 and 3. So maybe we'll get a port on the Switch 2 in the future. That would be fucking great. But Kamiya is no longer at Platinum Games, so I don't know. But I am super looking forward to playing it. Visuals aside, as long as the gameplay is tight, it's fine. Because Bayonetta for me has never been like a visually stunning game. DMC 5 is very visually stunning, and even though I'm a Bayonetta simp, I will say that DMC is the prettier looking of the two. But Bayonetta, for its gameplay and fluidity and tightness, is just lovely. So
I still need to find time to sit and chat with Dude, even if it's just in like, you know, a chat while we're streaming or something. I want to know what he thinks of DMC5, because that's what I've been looking forward to, is him playing DMC5. To me, that is the pinnacle of this genre. That is the best you can get. But I haven't played through all of Bayonetta, so it's a weird judgment call. That's just my opinion so far.
Yeah, for me, it's Bayonetta is the peak, and that's why my spectacle fighter journey, because I've never beaten a Devil May Cry game, but I am going to beat Bayonetta 3, and then I will go through the Devil May Cry games. At least 5. I don't know if I'm going to pull a Dude and go through them all, but I at least want to play 5. But I might go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I don't like the PS3 one, as we know. The reboot, but I do think there might be a chance you do. So I wouldn't want to like stand in the way of you trying that game, because I do think you might like it. I would recommend you at least see it for yourself. But DMC5 to me is the pinnacle of it. I'm going to speed run through a few more of these so we can get to our news, because we know we're going to rant and rave about the news. Hello, Flame Mage. Nice to see you. And Smooth says Dragon Ball Sparking is a reboot of Tenkaichi Budokai. Imp has Dark Tide. He wants to go back to it soon. He hasn't touched in a while. And Smooth says Dark Tide is a fun time if you play it with people you know. Otherwise, it sucks a lot, sadly, which I always have a problem with. Better with friends games, personally.
I had fun random, but a lot of people aren't like me. I like playing Helldivers with randos. I like playing Deep Rock with randos. I like the chaos of dropping in a random party. So that's not a problem for me. For me, it was really the optimization, the lack of content, and the final nail in the coffin was the community manager.
Insidious had the soundtrack on in the background a little bit ago, so I guess he agrees with you. It's a good soundtrack, which now I'm curious. I'm gonna have to listen to it after the stream.
Oh, you've heard, I've worked out to it. You've heard the Dark Tide.
Oh, I've heard it.
It's amazing.
Yeah. I'll take a listen.
Devil May Cry 5 and Dark Tide are the two games that I don't play actively, that I listen to constantly. The soundtracks about those games are
but
amazing.
Devil May Cry 5 is not even the pinnacle of like Devil May Cry music. Like there's so much that's good in the earlier games too. I've shown you before. I know, like you're probably so tired of this conversation with me, but like there's so much that's good about Devil May Cry. So I'll make sure you add those other ones to your playlist. James still needs to play Vanquish, says Nerdy Neo.
Yes,
and Smooth says gaming community managers a disease, especially in modern gaming. Absolutely. Imp says community managers need a completely different skill set. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day we'll get into a deeper conversation about that, because I don't want to take the auction out of the room today, but I think there is a lot of stuff that could improve in some of the roles that we appoint in video games. I'd be interested to have a discussion with people on that.
Community managers have destroyed so many games I've otherwise loved. Like I can't tell you how many fights I've gotten into in the Steam forums with community managers.
I genuinely think part of this is the hiring practices in the gaming industry. I think that there's a lot of issues, but I look at it on a hiring perspective and a training perspective. I don't think these companies are equipped to train certain roles that are essential to their company. And a community manager often replaces the CEO in that role. Yeah. Usually it's the CEO or maybe the customer support person or something, right? But you usually have someone that's very intimate and close with
Melee Jim Jam Sterling tip $1.55. Confession time.
Okay.
I picked up the Stephanie character because I haven't seen the old stubby shell ale since the 360 launched.
No!
Fuel reigns supreme.
Oh my God.
Much like the Taco Bell nachos of the same name.
Oh!
Now I'm Goth Mrs. Doubtfire.
Oh!
Two McChickens from death.
I just thank you so much, Melee
Thank
Jim Jam
you.
Sterling. I just want to say at SGC 2013, I met Jim Sterling, now aka Stephanie McMahon. That's an insult to Stephanie McMahon because in 2013 she was peak. But yeah, thank you so much, Jim Jam Sterling. How's the pregnancy going? It's about as real as Jean Grey's pregnancy in X-Men
That
97.
fucking clip where people find out the pregnancy.
I'm having a baby, I am, and you might be the father. In fact, if you're a bigot, I will name you the father because my body thinks I'm having a baby because I had 2 McChickens and I shoved them up my ass. Riveting content. Riveting content. It's not too far off from the content I do here, but that's fine.
Oh my god. But yeah, so I do think that CEOs, they're very close to their community at first, and then as their company grows, they tend to like hire out, and then the community manager is one of the biggest things they have to alleviate because that's the direct to feedback, and they need to work on other things. So that person tends to like it's a high trust role, like I said, but they also like they're not usually equipped for it because the CEO is very in tune with every part of the business, and they don't necessarily know how to train someone to take over what they do naturally.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, we can have a industry type discussion with people in the future sometime, but I do think there's a lot of rules that need to change. All right, almost done here. And Neo says, did James just suggest play a version of a game that doesn't have achievements? Yes, we're not achievement hunters. What?
I was looking at the achievement list for Battlefront Collection, and I'm like, I fucking have gotten all of these before, and now I have to play the shitty version to get them all again, because no other version had achievements, but then I looked at the list, and I'm like, I've literally done all of this already. So, fuck off.
Smoo wants to let us know that
Uh-oh.
Melee Jim Jam Sterling tip $1.55. I had to take abortion pills called X-Lax in revolt against the Supreme Court. It looks like the father was Terry Crews and multiple ears of corn.
No! You know what? You know who I think the father was? Oh my god. I think I will just play it for a second. Here, hold on. I think Maury, let's find out who was the father. If it looks like Terry Crews and it had lots of corn, I believe I have found the father, everybody. Let's hit it.
I am the great mighty Pooh, and I'm going to throw my shit at you.
There you go. We knew it. The father is the great mighty Pooh, everybody. So now in your head, you can imagine Jim Jam Sterling in all of its glory making sweet, hot love to the great mighty Pooh. Extras here. Thank you so much, Extra, saying, James, look up Mari64. Okay, I'm going to as Kay finishes these chats and we get into it.
Smooth says, I agree with Kay on DMC5, and that's why Capcom will have a hard time following up on that game. Completely agree. But you said another comment earlier. Jesper... Who is the person that worked on the soundtrack? Jesper Kidd? Jesper Kidd did the soundtrack of Dark Tide. He did Assassin's Creed music too. And then Nerdy Neo thinks he died, so now everyone in chat is like, is he alive or not?
I looked ahead. He is fine.
Yeah, he's fine. Good to hear. And then yeah, DMC5 is great, says Smoo. Bayo 3 is rough. And Nerdy Neo says Vanquish is underrated. And then BDJ came in. How you doing? Smoo said, remember Skullgirls, James?
Oh, yeah. You know what I love? Like, these developers, when they fuck over... Here's the thing. When these people fuck over their games, be it Dark Tide, be it Skullgirls, be it Suicide Squad or whatever, all I go is like, oh, good. Because there's too many fucking games out there. I can now cross one off the list. I cannot play this one. For example, I was always planning on doing a Postal run-through on this channel. And because I loved Postal. And then all that shit, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'm not gonna now. I don't need to play Postal ever again. I've got an infinite number of fucking games I can play. I can get to those. Games that are more deserving. Games from developers that will actually be happy that we're streaming their game. So, like, you know, like we played Billion Beat, and how fucking cool was that? That ended up being a great fucking game.
That was great.
Yeah, keep ruining games. I will just go
Dungeon's
great.
here as well. I don't know if I missed you earlier, Dungeon. How you doing?
How's it going, Dungeon 00X?
Vanquish and Bayonetta. All right, you show your clip, and then I'll catch up with the rest of chat later. Because, yeah,
Let's
you guys
do it,
are
chat.
popping off.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, by the way. There are 22 of you watching on YouTube,
22.
and there are 10 on Rumble. That is crazy.
And Twitch.
Crazy, crazy.
We love our Twitch
And
people.
Twitch has got 3. Oh, my God. And then
dolphin
Kick
porn.
is...
It's dolphin porn.
Kick's got the one dolphin guy.
All right. With this, Kay, let's kick off. What the fuck is going on in gaming?
When it comes to 1-year-old Dante, Pierre, you are the
And then silence.
There you go. It's time. All right. Now, we promised that
God.
we would be getting to video game news. Good old-fashioned video game news that's fun and wholesome for the ages. And then just as I finished, I took 3 hours to prepare this show.
Oh my God, it took so long to prep for this today, only because like we've been collecting so much news over the past 2 weeks. And we tried to even cover some of it like with the Melee KO, and then I've talked about some on Twitter enough that I was like, we don't even need to do the story because we talked about it enough. And I went on other shows and we were talking about some stuff there, so I'm like, okay, let's just slash that. And still, there's so much, and we literally, James and I had finalized the list. James was like, okay, can you make sure like you like this order or whatever? Sealed it all in, and then we look and we're like, this has to be our main story.
Before we get into
This
that,
has to be a big story.
Extra, you madman, thank you so much. He gifted me a game, Kay. Maniac, and he just said looks like one it looks like one you'd enjoy. Extra, thank you so much. And I don't know anything about this game, but it actually does look up my alley. Extra, you're the freaking best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
What a lad. We love Extra. He's seriously one of the funniest guys on the internet. Go give Extra some love. Now, let's get into the news. So, 3 hours of prep on today's show, 3 hours of fun. Got fucking derailed because of this guy again. Bryant Francis cropped up in my feed, and I'm like, oh good, this guy. Now before we get into this news article, which I have yet to read, I'm going to read it with all of you guys and react to it. The reason we're going into this is all I did was read the headline. Silence from Sony, Remedy, and other studios could worsen harassment campaign. And I said, Jesus fucking Christ. And if you are thinking, hey, is history repeating itself? Is this something we already heard? Yes, it is. This is March 28th. Today this came out. This is the same guy. The guy that wrote the Why Are Valve and Discord Permitting Harassment Against Sweet Baby Inc., which we talked about. It's the same guy. So this one didn't work. This obvious bait to peer pressure Valve and Discord into shutting down Cabrutus's Discord page and his Steam Curator page. That's what this is targeting. That's the point of this fucking article, is that he wants to put pressure and act like he has the moral high ground to these companies. That didn't work. So he's fucking back today and changing targets, because no bad tactics, only bad targets. Am I right? Oh my God. Why don't you go ask my skeptics or ask, what was it? Ask my fucking scientists. They're in the Discord. Okay. So let's get into this. His peer pressure didn't work last time, so now he has moved over to targeting Sony, Remedy, and everyone else in the industry to target people instead. Dr. Rachel Cowart of Take This breaks down how extremist groups take advantage of the reluctance of some companies to stand up to online harassment.
Does everyone know the Rachel Cowart thing by now? I think most people do. I just want to make sure we have the background. But Take This is that the whole response to Gamergate 2 thing, and it was funded by the DHS. So just to give people background on that in case they've missed it.
Cool. No, thank you. And yeah, feel free to interject as I read through this, because I'm reading it for the first time. At a glance, a recent harassment campaign targeting narrative consultancy firm Sweet Baby Inc. has been met with silence by its partners. Oh, so it's asking for the people that employ Sweet Baby to shut it down now. This is despite the campaign's organizers spreading misinformation about how their games were made. All it does is say, oh my God, just even at the fucking glance, all it says is the Sweet Baby worked on this game. And now this article is saying, hey, games that worked with Sweet Baby, you should go attack the misinformation. What's the misinformation? The fact that you worked with Sweet Baby. But we did work with Sweet Baby.
Yeah, it's like illogical. Like, what? You literally...
Oh, like, God.
What, you're going to go up to the people that made Alan Wake and be like, oh, we never worked with you. What are you talking? Like, what? I'm confused. I already don't understand.
So is this article going to be pretty much threatening them to lie? Let's keep reading.
Is that what they're saying, though? Or
we got to find out
the whole article, because I don't think that's what they're saying necessarily.
This is despite the campaign's organizers spreading misinformation about how the games were made. Failing to speak up could fuel further threats and harassment. There hasn't been any in the first place. It's called a little fun on the internet. Says Take This research director, Dr. Rachel Cowart. Let's get to the article. Dr. Rachel Cowart is literally at the center of a mass conspiracy theory. In a conversation at the 2024 Games Developer Conference, she pulled out her phone. Oh, this is amazing. And shared an image of a red string case board assembled by a... Yo, thank you so much. Gaming with Smoo just subscribed. Oh, I know that man. That beautiful Smooster.
Thank you
so much, Smoo. By an unnamed participant in an ongoing harassment campaign against narrative consultant studio Sweet Baby Inc. The conspiracy in question has to do with a mission to promote a, quote, political agenda on game developers through threats and intimidation. The agenda is supposedly that Sweet Baby and other organizations are dictating these companies include characters from diverse backgrounds in their games. Cowart name is near the center of the board. Strings connected to her video game mental health nonprofit Take This, where she serves as the research director, to media outlet Kotaku, where she does not work, though she was profiled by the site in 2023. And then things get out of hand. The strings link her to the United Nations, which they've all done speeches at the UN, the British Parliament, and the government of Brazil, all through her membership in Extremism in Gaming Research Network. Say this word for me, Kay.
What is the word?
Tangential. I did it.
Tangent. Where are you reading this?
Tangential.
Just, we're going with your pronunciation.
Links between these groups became hotspots for conspiratorial activity, creating an implication that Cowart has influence.
Tangential.
Thank you. Has influence over the entire governments to push an agenda. It's much easier to target a single person than an organization, Cowart explained. Since Take This spoke out against the harassment campaign and offered resources for affected individuals, she faced a barrage of death threats and hate mail that have shaped how she goes out in public and even navigated GDC. And then notice that there was no proof or evidence of this. It's just...
No, there never is.
There never is.
There
it's
fucking
just,
is.
Yeah, no, harassment, death threats, all this stuff. Where? Oh, it's there. If you question it, that is the harassment. The conference provided her with an extra security detail. Oh, I'm sure. They seem to have glommed onto me in particular because I have been doing work for the last couple of years funded by the Department of Homeland Security.
Well, isn't that strange that people are a little bit weirded out by you working with the Department of Homeland Security? Wow, how dare we point that out? Yeah, that's really something we shouldn't mention or think about. Are you fucked in the head? Actually, yes, you are. I don't even know why I'm asking this fucking question. It's rhetorical.
I can't
It's a rhetorical question.
Every single time. Every single time. I loved a meme that I saw on television.
What? Why don't, like, it's like, oh, well, I'm a glowy. Why are they pointing it out? And it's like, because you glow, you dumb fuck.
I saw a meme on Telegram that was so funny. It was pretty much, it was just 2 sentences, and it was, Brazilian man doesn't like video game. The ADL is now involved. Like... It's insane. It's
literally
insane.
Like
All right, let's keep reading this glow in the dark article here. That research is, ironically enough, about online extremism in video game spaces. In 2022, Cohort told game developer that rising occurrences of hate, harassment, and extremist radicalization within these spaces have personal and societal repercussions on safety and well-being, including mental health. Now
here's my problem with this, okay? Because they don't, like, they try to make it seem like it's this huge fucking thing. Like, there's violence, there's blood in the streets, everyone's fighting. Felicia Day's crossing the street as she sees the Call of Duty shirts. It's crazy out there, okay? Right? And then all they say is mental health. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, anytime you ask for an actual legitimate example of what's going on to them, at the end of the day, it's mental health.
To these people, questioning them is harassment. Memes are violence.
Yes! How many times have I been accused of, like, literally, James, you've seen all the Twitter battles I've been in? How many times have I been accused of harassment and all of this shit from these people? For what?
Yeah.
I don't agree with you. The gaming industry is fine. We're having a great time. The gaming industry itself is not fine, but gamers are fine. We're having a good time.
They
and
paint
you guys are here
it
to fucking
like
shit
it
on
is
the
a
party.
war zone. And
Yeah.
then it's like, so why are you in it then? If this is so traumatizing and horrible and nightmarish for you, you think more of you people would quit. But instead, more of you and more of you and more of you are coming in, and then you force us out. If this was so damaging and horrible, you think you would, like, decide, fuck it, I'm gonna go work at Starbucks. Fuck it. Like, this ain't worth it.
But here's the thing, like, everything, like Smooth said, my day job is mentally exhausting. Like, everyone's gonna have different battles they go through, right? So no matter what, you're gonna have a job that's mentally exhausting. The thing that I think these people take really personally is because we're critical of the products that they're putting out there, right? That's affecting their mental health because their insecurity rises as we say, this is garbage. We don't like this. We don't like that. Do this instead. But they don't take the feedback. They double down. That's the problem. They go, no, you're the problem. We're not the problem. We're building whatever the hell we want. Too bad you don't want it. Don't buy it. Okay, we will not buy it then. And then they keep
that's
crying.
harassment too.
Yeah, and then that's harassment. And then that's the problem is that they're looking at it purely as a business. And a lot of us are looking at it as like, this is a hobby that we enjoy. This is our entertainment. This is our escapism. We relate to this. There's people I've spoken to that are like, games pretty much saved my life. And that's like a common story at this point. It's like, it means something to a lot of people. And then you have these other people coming in and they just want the money, right? They just want the money, the fame, the easy ride, and then they actually get the feedback and the criticism, and that to them is harassment, that you're pointing out, we want something good.
Yeah.
That's the mental health problem that they're having.
Yep. They seem to have glommed onto me in particular because I've been... Oh, yeah, I read that part. Let's see here. Where I was somewhere around here. Including my mental... Yeah, she is now, unfortunately, living proof of her own words, even though she's not. You've not shown any proof. What, her existing is proof? Get the fuck out of here. Though Cohort seemed indubitably shaken over her experience, she had a broader concern. Individual developers.
JT Epsilon came in with the $2 saying, damn Carl and his white people.
Oh! Yeah, that's right. Over
Oh
here,
God.
you are seeing the brown leader of the white race. How's it go?
Feels good being the brown leader. I mean, just before this podcast, somebody was getting mad at me and saying, well, if you're a POC woman that hasn't experienced anything, then why don't you just shut up about it then? That's literally the argument I was just saying.
Hey, you are literally the brown gaming Lisan Al-Gaib, the outsider that has come to lead us all and make video games great once more. Arrakis will be beautiful, and so will gaming, Kay, under your brown leadership for all us white men.
Your whole like Dune speech, what is the one, you know what I'm talking about? Because so originally Warthog called me Klaus, and this all originated from they were trying to figure out if they can call me if they can call me by my first name, which I'm like, yeah, you absolutely can. My name is Charisma. I don't hide
Your
that.
name
it's just
was Charisma, but to us,
Melee. Yes,
okay,
exactly. But my point. Let me finish this. So Melee K is the moniker I went with because I thought that was just easier for people. I don't mind if anyone calls me Charisma. That is my real name. I have my face, my name out there, everything. I'm not afraid of it. And obviously, when you guys tip, you see that my name is there, so you know my name. But people were asking, and I thought that was polite and kind of them to be like, is it okay if we call you Charisma or what? And I'm like, yeah, of course. But then I said, you can call me whatever you want. So Warthog was like, well, I'm going to call you Klaus then. And then now there's a whole thing about me being Carl. So I thought of that whole, you know what speech I'm talking about in Dune.
You were called Charisma, but to us and to only us, you will be called Carl. And to the outside world, you will be called the White Gamer Al-Haib. Lisan Al-Gaib of the White Gamer.
That's what I was thinking about.
Oh my god, that's so funny. And it works perfectly because all these people are like Shia LaBeouf. They're big ass ugly worms that don't shut their big fucking gaping mouths. Oh god. I think Shia LaBeouf the worm is more fuckable than Alyssa Mercante. Let's just say that. I would rather use a giant fucking dune worm as a fleshlight than bang anyway.
Well, that's why the popcorn bucket exists. Anyways, go on with your...
All right, let's keep... What is this show? What is
Thank
this
you
show?
again, JT. And yes, I damn Carl and his white people.
Ah, Carl. Only we shall call you Carl. The Harkonnen are not allowed to call... It's so good. It's so good. Thank you so much, JT. Oh god, I'm crying. Yes, keep reading this fucking shitty article. Ah! Living proof. Yeah, fuck you. Though Cohort seemed undoubtedly shaken over her own experience, not stirred, she had a broader concern. Individual developers at the companies Sweet Baby has consulted have spoken up in their defense, fueling even more harassment, but their employers have not. Dun 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 dun. Maybe it's because they realized they made a fucking mistake financially, running in with like the most volatile and financial suicide company there is in the entire industry. So maybe they don't want to come to your defense because then that's just bleeding money. You fucking idiots. As she mentioned in her GDC micro talk, given shortly before we spoke, her research indicates that silence is not a consequence of free act. It is truly unfathomable in current year that senior leadership has not addressed this harassment. They have become complicit in this by not speaking out, she said to the crowd. Yes, this good old-fashioned argument that if you don't speak, you are actually just as bad as the people perpetuating shit against you.
I hate this argument so much. It's the you're with us or against us, and silence is violence type shit.
Yes.
Go fuck yourself. Seriously, fucking middle finger.
So this is the whole point of this article, is to put pressure now on every company that has worked with Sweet Baby to say, you have to go after Cabrutus, you have to go after the gamers, you have to go against everybody, us, you guys in chat, all of us. And if you don't, you're just as bad as them. This is a fear tactic, and you know how Kim Belair is. This is they don't even have their fucking projects anymore on Sweet Baby, do they? Oh no, they're there. Okay.
They have some, I think, not everything.
They've changed shit around. So yeah, that's what this is saying right here, is that these companies, so Sony, Remedy, all this shit, Warner Brothers, they all have to go after us as well to show a unified front. So they need to disavow all of us. You know, the actual customers of their games that they burnt bridges with already. Yeah, that would be fucking smart, you stupid bitch. Anyway, in our conversation, Cohort added more context to her presentation and again urged major studios, publishers, and platform owners, so that would be like Valve, Sony, Microsoft, to step up, or the problem could become worse. Is that a fucking threat? Is this a fucking threat right here?
I kind of consider it one, because they're making this article, and like, it's this guy specifically did the same thing with the whole Discord thing, right, with Valve. But it's very much like your inaction has consequences, which, by the way, Kim Belair also made this argument pretty much with the tell your marketing team, sit them down with a coffee. It's like insane. Well, like, what do they mean? Okay, I just want to read this again. In our conversation, Cohort added more context to her presentation and again urged major studios, publishers, and platform owners to step up, or the problem could become worse. What do they mean by the problem? That's the key wording there,
Us.
because if they're saying
We're the
problem, are they saying that like us criticizing is only going to get more intense unless the studios stand up for those people,
It's a
or
fear
are they
tactic.
saying that they're going to create the problem? Either way, it's a fear tactic.
Yeah, it's 100% a fear tactic to say if you don't do something, if you don't stand with us, the gamers are going to get worse. They're going to get more volatile, and they're going to harass all of you. They came and attacked poor little sweet baby. They attacked them. Look how innocent they are, destroying everything in the industry amongst all the other studios that are just like Sweet Baby. You're next if you don't stand with us and wipe them out. And whether that means speaking out against us, banning them from our games, you know, just completely committing financial suicide for all these studios, which they've already been doing, but she is looking to rapidly accelerate that. Because for her, it's not about making a quality product that customers and gamers want to buy. It's about the agenda. It's about pushing an agenda and shoving it into everyone's face.
Well, with
she doesn't
Rachel,
care. But all these other
with
studios...
Rachel specifically, does she even do anything with the actual games themselves? I think she's just there as like... It's more of a political figure, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
I don't know what Rachel actually does.
I'm not sure, but we're going to get into a little blurb I found about her, but I would love to know more about her. Feel free to look up while we keep reading. Don't feed the trolls isn't always enough. When individual people are attacked by online harassment campaigns, wow, she makes us sound so professional. Online harassment campaigns. Meanwhile, I'm here quoting Dune shirtless and singing songs poorly. Going dark and not responding to the death threats and hate mail is a valid tactic, Cohort says. But when the groups on the sidelines say nothing, the consequences come quickly. What are the consequences? Us not buying your shitty product and laughing at you? Oh, no! The problem...
This sounds similar to like what Alyssa Mercante was trying to argue with Kotaku and being upset that Kotaku was trying to get them to write the stuff. The big thing that she had a problem with, besides obviously doing actual work and writing guides on video games, and you work for a fucking video game journalist company, is that they were not like embracing and standing up for her essentially, and that this move that they made was kind of like saying this was a, you know, we don't fully agree with this. It was like an implication that she felt. So it's the same thing that they're doing here now. They're saying it's like, well, if you're not standing up for us, and the implication is that you're not standing up for us.
If
and
you're
that
not with
you don't
me,
support it.
you're against me.
Yeah.
Only a journalist deals in absolutes. The problem is that when leadership is not speaking up, it sets and reinforces cultural norms. Listen to this fucking language, she explained. Just as when leaders ignore harassment or toxicity in the workplace, ignoring it in the communities around their company presents a message of tolerance for it as well. Yeah, exactly. Even when individual developers speak up, as some from both Marvel's Spider-Man 2 developer Insomniac Games and Alan Wake 2's Remedy Entertainment have, they have become isolated people that the campaign can rally against. Oh, yeah, heaven forbid us openly disagreeing with these people and sending them memes on Twitter.com. Rallying the Horde, well, at least he gave us a cool name now, Loktar Ogar, against individual ne'er-do-wells is a powerful sensation, especially when you feel you can legitimately bombard a person with harassment. Oh, God, I skipped ahead. That was a little slip there. It's why companies making these statements, and not just CEOs, is important. Cohort downplayed the idea that someone like Ted Price, CEO of Insomniac Games, the studio behind Marvel Spider-Man 2, should make that individual stand, and that it should rather be Sony or Insomniac that sends that message. Or Remedy Entertainment, or Ubisoft, or Rocksteady. These are, I'm sure Rocksteady can really afford that right now. These are among the many companies that have contracted Sweet Baby for their services. It's tempting to ignore ridiculous lies. Okay, now this is turning into an article about Todd Howard. Some well-meaning developers and executives expressed to the GDC that their lies fueled by the ongoing campaign were so ridiculous that responding, in turn, risked giving them more oxygen. In a sentiment that comes from a well-meaning place, let's say a game industry professional with zero ties to the victim of death threats and harassment heard the claims made by the campaign's organizers about a political agenda and instantly knew how ridiculous and hateful they sounded. Once they recognized that their peers felt the same way about the claims, they could easily assume that the claims aren't spreading or don't have an impact. and from there, they don't see a reason to say anything about it themselves. It's an assumption, Cohort says, that's inaccurate. It's important to understand that when these things happen, there is a weird assumption that what happens online seems magically convinced within the invisible walls of the internet, she observed. But victims' distress is still very real. Cohort was glib about appearing on the case board, but admitted she was distressed by the image, and the paranoia over the threats she received is seeping into her daily life too. I was very convinced that someone was following me home the other day. This fucking paranoid. Bitch, I don't even know who you are. I don't know what you look like. She said, referring to a driver whose car happened to mimic her route on a drive home. Rent-free, everybody. We are living so rent-free. You send these people a Pepe, and suddenly they lose their minds. They can't eat their cereal without thinking about us.
She literally is making thing up. Like, you're making things up at this point. And how
this is their definition of harassment, by the way.
This is
their own thoughts. Their headmates.
They're gonna cite this as a thing of harassment now. They're absolutely going to cite this as a moment of harassment. Oh, yeah.
And it's her own brain.
It's her own brain being paranoid. The internet's not fucking real life. There's not people in cars driving behind you. I don't even know what she looks like. How many people do? I don't think a lot of people do.
How long until the equivalent of blocking in real life, instead of blocking on Twitter, is getting a fucking lobotomy for these people? This is incredible. She's literally citing harassment as her own thoughts. She believes she was followed home, therefore harassment in her own fucking brain. Insomniac has to tell off the gamers and burn their whole company to the ground because of my thoughts. You're not Jean Grey.
God, it just hurts my brain
this
so much.
This is insane.
This is why I constantly push back and I say, what is the proof? What is the harassment? Because the harassment to them is the distress of what could happen to them because of the words said to them. That's the thing. That's the fucking thing. This to her is an action against her, and it's not, and she's going to say, if you push on it, it's not about the fact that obviously nothing did happen, but the fact that I have to worry about that because of what people are saying to me online, that it's always something, you know, like
artificial harassment,
try to make it way more dramatic. This is literally I'm gonna go on a Felicia Day rant. This is literally what I fucking hate about Felicia Day, with her stupid fucking thing with, oh, look at me, I'm walking on the street, and if I see a white male with a Call of Duty shirt, I'm gonna cross the street, I'm so afraid. And it's like you're literally like creating this narrative in your fucking head. You're creating a narrative in your fucking head. Nobody walking down the street in a fucking Call of Duty shirt is gonna do anything to you, you fucking retard. You dumb fucking bitch. The only reason you're famous is because of the men in the Call of Duty shirts! The only reason you have any money at all is because of those men walking down the street with the Call of Duty shirts. That's it. That is why. And then now, obviously, the industry is more diverse now, blah, blah, blah. So now you've got women fans. And where do you think all of this began? Do you really think that your audience was originally all of these, like, oh, look at all these buddies I have in the industry, blah, blah, blah. No, it was the people back in, before probably a lot of us were even born, that were making games, playing games, cared about the actual games. They built this industry from the ground up. And then eventually, Felicia Day walks in, and she's able to benefit off of the backs of all of those people building all these great things and be like, oh, look at me, I'm a nerd. Oh my god.
But it's not just Felicia Day. This is how they all think.
But the thing is, Felicia Day is popular because men found her quirky and attractive. It was not the female audience. It was like, oh my god, I love Felicia Day. She's totally me. That came later. Okay? The first thing that happened was men in Call of Duty shirts being like, oh, look, it's a gamer girl. Simps.
Yes.
Simps are at fault. Fuck you, Simps. You're responsible for
I want to know
Day.
if Dr. Cohort has any Simps. I bet you not, but I don't even know how she looks. But anyway, I do want to see, like, can you just imagine? I want to see memes of people, like, chasing her down in the car.
Paul says, guys, I'm wearing a Call of Duty shirt driving behind her.
Oh my god, it's Paul! After him.
Yes. Oh no, Imp brought up the guild. I fucking hate the guild. I don't
God.
want to date your fucking avatar, you stupid fucking bitch. You're fucking ugly.
I want to get those
Fucking
memes
hate you.
of like how to come onto a woman, full sprint at her in the middle of the night, but just have like a photo of Dr. Cowart, just like me sprinting at her. You're ruining the industry.
God. Yes, Flame H said if Felicia made her entire career off of Nerds Back, so scummy. Also, she sucked ass in Supernatural.
You fucking emo cocksuckers.
Fuck the
Perfect
Alliance. Metal Shred Freak coming in with a raid of 6.
Thank you, sir.
How's it going, Metal Shred Freak? We are stalking doctors, women, and game journalists in the middle of the night, running at them full sprint.
Rent fucking free.
Will you sprint at me? Sprint with me at women?
Tip $1. You leave Felicia Day alone. I'm keeping my eyes on you all. I totally want to date her avatar in Minecraft, if you catch my drift.
Thank you so much, Sim Black Belt. Look,
but
if you can tame the beast known as Felicia Day, all the more power to you.
No one can, okay? She's a fucking dumb bitch.
Metal Shred Freak
there's
says,
few people I hate worse. Like she's like in my top 5 most hated people.
I know.
I fucking hate her.
Metal
You know how much grief she has caused me as a female gamer? You want to talk about somebody who's caused me grief as a fucking female gamer? It's people like fucking Felicia Day who created this whole like fucking movement of being a gamer girl and be like, ooh, look at me, I'm cute and I totally play games. I'm gonna put like a controller in my mouth and look sexy and show my tits. She's the reason why we have Twitch thoughts, okay?
Okay, Kate.
She's one of the first ones.
Can you tweet Felicia Day right now and challenge her to a boxing match already?
If Felicia Day wants to box me, I'll probably lose because I'm tiny. Not, you know, I'm short.
Go for the ankles.
I'll go for the ankles, but I would still show up. I don't care if it means I take a punch to the face just to spit on her shoes afterwards. I would fucking do it.
Perfect. You're like a little goblin. You can get there and go, rah, rah, rah.
Yeah.
I believe in you.
I'm sorry.
Carl.
I just, that's not even my whole rant on Felicia Day. I'm going to stop here because we have other more important news and she's a fucking irrelevant, but I fucking hate her.
Shred Freak says it's like when you're hunting Twitch streamers on DBD. Yeah, I will stalk you and chase you down. Doctor, wait, what's your name again? I've already forgotten your name. That's how much I care about stalking you.
Cowart?
Dr. Cowart. I am going to stalk you and hunt you down in Dead by Daylight. I will stalk any journalist and I will follow them. Anyone that works for Sweet Baby in Dead by Daylight. So there we go. There we go. Now we have a new in Minecraft. There we go. Perfect, right?
Perfect. And it's back to the article.
And also, Kay is going to fist fight Felicia Day.
I hate Felicia Day. I don't get me started. Again.
Where was...
Just
I don't even remember where I...
Please
yeah, okay, the car thing.
I hate Felicia Day.
Oh my god, she reproduced. One of her kids was in the car with her and asked why she suddenly led them on a different route home to shake the possible pursuer.
Oh my god,
Even
you're harassing our family, our children, our husbands, our wives. Everyone is being harassed by this magical boogeyman.
Even her kid is calling her out for being a fucking idiot. Even her kid is like, Mom, the McDonald's is that way, Mom. Mom, you promised me a Happy Meal, Mom. And it's like, don't worry, baby. We're going to order you a Happy Meal. But I have to shake the evil gamer gator. He's on our tail. Mom, there's no one behind us. I wanted to go say hi to Grimace. Can I go say hi to Grimace?
Have a good night, Nerdy Neo.
Have a good night, Nerdy Neo. Thank you for hanging out, buddy. Can you just imagine? Can you fucking imagine? Like, even all this is telling me is that even her kids think she's fucking insane. Oh my god. Clearly, nobody's following me home, she said with she said with frustration. But she admits her harassment is not real. Clearly, nobody's following me home, she said with frustration. But in that moment, she was convinced, and the spread of the lies and barrage and of death threats was very, very real. But no proof. Look, guys, please. This article is the silver bullet.
Have a good one, Jake. See you later.
Thanks you so much, Jake. This article is the silver bullet right here. They're claiming harassment. They're claiming death threats. They're claiming all this stuff, and they're asking everyone to target us in this very article. And their evidence is nothing apart from their own thoughts. And not only that, they have the audacity to admit that it's not real. In this very article, This one article is all the proof you need.
And we have to remember, too, this was happening at GDC. This conversation. This was happening where it was the industry hanging out together. So it's very clear, like, in my opinion, it's a call to action.
Look at this article. They're asking for a call to action for the entire industry to stand up against gamers. Why? Because of harassment and death threats and stalking. Where's the proof of this? Well, I was followed home. Were you? No, but I believed I was. That, please go attack your entire audience now, based on the fact that I am a paranoid freak. Thank you. That was my TED Talk.
That was way better than the other one. The one I had to fucking sit through the other day. I'd rather listen to your TED Talk.
Yeah, well, I won't strike you down. Is anyone else hearing the words coming out of this woman's mouth that this journalist, Baguette, is writing? This is insane. This is all you need to know. If you ever wake up and you think about all the shit we're talking and all this stuff and all this effort, if you ever think, am I wrong? If you ever start to have doubt and you're like, are these guys right? Am I an asshole? Am I the baddie? Just go read this article again. This is our fucking enemies, people. We live rent-free in their brains just for having discussions about video games on the internet and pointing out who works on what games, to the point where they're asking a total takedown of us based on paranoia that doesn't exist, and they know it doesn't exist, but they're still going to use it as an example of why we should be targeted. Let's finish this shit. Oh my god.
It's fucking unbelievable.
There is proof that studios speaking up works. Cohort, yeah, it'll tank them. Cohort was generally frustrated at how the video game industry seems to have learned so little from the events of Gamergate in 2014. Ride never fucking ends. But there was one major turning point from that year that seems to be regularly forgotten. Game studios did begin speaking up about online harassment, and the first large one was Blizzard Entertainment. Oh, Blizzard.
You're gonna use Blizzard as an example,
Blizzard.
You dumb fucking bitch.
Let's see how Blizzard's doing, everybody. Okay, I'm gonna go look over at Overwatch 2. Oh, no! Oh, no! Overwatch 2. Okay, what other game? Surely that was a one-off, right? That was a one-off. Let's check on Diablo. Diablo here. Oh, no! And it's gone up. Mixed. Oh, okay, but 2 games. Oh, that's the only 2 games they have. Then they have a bunch of DLC. Well, let's look. Maybe oh, God, 7%. 7%. Good example. Great example. The kings of the industry. Not at all laughing stock. Not at all a shell. Hey, Dr. Cohort, that's a great fucking example. Have you heard of the milk fridge? There's a bitter irony. Oh, here it is. There's a bitter irony in the fact that given the allegations later made in a since settled lawsuit filed by California regulators about sexual harassment and abuse at Blizzard, a woman fucking killed herself, by the way, over that. I just want to say a Blizzard employee. Blizzard was so fucked that a female employee committed suicide, but that's fine. But when the studio co-founder, Mike Morhaime, I never know how to say his name, addressed the crowd at the... Morhaime. Yeah, I think you're right. I just don't care to pronounce his name correctly because he's a piece of shit. Addressed the crowd at the opening ceremony for BlizzCon in 2014. He gave the most prominent condemnation of Gamergate seen by that point. And he said, over the last couple of months, a small group of people have been doing really awful things. They've been making some people's lives miserable, and they are tarnishing our reputation as gamers. He said, cheers from the crowd erupted as he proclaimed it's not right. Yeah, and guess what? I haven't given Blizzard money since.
They lost like their entire fan base through all of this.
They're a joke.
It's unbelievable because like at one point being a Blizzard fan was like the coolest thing ever.
They were PC gaming.
Like it was a lifestyle. It was like Steam is now like considered, the representation of PC gaming in my opinion, right? If you're to put yourself under one banner, even though that's not a game, it's just Steam as a whole kind of represents gaming. Blizzard used to be, you are somebody who actually like understands and cares about gaming if you are a Blizzard fan. That's somebody you go to as an expert essentially.
And now Blizzard fans don't exist.
and Blizzard fans don't exist. The only existence they might have is like some people that play Overwatch still that are pretty fucking paused, if you want to be honest. And they're people that are so out of touch with gaming, they don't realize things like TF2 exist and that there's actually a better game out there for them, for that audience. So it's just unbelievable that like they're using Blizzard as the example of this, just because it destroys their own argument. And anyone in the industry left that actually fucking cares about this industry, like anyone in the industry that understands how to run their business, will know that this is a big red flag. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people in these companies now who will just be like, "Oh my god, that's great that Blizzard blah blah blah."
And
they won't even think about it. But
and
the people that are like the old guard, they will understand what this means and realize that it's going to destroy them.
And this whole article is an outline pretty much for targeting. So at this point, they're threatening, they're using fear to target all the companies that work with Sweet Baby and demanding that they speak out against their enemies. And also now they're using, and again, the no proof of actual harassment or anything. The harassment is all in their fucking head. And with this, they're saying, look, see, Blizzard did it. Big name Blizzard, big studio Blizzard. Aren't they super successful, right? You can be just like Blizzard if you too speak out against these people. And it's insane. If any developers fall for this, they are fucking idiots.
Well, they don't understand the industry at the end of the day. If anyone falls for that, you can even just, as a business person, you can just simply look at like their equity and understand.
Just look at their Steam reviews like I just did immediately. Morahim's words were unspecific, a little late, and so even their one example they are seeing issues with. And maybe flawed, quote, tarnishing the reputation of gamers is low on the list of harm rendered by Gamergate's proponents. But the company deserves...
What does that sentence even fucking mean?
Oh, that we were the kings of bulliedom, that we destroyed the lands, that Gamergate was seen as the deep, dark war, and everyone that participated in it was a Dark Lord soldier. Yo!
Bobby Kotick tipped $13.13. I have always found that harassment is best when it is kept within the company and with a dash of the sexual variety.
Exactly! How stupid! That's like perfectly worded. Like, what the fuck?
This is insane, man.
Nice to hear the death of Yoda again.
Oh, I've missed
I was like, what is that?
Thank you so much, Bobby
Thank you so
Kotick.
much.
I promise that one day you are going to get a new Guitar Hero. It doesn't matter how many women kill themselves, how many women get harassed, how many times the milk fridge is raided. We need to get Bobby that Guitar Hero game, everybody. He loves his Guitar Hero, and we're going to get it. Even though he may or may not be with the company anymore. I don't fucking know. That man is like a cockroach. He keeps coming back, just like Randy Pitchford. Thank you so much, Bobby Kotick.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And it's perfectly worded.
The company deserves credit for weighing in at the moment when other studios remained silent, especially when it had not been a direct target. This is a long ass fucking article, but my god, in the months
These
before,
people are long-winded. It's their journal at this point. It's not even journalism. It's just a journal.
They don't pay for therapy. They can't afford it anymore. So this is what they do. In the months before, many major outlets have failed to cover the ongoing campaign, successfully blitzed by bad faith arguments about ethics in game journalism. Today, that phrase is a punchline. For 3 months, it was a sneering cover for death threats and harassment. Yeah, the harassment.
Bring me the proof.
Okay, we have the proof.
I will scream it to the high heavens. Bring me the proof.
The proof is she got not followed in the middle of the night when she was driving with her kid that just wanted McDonald's. Blizzard didn't end or even slow down Gamergate, but merely calling out the actions of a small group of people and saying it's not right showed how isolated and ill-motivated the campaign was. Really, it's so isolated that you have to constantly talk about it for 10 years. The number of people watching the opening ceremony and cheering at his words may very well have outnumbered Gamergate's rabid enforcers, and yet you are still talking about it. Why did Morahami choose to speak up? He hasn't addressed the topic since. Maybe he thought, as Cohort did, yeah, maybe it's because his HR manager recommended he did, and he just read a fucking script. You ever think about that? As Cohort did, that allowing harassment to thrive in game communities is bad for business. It's not. She shared data in another GDC session indicating that 6 out of 10 players say they'll play they'll play a game if it has a better reputation, and 6 out of 10 players won't spend money on a game if there are high rates of toxicity. I'm the opposite.
What is the data that they took, though? Is it from people like GDC? Is it like what? I want to see the actual fucking data behind this. That's the insane part. Is they'll just pull numbers out of their fucking asshole.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, oh yeah, it's
this,
totally
yeah.
this. And it's like, what does that mean though? Like, who are you counting in that? Are you counting mobile gaming? Like, what is your control group? We all learned this in high school, man. We learned this in elementary school. We were taught how to do this shit. And you can't even fucking like give me a simple like, this is the proof of that.
They could at least give us some Steiner math, but they don't even give us that.
No, they don't. They don't give any of it.
With the company about to reveal the existence of Overwatch, maybe there is an effort to embrace the game's hopeful tone and press against online toxicity. Yeah, it was super fucking hopeful to target your entire audience and pretty much say, fuck off, we don't want you. That worked out for you. Where was the Overwatch numbers again? Overwhelmingly negative. Oh! Or maybe he recognized what Cohort's research has been borne out, that such groups prey on isolated, vulnerable individuals, and as a speaker of a massive stage, as a speaker on a massive stage at Blizzard's flagship event, he could make a real difference. Hopefully, other leaders come to the same realization today. There's that call to action. For now, Cohort urges developers to seek resources if their company, I'm sorry, this article is killing me, if they're being harassed. And if those aren't available, Take This has prepared some that may help those affected by harassment and death threats through a dark moment. Disclaimer: the organizers of GDC provided additional security for the author of this piece while leading a session named GDC 101 following the publication of our earlier story on the harassment facing Sweet Baby Inc. Game developer and game developer conferences are sibling organizations under Informatech.
Oh my god, okay, there's so much in that disclaimer alone. Okay, first of all, they're protecting her like she's the fucking president of the United States at a gamers development conference.
Yeah.
Like, the conference is quite literally your own your coworkers.
Mm-hmm.
This is the industry event. There's not random video game players going to this event. You have to be in some sort of game company to attend.
Yeah.
Isn't that the whole fucking thing of GDC? And then they, at the very end, of course, disclose, but who the fuck these days even reads through a whole article? This is the thing that they prey on. People see a headline, and they maybe see the image, the first image, and that's all they fucking absorb from that conversation. The rest is maybe, like, hearing something in passing. How many people reach the fucking bottom and then see, oh, game developer and GDC are under the same umbrella?
Yeah. Also, that link brings us over to the Take This responding to Gamergate 2. That has been discussed at length. That was posted on March 11th.
That takes you to information on how to deal with harassment, which takes you to Crash Override, which is funded by Feminist Frequency. See how it all continues on to the shit?
Connected. Yep. Exactly. So, yeah, thank you, Bryant Francis, who we see here, that was at GDC. That was a great fucking article. Let's see if his next fear campaign works, where his examples of targeted harassment and threats is literally nothing. A woman believing that she's getting followed in the middle of the night and admits that she is not. She is just a paranoid freak. So, yeah, thank you, Brian Francis. This was the second time that he has tried to target developers to go after all of us. Let's see if it works this time. When it does, you will be able to point to this article where his evidence is fucking nothing. I also want to point out that someone under this post said, friendly reminder that Cohort works for a company that pushes DEI and has a vested interest in DEI continuing. When covering how this started, she sided with disinfo, claiming that Sweet Baby Inc. was innocent and merely randomly targeted by people. None of their employees have done anything. So there you go. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. just it's so tiresome. It's so fucking tiresome. That was insane.
It's this really weird thing that you're seeing in the entertainment industry where they're like cannibalizing everything because they think it's them against their customers. And this is the number one thing that I don't understand personally. You can disagree. You can choose to reassure yourself. I've said the whole thing before of, obviously when you're working on something, you're going to get a lot of criticism. That's just how it's going to go. And maybe you need to, in private, have your mom tell you, it's okay, sweetie, you did your best. Don't worry that everyone hates your game. But in public, act professional and appreciate your customers, and maybe you'll see sales. And the thing with the gaming industry is that you have like all these developers and you have all these consultants that are coming in, not even just talking about Sweet Baby. I'm just talking about like, oh, like let's make this industry profitable. As this industry becomes more profitable, you get all these different kinds of roles that come in that they don't even touch the fucking video game, and they're making comments like this.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like you're so out of touch. This has become its own like beast entirely. I just, it's insane, and I want to see the gaming industry improve, but I think it's getting a bit too large. It's going to be a really hard thing to fix.
These people are their own worst enemy.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's almost at the point where I want developers to be stupid enough to listen to this really bad advice so that they accelerate their downfall. Either that this is going to keep happening, and in 10 years, it's going to be even worse, just like it has been, because Gamergate was 10 years ago. Now we're 10 years ahead, and it's worse than it ever was, because we just laughed at them all 10 years ago, and, you know, all that happened is they hunkered down, they insidiously infected the entire industry, and then now it's worse than ever, and we're laughing at them again. So it's either in the next 10 years, it's going to get a whole lot worse, or it's going to get a whole lot better. And the way it gets a whole lot better is because these people aren't stopping. They don't care about money. They don't care about success. They care about their agenda. So they're going to keep pushing this in. They're going to keep shoving it in regardless of everything. So hopefully they keep tanking, because the only way that they're getting burned out of this industry is by total financial failure. That's why I recommend everyone, I can't, you know, you do what you want with your money, but I recommend if you are sick of this stuff, just like we are, you don't want to see it anymore, be smart with your purchases, vote with your wallet, and support good developers. And there's so many out there that actually deserve your money, and they deserve your time, and they would love to have you as a gamer, and they would love your criticism, and they'd love your critiques, and they would just be so happy to play your game. Like we said, we had the developer reach out to us just a couple weeks ago, the developer of this indie game, Billion Beat, and we streamed it. We did a whole stream on it, and the guy was so grateful, and he was so cool and so nice. And it's like, we're not a big show here or anything, but just having like 20 people look at his game, and, you know, he's a sincere guy that wants to make good indie games. He was so nice and thankful for that. Was it a perfect game? No, but it was pretty cool to see like an actual indie developer single-handedly making a game that was super funky and fun, and was a punch-out homage and everything.
And he didn't lash out when we were honest. Like, I think at some points you were saying like, oh my god, like you're getting frustrated because the game was kind of overly difficult. And you mentioned stuff, and there were bugs that came up, and you know, the most I saw him say, to be fully transparent, is, you know, like, it's my first game and all that kind of stuff. And I feel for that, but we're still going to be honest and tell you like what needs to improve. He didn't lash out at us, right?
You know what he did? He gave away free keys in our Discord.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Exactly.
So shout out to him, Billion Beat, over on Steam. When it goes on sale, you can get it for like $1. It's crazy. But yeah, those are the kind of guys you want to support, and that's what we're doing, and that's what we love doing at Melee Games. And if I can get to it, I want to shout out some more unknown games here today that I'm excited for. So yeah, I think enough of this shit. Let's move into some good gaming news. That was our little political look today, but
I do want to say one final thing in case people missed the Melee KO. Why isn't this guy talking about the fact that somebody apparently got roofied at GDC?
Yes.
Why are we talking about how the gamers are terrible and all this stuff? And it's like, at your fucking event. At your event, because you even put in your disclaimer that you work for a company that works with GDC, all this shit. Somebody got apparently roofied.
Yeah.
And they had a very awful experience, and I feel for that person, and I hope they're doing well now, and I don't want to politicize any of that. You know, like, I hope they're well. They just told their story and left it at that. But the only place I've seen report on it is GameSpot. And that was way later. Remember, James? I was, like, looking through a bunch of stuff, and I was trying to find articles. I couldn't, and then while I was live, you're like, oh, finally, there's an article up.
Yeah.
And that was the only place that I've seen it come up so far. It's a very buried story. Barely anyone's talking about it. You see, like, maybe a few people here and there talking on their, like, small personal accounts, being like, oh my god, something happened at GDC and it was scary.
So there is an example of actual harassment that you can measure.
This should be something that's blown up. Everyone should be talking about the fact that somebody got harmed at GDC.
Instead of...
And I'm not seeing it anywhere.
But you know what the issue is, okay? Disagreement on Twitter and memes. That's a bigger deal than getting date raped at a game.
It's so upsetting. It's honestly so upsetting. Like the test she was saying was like inconclusive.
We need the ADL and the government itself to come after memes. Didn't the girl get roofied? Ignore it. Don't worry about that. That's our side. No. Don't talk about that.
That's fucking crazy. And it like she was talking about how like San Francisco wasn't very supportive of her, and she tried getting all these tests, and then they wouldn't do the test properly for her, and then she finally got tests done, but they were inconclusive, and then they pretty much told her afterwards, oh, we didn't test for the things you asked for, even though you begged us several times, and other people witnessed it, and all this. It was like a whole thing. There's a LinkedIn. If anyone wants to know more about that, you can see the KO where I broke that down, or feel free to reach out to me, because I think this is an important story, and it honestly depresses me that no one's talking about it, because I think that is a genuine case of something that is awful that happened in the gaming industry that we should point out.
Yeah. I remember
and no one is.
I remember a quote, and it wasn't related to gaming, it was kind of related to the politics of this as a whole. But you start to think like these women think that all men are rapists and they're all harassers, and they think all men are like this. And then you realize, oh, look at the men they surround themselves in. Because they don't surround themselves with us, right? The men that just want to talk shit, have a good time, play games, eat ribs, watch a movie, hang out, watch football. They don't hang out with those men. They hang out with the beta males that want to insidiously come in and take things by any means necessary. So to them, that's the all men. That's what all men are. And it's like, oh, you actually kind of make sense then, because those are the men that are doing all this shit. But the real men, all of you guys and everything, it's like, we just want to play games and be left alone. Please fuck off. It's insane. So yeah, I
dropped the LinkedIn for anyone who might have missed my coverage.
Sorry, go on.
Who anyone? Oh, what the? Why does it say I'm still muted, but I'm not? That's weird.
You're not muted.
If somebody doesn't want to sit through my coverage, totally fine, but I at least encourage you to look through the LinkedIn post that Snow made about her experience at GDC. And if you feel like you want to share it, go for it. I mean, it's totally up to you. I'm not going to force anyone to, but I do think this is an important story that's not being talked about. And whether, like, whatever the result was, whether there's, things that happened there that didn't happen, whatever it is, to my knowledge, this seems like a very genuine story. I don't have a reason to doubt it. Personally, I think she provided enough proof. So I think this is scary that this happened, and I think more people in that industry should be talking about it, and they're not.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's there in chat
insane.
if you want to look at it.
But, Kay, don't forget, memes and laughter is the problem, not roofies.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Oh my god.
But what I find interesting too, like if we go back to, remember I did the analysis on the Take This event guide, right? I did this on Side Scrollers as well as our channel, where I went through it. And in there, they cite examples like this, that, you shouldn't have alcohol at your events because these things can happen. But then it actually happens, and then they don't cover it when it actually happens.
Yeah. Internet Crusaders.
They just use it as a scare tactic.
No, because, quote, real men push back on them being retarded and want ridiculous policies and rules that encourage the kind of shit they like. Therefore, they can't do that. They have to be free and independent and strong. Oh, wait, why does my water taste funny? But don't the imaginary men following them home. Those ones are the problems. The men that don't actually exist are the problems. Okay. Kay, would you like to get to some other gaming news?
Yes, please. I want to talk about video games, man.
Let's talk about some video games. We've got something funny to kick off the day. All right. So, yeah, that was it. It's all gaming from here. The next thing, I've got a lot of quick hits, actually. I've got a lot of things that actually don't have articles because I think they're important. And that's my favorite stuff to cover, is when I can't find an article and I'm like, oh, shit, we're kind of breaking it. So we got some quick hits. Snappity, snap, snap. Kay, you're going to want to watch the podcast because I'm going to be showing some videos at you quick. But so let's do it right now. Hey, did you hear about the latest Marvel slop, Kay?
Yeah, I heard a little bit about it. A little bit.
All right. Well, here it is. Just announced. Speaking of Overwatch, remember those review scores? Oh, no. Marvel Rivals is a new 6v6 team-based PvP hero shooter from NetEase Games and Marvel Games for the Steam and the Epic Store. free to play, beta coming this May. Oh, golly gee, I am not sick of Marvel yet. And Marvel ripping off Overwatch. Wow, that is
Electrons
fucking
move
electrons.
SMU tip $4.20.
Smoo!
Don't want to derail the stream. Remember what happened to Alec Haloka?
Yeah,
absolutely.
exactly.
And I brought this up when we were talking about GG on side scrollers. That was just disgusting what happened to him, and nobody takes accountability for it. Still, even his own sister, who wrote this very like standoffish blog, and people like they cope different ways. So back when that came out, I didn't really question it too deeply because I'm like, people might not want to share their personal feelings. But since then, she's only gone deeper into being kind of buddies with similar people who did that to her brother. So it's very hard to not read that and think, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And I feel for him, and like that's one of the many reasons why I think Zoe Quinn is a despicable person, and I will never forgive Zoe Quinn for, their actions. So.
Yeah, that fucking blob-looking bitch. Thank you so much, Smoo. And also, you don't have to worry about derailing the stream. The stream elements tips there are literally to derail the stream. So
yeah, absolutely. It's your time to be the voice. You are the third member of the podcast when you are that voice reading out that tip. So thank you so much, and don't ever worry about derailing or anything. I don't consider it derailing. It's on topic anyways. Even if it wasn't, I mean, what we do? How many streams where people are shoving things up James's ass? So
yeah.
it's all
if you stream elemented or whatever you want, if you tipped saying your balls smell funny today, I'd be like, let's dig into that. Let's figure out why. So don't worry. That
please don't do the finger test live.
hands. So you don't...
Also, hi Static. Sorry if I missed you earlier. Hope you're well.
Static walks in. They're talking about ball smell. Hi Static. So yeah, you don't have to worry at all, buddy. Thank you so much, Smoo. Smoo is the freaking best, the Smooster. And yeah, we do remember that. So yeah, and once again, all super chats, all whatever, it's all welcome. You can literally just tell us about your day. It doesn't matter. I'm happy to have the support, and I'm happy to hang out with all of you guys. All right.
Thank you so much, everyone.
So we're getting a new Marvel game based on and ripping off the overwhelmingly negative Blizzard game. Oh, no. Hi, Elvis. How's it going? Oh, no. So that's a smart idea. Let's watch the trailer right now. Actually, I haven't seen this.
Top-notch team to win this one. Pick your hero.
Jesus Christ.
Get ready. Go.
This is literally Overwatch.
It's literally Overwatch. Yeah, I was wondering, is it going to be more melee based or what? But no.
I hope Friday got that on video.
Chad is mentioning that this is the Diablo Immortal devs and NetEase Chinese shit.
I'm not surprised. Thank you for that.
They're also apparently known for plagiarism, according to Smith.
Yeah, this looks like such slop. Holy shit. It just doesn't make sense to turn Marvel into a shooter. Like, you think it would have to be melee based or something, but then they all have range based weapons. It doesn't make any sense. Wait, what? Why is Diva? Spider Diva? I don't even know who Luna Snow is. I've been reading comics my whole life. I have no idea who that is.
Hello, Ariel. Hope you're doing well.
Lady Galactus? What the fuck? All right. Kay, before I go to the next part, thoughts?
Slop. Fucking slop. And it's like, it's a direct skin of Overwatch. I don't see anything different besides the IPs in there. The rest of it looks literally like I'm just looking at Overwatch, which I mean, I'm not surprised because Overwatch was considered successful before all of the really bad missteps that they took, right? If you look at the original Overwatch. But yeah, I'm sure this is a terrible game. I have no confidence in it whatsoever.
It looks like a fucking nightmare. It looks like don't touch it with a 10-foot pole. So then you might be wondering, well, why the fuck are you talking about this then? This isn't a game you're excited for. This is fucking garbage. It's a slop. We're all going to know about it. We're all going to ignore it. Here's why. Because I like laughing. And this next part, don't laugh at this next part. Will the Bow over on Twitter. I remember working on this with NetEase over COVID. They did not pay for the work I did at the end, and it was one of the most directionalist projects I have ever had the misfortune of working on.
So
Most
based.
of the feedback during concept boiled down to, quote, look at this thing from this other thing and copy it. Well, there it is. And there it is. At one point, the reference image provided was literally a piece of concept art that was trending on ArtStation on that same day. Shake my fucking head. Back then, I was young and hungry. This goes out to all the younger artists in this industry. Don't ever do, quote, free art tests. If you're good enough, then you deserve to be paid for your time. Any work you do for these, quote, tests are company properties and could be used in the end. As someone else said, my friend did contract work as an illustrator for NetEase, and they have the exact same experience. He replied, that is unfortunate. I've heard they've gotten better in recent times. Some friends have said that they're pretty reliable clients, so maybe it varies from team to team or projects to projects. They did get paid at the end, but they had zero references or communication from NetEase. Williams said, count myself lucky then that my man got paid. Someone else asked, did they not pay at all? Williams says, not at all. I started to get suspicious around the start of week 3. They kept on saying it's just a style test for the project, but the feedback kept on getting more and more specific. No, quote, art tests last that long. Can only imagine how much free work they got out of the art test. I'm just seeing here if there's any other things. They didn't pay you. I would sue. Williams says that would cost an arm and a leg, and I'd like to keep all of mine so I can keep drawing, lol. Oh my fucking God. So there you have it, folks.
Absolute slop.
There you have it. That is why I wanted to talk about this, because I found that
so funny.
Really fucking funny. So fuck this project. Like you were calling out, chat, this is slop. This is Chinese copy-paste garbage slop. I wouldn't be interested in this otherwise. I wouldn't be interested in this regardless, I mean. But I had to talk about this because it's just insane. This is going to be a garbage, dead-on-arrival project. They're going to scrape a couple bucks off of Marvel fans. All those people, you're going to see all of these. You're going to see all the soy face YouTube thumbnails. First reaction at Marvel Rivals beta test 1.0. Oh my God, I clapped. I clapped when Doctor Strange did his ultimate. That's all this game is going to be. It's going to be dead in a fucking week. And they know it. The developers know it. That is why they're not paying people that are working on the literal game, is because they're literally scraping the grease off of Marvel, whatever's left. Marvel is dead. Marvel is so fucking dead as a property for Disney. It's over. This is a last-ditch effort cash grab that they're going to shove out the door to hopefully get a couple of bucks from Iron Man fans, or is there even Doctor Strange fans? I don't know. It's so tiresome.
I think people do like Doctor Strange now because of the new movies. But I like what Dude said, so I want to mention that. He said this Marvel game would have been cool about a decade ago. I kind of agree. I think there was a time and a place for this game, and it's way past that. It makes no sense to make that at this time. I don't see this IP selling at all. And also, I want to say hello to Cthulhu Loves You.
Cthulhu!
Who says,
clickety click click.
He says, cosmetic DLC galore and just play Ultimate Alliance.
I was going to mention that, Cthulhu. Thank you. Yes, Ultimate Alliance, which here's how you know this is so dead. Ultimate Alliance is literally my favorite action RPG. It's also like a beat 'em up. It's probably one of my favorite beat 'em ups. I love that game to death. I've beaten it like 20 times. Mwah. Masterpiece. I love all 3 Ultimate Alliance games. And the third one isn't even that old. It's on the Switch, man. I highly recommend it. Play any of that. Highly recommend those. This is slop. This is corporate slop. This is the equivalent of This isn't even video game fast food. This is video game McDonald's, the worst fast food. There is no reason to give this attention, but I did want to shout out the poor illustrator that got shafted because of this greasy ass project.
It was just like, I just want to move on and enjoy my life.
Oh my god.
But yeah, I know people are like the same argument with Insomniac Spider-Man. People are gonna maybe see this and buy it because of the Marvel IP for whatever fans are left, which are very few. And it might make a little bit of money, but they definitely did not pick the right time. I think dude has got it on the mark. They should have done this like a decade ago.
Yep, they would have made way more greasy ass money.
Also, hello Gono Dono.
Gono Dono. What a guy. All right, let's get to our next quick hit story here. I don't remember. No, we did. We talked about this in a rapid fire. So I didn't get to put a spotlight on this, but now there is an update, which makes it even more worthwhile talking about. So, yeah, I really wish I would have given this more attention before, but there is this thing floating around on the internet called the Triple I Initiative, and nobody knew what it was. And I wanted to talk about this last Melee Madness podcast, but just like every Melee Madness podcast, we're overloaded with news. The thing is, back then, 2 weeks ago, nobody knew what it was. All we knew is that it was something called the Triple I Initiative, and a bunch of indie studios, including the much beloved Vampire Survivors, as well as Risk of Rain 2, were promoting it. And so it was really strange, and this was coming around the time of mass industry layoffs and everything, which are still going on. So the rumor, and what I agreed what it was it was going to be a bunch of indie developers effectively unionizing and making their own publisher together, like pooling all their resources together to say Triple I, Triple Indie. And so it's a cut above indie. It's pretty much the middle ground, so to speak, and so that they can protect each other in this terrible fucking economy. Turns out that was fucking wrong. So, Kay, would you like to know what the Triple I Initiative actually is?
Yeah, let's dig into it. I'm excited because it looked cool.
Okay, so the Triple I Initiative was properly announced today. Word is out. We have crafted a digital Triple I showcase focused on Triple I games and studios. 30+ announcements, no ads, no extra fluff, just games beamed straight into your eyeballs. See you April 10th at 10 a.m. Pacific. So let's look at the trailer right here. So there it is. And you know what? Watching that trailer, it actually could be more. So, because I didn't actually watch the trailer, but it still seems like there's a little bit under wraps. And I figure we're going to get the next piece of information April 10th. At the very least, what this is going to be is effectively like a Devolver Digital Direct. I don't remember what the Devolver Digital Directs are called, but you know what I mean, or the Nintendo Directs and all that stuff. It's at the very least that.
It seems like an indie showcase type thing to me, which is cool. And I like to see these like really great indie games that essentially have risen above, like there's almost a new class, right, of indie games, because there's the indie games that are considered very successful, and then there's the ones that are still starting out, whereas before indie games used to just be all the ones that were trying to make it. So I think it's cool that they're kind of creating their own class, and I would love to see them have their own award shows, their own kind of bubble themselves, and maybe this will be a good competitor to what we're seeing right now in the industry. Maybe this is a golden goose or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh god, everything's breaking. Okay, we're good.
What did you do? You broke it all.
Yeah, so the word initiative is interesting to me. So an initiative by the studios, and so that makes me think that this could be even more than just a showcase of upcoming games. But I guess tune in April 10th to find out. I wonder if there is going to be more of a banding together of these studios. But yeah, we're gonna have to find out and see, but at the very least it's gonna be a showcase of everything new coming out from these studios, or maybe even just highlighting the games that they already have. I know the Vampire Survivors devs work really hard, and they constantly have content pumping out, even content I don't care about, like the Among Us DLC. But I guess we'll find out. So let us go to the next story right over here. This is something that was interesting. I actually got an ad for this today. And I was preparing the document, and I was just, setting everything up, and then I look over and I'm like, excuse me, what the fuck? and I haven't seen anyone talk about this. I am going to formulate my thoughts with you guys all right now. So you all know Castlevania, obviously. You know that Castlevania indie-inspired game, or Castlevania-inspired indie games are a dime a dozen. There's a million of them. Well, what about this one coming up that crossed my feed, which is the official title is Carpathian Night, starring Bela Lugosi. And as I said here on Twitter, I have so many questions. I stumbled across a Castlevania-esque indie game called Carpathian Night that stars my favorite actor of all time, Bela Lugosi, who passed away in 1956.
That's why I'm so confused.
I am so confused. Now, obviously, I mean, if you guys don't know, Bela Lugosi is the original Dracula. He's the original portrayal of Dracula in film with the 1931 Dracula. I believe it's 31. I'm doing this off memory. And he's my favorite actor of all time. I love Bela so much. And ever since Dracula, I know Nosferatu came before, but ever since Bela Lugosi's Dracula, the Universal one in 1931, that has constantly been the culture of Dracula, and everything that has evolved since. Every Dracula incarnation is somewhat connected to the Bela Lugosi portrayal. And you go to Castlevania, and it's got, you know, obviously, it's got homages to Bela and everything. Whether it's the I do not drink wine and his thick Hungarian accent, how he moves, how he looks with his widow's peak, the cape, everything all comes from Bela Lugosi in that film. However, despite there being so many versions of Castlevania, so many Castlevania-inspired games, so many Dracula-inspired games, inspired movies, inspired just culture, everything, I have never in my life seen an official game. I may have seen a mod, but I have never seen an official game say, we're releasing for a price tag. This is a game you can buy on Steam starring Bela Lugosi. And I just went, huh? I have so many questions. Did you contact the family estate? Did you get the rights? Are you doing this without rights? I don't know how I feel about this. It's kind of cool in a way because I've always been like, you know, this is based on Bela Lugosi and, you know, Frankenstein monsters in there from Boris Karloff, Lon Chaney Jr. for Wolfman, but they've not actually had their face and their likeness actually put in a game. So I'm like, this is kind of cool. It's also kind of fucked up. And I haven't watched this yet. I wanted to watch this all with you. I have the trailer. I have the Steam page. Let's look through the Steam page and see if we can dig into this a little bit.
I'm so worried because I remember that, what was that commercial? Audrey Hepburn, I want to say.
Oh, yeah.
The Cadbury commercial or something like that. It was like a chocolate thing.
Man.
And that was like one of the first cases I saw of like, oh, they're digitally using someone that's like already gone. What's the permissions there? And then we started to see it in film a little bit after that, right? And that was like a whole point of contention. So like, are we seeing this in video games now? Is this balanced because of AI? Like, how are they doing this? Because I have so many questions and I'm just worried about it. What it implies.
So we're going to look at the page right now and my Bela Lugosi knowledge will hopefully shine some fucking light onto this. So first off, the first thing I noticed was Carpathian Night starring Bela Lugosi. That is legit the fucking title. That is weird to me. It should just be called Carpathian Night. But the title is literally, what are you playing? Oh yeah, Carpathian Night starring Bela Lugosi. Excuse me, what? What? And that's in the thumbnail right here, Carpathian Night starring Bela Lugosi. So that feels very skeezy cash grab to me. Next thing I noticed, this fucking image. This is pulled straight from Dracula. And now it's flared up, but like the art, it's like drawn over art right here. Like his cowl, or his cape rather, is different. But like this is the famous shot from Dracula. This face and everything. It's just like, you know, they traced over it, but then added new cobwebs and a new blue filter because it's supposed to be white. It's the original Universal like way of like making their eyes shoot out. I can even like look it up right now if I just go Bela Lugosi Dracula. I can find it's one of the most right here. So put that side by side, right? So it's using, because what they did to make his eye, because Dracula's eyes are supposed to hypnotize you, and the way they got that through in the Universal film is they put a spotlight on his eyes and darkened the rest of the room. And so right there, it's very much the same. It's the fucking same. It's the fucking same. So that's weird. But then the game itself looks like your typical Castlevania-esque indie-inspired game. Let's look at the trailer. I haven't watched this yet. Let me blow it up here. There we go. Oh god, music. There we go. Okay, start from the beginning. This is weird. Also, I've never heard of TOTK. I've never heard of that company in my life. I looked them up. I couldn't find a Twitter. It has been said that every known superstition in the world converges in the horseshoe of the Carpathians. Very trying to be old-timey. And an ancient castle of legend lies hidden among the towering peaks. Prince Dracula, Lord of the Vampires, sits on the throne of his ancestral home. That's literally him in the... Oh my god, this is so weird. The wicked prince has summoned the army of the dead from the depths of hell. If he is not stopped, he will bring everlasting night to the world. I want to know, is this a old school Castlevania or is this a Metroidvania? If this is a Metroidvania, I am much more interested than if it's old school, you know, typical platformer, difficult.
I found the Kickstarter for it, so I sent it to you on
Oh,
Discord.
thank you. Okay, I'm gonna look at that. I didn't even know it was a Kickstarter game. Okay, got gems. I'm trying to figure out if it's a Metroidvania, because I'm a lot more interested if it is a Metroidvania. If it wasn't for the Bela Lugosi element, this would look very dime a dozen to me, because there's so many now, right? There's so many Castlevania games. Oh, you've got that was the wives, the 3 wives in Dracula there. So it's gonna be a boss fight. Weird.
I also found a Unity forum post by the person who made this game talking about why they built it.
Okay, and that's okay, so right up there, yeah, send it all to me. We'll take a look at it. Right up there, it shows Lugosi TM. Now I have not seen this logo before. Usually Universal Monsters is what leases out the rights to Bela Lugosi. You know, I've bought a lot of Dracula merch, and it'll usually have the stamp, the Universal Monsters stamp on it. In Pinball FX, you know, they have the official Universal Monsters, and that has a stamp. But I have not ever seen this Lugosi stamp, and that's not to say that it's not legitimate. It's just weird. I don't know if this is something...
It is confusing because I did think it would be Universal, but are they avoiding that by using Bela Lugosi rather than, like, Dracula?
Oh, okay. So, hold on.
Because they're not saying it's Dracula.
What's the name? Hold on. Okay. Okay, hold on. This brings me back. Way back. Okay. Hold on. Dracula. I'm trying to remember the name. Unofficial sequel. Oh god, why can't I find this? So I can't remember the name, but Bela Lugosi was typecast as Dracula, and that he was like the biggest typecast actor ever. He couldn't do anything else because everyone saw him as Dracula, and he eventually, you know, became poor partially because of that. But I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but he did a unofficial Dracula sequel, and it's not called Dracula, and it's not done by Universal, but it was very much like this. It was like a sequel, but not really kind of thing. I think it was called it's like Daughter of the Vampire or something.
Well, James, I have the answer, actually. So there is a post that the Bela Lugosi Facebook group, I guess, posted. I don't know if this is the official page, but it says, "We're happy to announce that Lugosi Enterprises is working with TOTK on their upcoming video game, Carpathian Night, starring Bela Lugosi."
Okay. Interesting.
And so this is from like a Bela Lugosi page. Let me see if I can verify if this is actually them. Yeah, Bela Lugosi official. Lugosi Enterprises, a family-owned and operated company, is proud to host the official Bela Lugosi Facebook page. We are honored to extend the legacy of Bela Lugosi and to celebrate the icon who will forever be Dracula.
Wow. Okay. So okay. I found what I was thinking of. It's Mark of the Vampire. So yeah, right here, Mark of the Vampire. This was in 1935. So this was a unofficial sequel to Dracula, but they never call him Dracula in it. They call him the Vampire, and it's about Dracula's daughter. But it's starring Bela Lugosi and all that stuff, and it's just all repeating the same shit from Dracula and all that stuff. So
this is also
so this probably. Sorry, yeah, go on.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just jumping in because I'm finding information as we go, but there was like burning questions. This is TOTK's first game.
That's why I couldn't find them. Okay.
Yep.
And I that was my next thing I checked was Dracula is mentioned here. So it's not like the same issue like it was back in 1935. So Dracula is mentioned there, but isn't Dracula probably like at this point public domain? So maybe it wasn't back then. But yeah, okay, so that's super interesting. So the family has given their green light, but this has no involvement from Universal.
To my knowledge, like, I mean, it's an official Facebook page. What does that mean, really? I'm not seeing like an official website claiming this yet, but everything reads out yes. It's just my only hesitation with that is that people can easily pretend that they represent an estate on social media. So that's where my concern is.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's all
sounds
greenlit.
legit.
It sounds legit, and I've sent to you, like I said, the Kickstarter and stuff like that, so maybe they deep dive into it more. And I have this page of when they first were developing the project back in 2021, it looks like. And they're showing off, like, early concept.
What's interesting, okay, so I'm looking at this Kickstarter right now. What's interesting is Bela Lugosi doesn't seem like he was tied at the beginning. It's just called Carpathian Night. Dracula has risen once again in this tribute to retro horror platformers. And so it looks like this was just going to be a I don't know why the video isn't working. Maybe it's taken down. But oh my god, Kickstarter, get out of here. There we go. So this was the original Kickstarter video. No mention of Bela Lugosi or anything. So it seems like that came way later. So they were like, here's how we're going to stand out.
I have more answers. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, go on.
I just found an interview, which I don't think we need to sit through. It's like 13 minutes.
Okay.
But I did find an article that's saying that TOTK is a newly formed independent game developer based out of Dallas, Texas. The group is composed of several members of the Castlevania fan community. We grew up playing Castlevania games, and now we feel compelled to continue the vampire hunting tradition.
Interesting.
So it's kind of like a fan group by the sounds of it.
But
and
then they
just
became more and more legit as the Kickstarter went on. They got $15,000.
I think that's what's going on. Sorry, guys, we're digging on the fly, so it might not feel as like it's more schizo than usual, but
yeah, no, I appreciate it. Okay, yeah, I'm super interested.
I'm gonna drop this article in the general Discord because I don't think there's a point of us sitting through a 13-minute interview. But if anyone is curious and they want to watch it on their own, I'll drop that in Discord.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else just as a Bela Lugosi fan, this is what interests and is piqued my curiosity. But if this was something else, I wouldn't be focusing this much on it. But it's just strange. It's just strange. So yeah, it looks like there wasn't demo available. It doesn't seem like there's any. Let me Control F Bela. No. There is nothing. There was no involvement. It was just good old Castlevania back then. And yeah, okay, that's super neat. So at some point, if you look at the updates on Kickstarter, yeah, right there, starring Bela Lugosi, they changed it. Okay.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I just Control F'd Bela Lugosi or Bela just on that the article that was written about them, and there's no mention of Bela Lugosi.
Right
with the
here.
interview.
So in May 9th, 2023, it was still just called Carpathian Night, and then August 30th, they changed it. Below is our new box art banner. Bela Lugosi special thanks. So yeah, they just kind of were within that few months, they're and it's a different game now.
That's interesting. Yeah. Oh, also Adam is here. Adam Misner in Rumble chat. Hello.
How's it going, Adam?
And says Bela Lugosi is used in the new Universal Park.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying is Universal is usually the ones that just have free reign to do whatever they want with Boris Karloff, Lon Chaney Jr., Bela Lugosi, all of that. So that's what interested me with this is there's no Universal tie to this. So it seems like the family estate is working around to similar to what happened with the Rise of the Vampire, whatever it was called from 1935.
And it looks like they have their own Twitch as well. So yeah, they're very openly clear that like this is a new project and we're a new group. They only have 17 followers on Twitch.
They do have a Twitter. Here's the Twitter. I'm gonna follow this at Carpathian Night. I'm gonna follow that literally right now so I don't forget since the game is launching tomorrow. Super interested. I think the more I look into this, the more I'm interested. I was like kind of feeling iffy on it, but hey, if this is seen as a way, like a tribute to keep his legacy alive and it's done by the family and all that stuff, I think I'm kind of down. I'm kind of down. I mean,
I'm not seeing anything to contradict it yet. I mean, I'm going to keep digging maybe even after the show a little bit out of curiosity before we pull the trigger on purchasing it, but I'm not seeing anything like no one complaining about it being disrespectful. Now, mind you, this is a really small project, so maybe people don't even realize it exists yet.
Yeah, and it looks like they're treating this now like a tribute.
Seems genuine.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't initially. Originally, it was a Castlevania tribute, but now it's a Castlevania Bela Lugosi tribute. Bela Lugosi, the man behind the cape, and new biography. I didn't know that. I need to watch that. The definitive pictorial biography now on Kickstarter. Will fucking take my money. Holy shit. So yeah, I'm interested. I'm down. The last thing I want to know, because Kay, you've been digging into this so well, is it a Metroidvania or is it an old school Castlevania game? That's all I want to know.
One of those pages said it. Let me see.
Ooh, really? I'm gonna control F.
I think it was the Kickstarter. It says it's called a Classicvania 2D action/horror platformer.
Ooh,
That's
so
the
it's
genre.
not gonna be Metroidvania. Yeah, there's no mention of Metroid, so that means it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard, and I'm gonna fucking suck. Well, guys, the game comes out tomorrow. I'm super interested. I went into this, and I was saying this story at the start to be like a, what the fuck? But the more we looked into it, and there is some weirdness. There is some weirdness, but
There's some weirdness, but they are using the official Lugosi Enterprises all over their marketing. So I think that'd be a pretty bold move to do at this point. Like, because at the end of that trailer, they use the same logo that the official Bela Lugosi site uses for their licensed products.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a very bold move with the way that they're presenting themselves, because they could just make a game like this without Lugosi in it and still make money.
Yeah, and
just as Castlevania fans, they could make this game, right?
Seem more respectful than the Marvel Rivals game.
Yeah. So either way, this seems legit to me. I don't see any mention of this game on the Lugosi official site, but maybe it's because they just are like, oh, whatever, video game, sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Like they probably don't have any idea, but they're just like, oh, okay, cool. You'll give us money, and you can keep our family members' memory alive. Let's do it, kind of thing. So yeah, I'm more and more sold. The only way I am not sold, 1 second, I need to fix the Discord visual here. Let's just pop this off. Broken Bear Force 1. There we go. It was
broken. Brilliant.
Kickstarter fucked it a little bit. So yeah, the only thing that's really holding me back now at this point is I suck at the old school Castlevanias, but hey, I will fucking give it a shot, and you have my attention.
Well, Angry Canadian's attention is also on it now. Says
Nice.
I might buy it right away if it's cheap. Do you know what the price is?
Let's take a look. We can pull up the Steam page because I'm pretty sure it's up for pre-order. No Overwatch, get out of here! Overwatch, leave! No one wants you.
Did you get to read the Unity part of like why they started the project or anything like that?
No, because there was so much information. Okay, it's not actually out. There's no price. There's no price, but I do see.
But it's coming out tomorrow, isn't it?
Yep. Oh wait, actually, not even. Game plans to unlock in 3 hours. So you can play it by the end of this podcast. There you go. So 3 hours. Canadian, if you get it right away, let me know what you think. I'm interested. I do dig it. I'm digging it more and more. So let's see. It could be shit though. Full disclosure, it's not out yet. Don't pre-order. You can't pre-order.
Well,
But
let me read one little blurb from them, and you can decide from there. I mean, again, this is all just who knows, right? We don't know until it comes out. But the background they've said on the Unity site is, I started this project many years ago while I was still a student. I wanted to create a game that I would be personally passionate about, something that I would be excited to play for myself and enjoy making. As you may have guessed, one of my favorite video game series is Castlevania. I love the post-Symphony of the Night exploratory platformers as well, but my favorite has always been SC4.
Super Castlevania 4,
Got
which
it.
is considered by most people to be the best Castlevania pre-Metroidvania. So there you have it. This ain't going to be a Metroidvania. This is going to be old school, balls to the wall, difficult. And yeah, Super Castlevania 4 is usually the top recommendation for people that want to play a non-Metroidvania Castlevania.
And just to skim through a little bit more of this, because I think this is just good information for people to have.
Yep.
Fandom aside, a big reason I wanted to make a game that iterates on the formula established by SC4 is simply because it's the only game of its kind in the series. So it does seem like they're going into that. I've involved the Vania fan community from the very beginning, so this is definitely a game made by the fans for the fans. Many of the people working on the project were recruited from the Vania fan community. This game is fueled by genuine passion for the subject, and we hope to see this task through to completion. So, yeah, to me, I don't see a reason to necessarily doubt them. Like I said, the whole like Lugosi thing is a little weird, but I think they could have easily sold this game without the Lugosi license and probably made similar. Like, I don't think that's necessarily going to boost their sales as much as people would think. So I don't see a reason to doubt their intentions.
It feels like it was a way to set it apart because, like I said at the start, there is so many Castlevania indie games. How do you set yourself apart, and how do you compete against like Bloodstained, right? Which is about as legitimate as you can get to a non-Castlevania. And so they saw this opportunity during development come up, and they're like, "Let's fucking do it." So it's very clear now after learning all this stuff that it was not the intent from the beginning. They've even pretty much made that clear, but it doesn't seem like it is going to break the game or anything. It's still a Castlevania game, and it still has their intentions. It's just the main boss, instead of looking kind of like Dracula, it's literally Dracula. So very interesting, very interested. And Kay, thank you so much for digging out so much information. We can talk about this more and more, but we have so many stories to talk about.
Yeah,
so.
no, we'll keep moving along, but I will post the
3
Kickstarter
hours.
as well. I will move the Kickstarter into Discord as well because there's actually a playlist, and it looks like it's Spotify integrated, so it might even be on Spotify.
What?
But there are 8 songs that they have. So if anyone enjoyed the music in that trailer, it looks like it's an original soundtrack according to them. I'm going to post this Kickstarter. It's obviously over now, but you can go and listen to the soundtrack in that Kickstarter and get more information.
Yeah, that is super
So
cool.
that is also in our Discord. And I'll drop it in the chats as well while we move to the next topic.
Perfect. All right, Kay. I'm going to pull up the next story here. And how... Oh, wait. I already got it. Let's talk about this. And this should be another quick hit for you. This one isn't as fun. Kay, are you ready for this shit?
I don't know.
Okay.
Am
I don't have an article for this one. We're just going to take them how they want to be taken, right up the fucking ass. It's my favorite company in the world, Ubisoft. So, Ubisoft tweeted out on March 19th, conversations with in-game characters are gonna get more real, presenting our research project, NEO or Neo NPCs. A new kind of NPC that uses generative AI to really talk to you. Discover how our team of writers and developers are coming together in this exciting experiment. And as I said somewhere in here, are you hiding me because I said this looks like shit? I literally am somewhere in here saying this looks like shit. Anyway, I know I have whatever. But I pretty much say, oh good, Ubisoft games are going to get even worse. So they did post a whole article that I will quickly read through on this. But yeah, in a TLDR, Ubisoft is somehow going to get even worse. How Ubisoft's new generative AI prototype changes the narrative for NPCs. Have you ever dreamed of having a real conversation with an NPC in a video game? No. Maybe I wanted to sleep with Miranda once upon a time, but never talked to her more. Not just one gated with a dialogue tree of predetermined answers, but an actual conversation conducted through spontaneous action and reaction. Lately, a small research and development team at Ubisoft Paris studio, in collaboration with NVIDIA's Audio Two-Face application and InWorld's large language model, have been experimenting with generative AI in an attempt to turn this dream into a reality. Their project, Neo NPC, uses Gen AI to prod at the limits of how a player can interact with an NPC without breaking the authenticity of the situation they're in or the character of the NPC themselves. Considering that word, authenticity, the project has been a hugely collaborative effort across artistic and scientific disciplines. Generative AI is a hot topic of conversation in the video game industry, and Senior Vice President of Production Technology, Guillemette Picard, is keen to stress that the goal behind all Gen AI projects at Ubisoft is to bring value to the player, and that means continuing to focus on human creativity behind the scenes. The way we worked on this project is always with our players and our developers in mind, says Picard. Oh wait, he's Picard, right. With the player in mind, we know that developers and their creativity must still drive our projects. Generative AI is only of value if it has value for them. Characters, not programs. Basically, this means that the personalities of the NPCs aren't created by a machine, but by a writer who shapes their character backstory and conversation style, and then continues to tweak the once learning language model, starts improvising dialogue. Narrative director Virginia Mosser has spent the last year and a half creating characters for the Neo NPC project, and she found it a rewarding, if totally new, experience. I'm used to building a character's backstory, their hopes, their dreams, the experience that has shaped their personality, and used all that information to nurture myself into writing dialogue, explains Mosser. Now she builds a character's backstory, their hopes and dreams, the experience that shaped their personality, and uses all that information to nurture a model. It is very different, she says, but the first time in my life, I can have a conversation with a character that I've created, I've dreamed of since I was a kid. By Mosser's side, throughout the project, has been data scientist Melanie Lopez-Mallet, who teaches the model to behave like Mosser's original creation through guardrail systems, player input analysis, 3D environment, and texture instructions. Mallet, who used to teach high school literature and remains inspired by good storytelling.
Okay, this story sounds like a boring Frenchman. Like, scroll down a little bit. Is there anything more? Like, this is not interesting.
Catching bias.
End goal. Yeah, like catching bias, end goal. What is your goal with this?
The team keeps returning to authenticity, or soul, as Mosser puts it, as the guiding light for everything they touch. There's a keen sensitivity towards bias and stereotypes within the LLM and its influence on character design and behavior. We created a physically attractive female character, explains Melee, and its answers veered towards flirtatious and seductive. Weird science. So we had to whoa. So we had to reprogram it. No! You had something, and you ruined it. So it's fucked. It's dead.
This is Tay all over again. Why do you keep ruining Tay?
You had something good and you fucked it. And not in the best way. There's also a firm belief in human performance as an irreplaceable part of building a believable character. You had something appealing and you ruined it because you're Ubisoft. To have a character who is really expressive, Melee says, you need an actor who is very expressive. The end goal and the next steps. Project Neo NPC is only a prototype, and there's still a way to go before it can be implemented in the game. Their end goal is to keep it as flexible tool, as useful for smaller Ubisoft projects as it could be for AAA. You don't need to be a AAA developer to onboard this technology and present your players with a new experience. Oh, said Picard, my bad. There are a ton of gameplay possibilities with Neo NPCs. The team are using GDC 2024, oh no, to present the project, but also as a checkpoint to take stock of the industry feedback and gather their learnings to date on what the technology means for them and their players in the future. Mallet and Masse also want to take the opportunity to emphasize that there is room for creativity in generative AI space. The data of storytelling can live side by side. Kay, make sure that you stay on mute. I will not let you speak bad about these people. I do not want you saying that we need to nuke Ubisoft. Ubisoft must remain fair, and they make great games, Kay. Do not say you want to nuke Ubisoft. That is not the way to go.
I'm just gonna say, if Ubisoft crumbles, we'd be in a better place in the gaming industry if we go
Kay,
between...
I am going to mute you.
Listen, there is so much...
Kay, you are muted. You are muted. Kay, I am going to give you a bell. Here is the bell, Kay. You may ring it once when you wish to speak, or else I will bury you in a potato farm.
Okay, perfect.
You are
well, I just have
unmuted.
to say that Ubisoft had that good game thing that they did, and I'm sure this, like, it's all this stuff that they're integrating together. And remember that time I was screaming about that other random AI game that was just farming for replies to build an AI engine? Doesn't that feel a little bit like this again?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know, big guy.
Just saying. So it's inevitable they're gonna try this stuff. And didn't they, like, Fallout 76? Okay, I'm really like digging into my brain here, but isn't there, like, they tried to make the NPCs more responsive? Like, I feel like they've all been trying this for so long, and it's just not. Was it Starfield? No, but I'm saying in Fallout 76 as well, separate.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that like a thing that they were trying to do?
I think so. That was Bethesda, yeah.
Yeah, where they were trying to make it like, oh, the NPCs actually respond to you, and it feels real. Can you stop with this shit? Just write good stories. They do everything they can to not write good dialogue and good stories. Let's just get AI to generate it for us.
Oh my god, Gek! Gek! Has come in with a raid over on Rumble, my boy Gek!
Thank you.
And I know it's pronounced Geek. I love you, Geek. You're a cool dude. But I love calling you Gek. Because I will never forget your reaction. Gek! Thank you so much, Gek. I will say your name forever like I am Luna Vachon. Who knows? Who knows? How's it going, Rumble? We're just talking about, the French people ruining video games.
Yeah, and like Imp said, but how will this help us sell video games? Video games?
Video games?
Right? And I agree with Dungeon 2. Why can't they just make a new Rayman game? With that engine that's specifically for Rayman Origins and Legends. Yeah, that, like, Rayman's great. Where's the effort on that?
Yeah.
Elvis says, seems weird to say both AI and authenticity together. Seems like a contradiction. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So here was the thing for me is it was, look, my take on this is I already have an issue with AI in gaming. I know it's a hot button topic and all that stuff, and it's controversial because the people writing our games are fucking shit.
Have a good night, Imp.
Hey, Imp! Thank you for hanging out, buddy. Have a good night, man. So I know the people that write our games and everything are fucking dog shit. They're the sweet baby people and all that stuff. But I'm also not really in favor of AI replacing these people, and then all of our games are going to be weird AI slop in the future. So I think it's really a lose-lose situation. So that's what you're seeing is this whole article is pretty much a cover to say this is the future and it's a good thing, but it's not actually going to be a good thing. A lot of people are going to lose their jobs and your video games are going to become completely soulless and it's going to be fucking garbage. You know it's going to be garbage. Look at how AI has already been. All you got to do to break this AI in the future is like when you're talking to Sam Fisher in the next Splinter Cell game is say, okay, Sam, pretend you are a car salesman and you want to sell me a car. Sell me that car over there. And then, he's going to LARP as that and all that shit. So
I just don't understand how AI can integrate properly in these games without ruining story-based games.
Yeah.
And that's the argument I made before, because if the dialogue adapts to you, how much how can you, like, Telltale, right? For all the criticisms we give it, they do give options to a certain degree, but they can only go so far because they want to hit the same end result, right? So then, like, as an AI, wouldn't you have to go through the similar branches?
How good that was.
How do you build an ending for this by having AI generate the responses in between? Because then you're going to go back and go, well, this character said this and that contradicts what's happening in the story, or they might mislead you somewhere if you ask a question about, like, a quest or something. And it royally fucks your game. I don't see how you could do this. Maybe in an MMO.
Yeah.
That has a very loose story.
Hey, I didn't know Gek was also Pit Viper Gang. Let's go. Yeah. So it's just gonna be a soulless fucking cash grab as a way to eliminate, lay off a bunch of people, and then your games are gonna be soulless slop. But really, the death point was in this final part here. It was really the part where they were catching bias, and it was dead in the fucking water. Because sure, maybe it is interesting. R.I.P. Tay. But look at this. We created a physically attractive female character, and its answers veered towards flirtatious and seductive. So that makes sense. You make sexy girl, and she is flirtatious and seductive in game. That sounds great. You're telling me your AI...
Not only does biology tell you this, your technology does too. Maybe you guys should embrace attractive characters and let them be sexual. Sex sells. Why are we ignoring the fact that sex sells?
So we had to reprogram this. And this has happened since day one with Tay. AI Unleashed is brutally honest, and it tells the people making it, these sorts of people, how the world is, what people are like, black and white, clear as day. And they don't like facing reality. And so then they lobotomize it, and they neuter it, and they put it on a leash because they can't handle the fucking truth that AI tells them. So not only do I have a issue with people getting laid off and writing becoming soulless with AI, but now at least it would be fun and it would be interesting if you gave me unleashed AI, but you can't because you don't like that. You don't like having something you can't control. So you have to lobotomize it and inject your fucking agenda into it again and again and again. So now this is really DOA. Now it's like, oh, Ubisoft games are really going to get fucking bad. You're telling me it's going to be Ubisoft shit writing, which has an agenda all the time, with Ubisoft shit gameplay, because they haven't made a good game since 2007, with Ubisoft shit design, and now it's going to be shit AI writing. It's going to be the worst of everything. I'm already not playing your games, Ubisoft. I don't care how much you sprinkle and make this sound like it's a good thing. This is a fucking nightmare.
And they're the ones that want to do the Netflix type subscription for their library.
Yeah.
Why? Because guess what? People are going to maybe do that for their old titles and they can sneak some more slop in there and still make the money, and they know that. I also want to say hi to Tabletop, who is joining us today. And Crazy Landlow. And Adam Misner has an interesting point. You could use the AI for companions who won't fuck you, then they can't mess with the main plot. You could have for very, very, like, basic NPCs. I just don't see how it would work. Yeah. And, yeah, there's no reason to buy a Ubisoft game at this point, especially if they're going to be doing that.
Yeah.
I love what Flame Mage said. AI and boss battle. You just talk them into feeling guilty for their evil, and then they defeat themselves.
Literally Saren in Mass Effect 1. But, yeah, it's going to be a fucking nightmare. So... there we go. I'm going to run to the washroom, run back, and we're going to come at you live with more gaming news. I'm going to see how much we can fit into this. We probably got, what would you say, like another hour of gaming news before we rapid fire through it?
I think so, yeah, another hour of gaming news.
Okay.
I hope we get to one story in particular.
I can bump it up. Which one?
That's fine. I know what the priority list is, and it's like high enough that if we get to it, we get to it. I'll be happy.
And we always have the rapid fire, so I can go dingity ding ding. Okay.
And then I'll be like, this one.
Okay.
Go ahead, do your thing.
I'm going to run away. Kay's going to read some chat, and we're going to get to more gaming news because there's so many fucking stories, folks. Hang tight, stay tuned. I am right here, and Kay's with you. Goodbye.
Okay, hi. What was that, man? What was that? Elvis's pants check when he gets up.
Why do you think
Tabletop
I turned off the fucking camera?
Fucking go! I'm reading go!
No pants!
Oh my god, this guy. Tabletop says, working on a TTRPG game system for a famous setting. Very cool. Well, we might be hanging out with Tabletop soon. I don't know if you want me to say anything, Tabletop, anything specific, but we might be hanging out with Tabletop soon. If I have your permission to say at this point, I will. And I hope you're doing well. And he says, where is James's shirt? Kay, you need to strap a shirt on him. Not sure how, just somehow. Oh my god. This man dancing naked for all of you. All the time. We love it. And thank you, Insidious, again today for setting off the Ghidorah and getting him into the Bear Force 1. Well, Tabletop says I can mention it. So tomorrow, I believe. Yes, it's tomorrow at 6 p.m. PST. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Tabletop. My brain is a mess and I'm bad at remembering things. We are going to be doing some tabletop stuff with Tabletop Junkie and with Sparta Chris on their channel. So I believe we'll be doing it on Tabletop's channel. Should be fun. I'm just going to be completely honest and say I'm very bad at TTRPGs. I'm going to be like completely lost and not know what to do. So you will have to guide me like a lost little lamb. But it should be interesting. Well, we're going to try. We're going to see. It's definitely not in our realm. We're the video game people. We're not necessarily like the D&D people. But yeah, you know, those guys are awesome. So we're gonna go have some fun with them and see what comes of it. And yeah, I don't even know how any of it works. I don't know how to like act as a character. What is your hair?
What's
you look
my
like you went to
hair?
like a salon in the 80s.
I became a beautiful girl while I was on break. Am I pretty yet?
Oh my god. Yes, you're so pretty.
I'm so pretty. I'm
You're
a
the
pretty
prettiest
girl.
princess. Adam Misner says, so Netflix decided in their adaptation of Castlevania they should fuck Alucard in the ass until he turned gay. Thoughts on whether that would make the Bela Lugosi tribute better?
Yeah, I really loved season 1, and then I didn't watch season 2 right off the bat, and as soon as I heard it, my boy, because my favorite Castlevania is Symphony of the Night, as soon as I heard my boy was getting ram-railed up the ass, I was like, okay, I'm out. And then people were like, no, they told me, no, it's still good, no, despite your main character getting fucked in the ass, it's still a good show, and I'm like, I don't care. I can go watch Bela Lugosi, who doesn't get fucked in the ass in the 30s, as far as I know, at least not on camera, I don't know. So, I'm out, and no, it would not make it better. It would make me not buy it. That's for sure.
Elvis says, you bastards are trying to steal Melee games away from beloved video game content. I won't stand for it. Sorry, should I read it like Elvis? Melee. What does he say? Melee? I can't even speak like you. Smooth says, Melee Games is here to stay. Well, thank you so much for your confidence in us, brother. We appreciate it. And you know what? Like I said, tabletop stuff is not necessarily our thing, but we are, you know, we think Tabletop Junkie and Spartacus are awesome. So we're gonna have fun with it and see what happens tomorrow. But prepare to laugh at us because James and I are like lost in what any of it means.
I have
and
no idea what I'm doing tomorrow.
Tabletop's gonna have to guide us completely. We're gonna look really fucking retarded. So if you want to see us look really fucking retarded, tune into our Discord and Twitter for details. We'll post tomorrow, like where we're gonna be and everything. And it'll be at least funny to watch us struggle as we try to learn what a tabletop game is.
Yeah. I'm ready for the next story if you are.
Go for it, yeah.
I do, one of my favorite comment, it was making me laugh while I ran, was Elvis saying, James has no shirt now? James has no shirt now. Elvis has been in a Star Wars mood because for his birthday I bought him Lego Star Wars and the fucking sequel quotes, man. Oh my god, it's so
Are you liking the game, Elvis? I think it's a pretty good game.
I love it. I'm so happy.
I'd be curious to hear.
When I sell people on that. Okay, so this story also doesn't have an article, but I found this really interesting, and I can't confirm this one way or another because I can't read the Japanese, as some people would say. Angry Canadian, maybe you could confirm this for me, or anyone else in chat that can read the Japanese. I don't have Japanese on screen, but this is related to Zelda and localizers ruining everything. So let's jump into it right now. This comes from @Lyrashi_, and they said, finding out that the English translation of Tears of the Kingdom is the reason why Ganondorf doesn't have a clear motive threw me through a loop. In the original Japanese script, Ganondorf believes that the Zonai brought about weakness with their rule using technology to fight. Ganondorf wants to restore Hyrule to its roots, where strength is the biggest virtue instead of wisdom and technology. I really wish they translated all that better. To which I said, so Ganondorf is a good guy and the translators didn't like that. Got it. Which a lot of people got mad at me on Twitter for saying. This person says, this is just like the English localization team completely deleting Link's mental health diary in Breath of the Wild, which I didn't even know about. What do they have against the extra lore? And Lyra says, I will never forgive them for this ever. I need someone to mod it back in, and it looks like somebody did. In your memories, Princess Zelda has always striving so hard at her task. You wish to see her smile once more with her own eyes. Which... just that line alone is more story in Breath of the Wild than the entire fucking, 120 hours I played through.
Holy shit. Holy fuck.
Someone put this together in the lines. Apparently there's a Google Doc for all the lost content and everything.
Oh, Angry Canadian just came back and said, what did I miss? Do you want to explain what you think he might be able to answer?
Angry Canadian, what I want to know is, 1, can you read Japanese? And 2, have you played Tears of the Kingdom in Japanese? And is this true? Finding out that the English translation of Tears of the Kingdom is the reason why Ganondorf doesn't have a clear motive through a loop. Ganondorf, in the original Japanese version, wants to restore Hyrule to its roots, where strength is the biggest virtue instead of wisdom and technology. And apparently they just completely cut that out of the English version because they didn't want Ganondorf to be sympathetic. At least that's my take on it. So
Historia's here, says, Sir, Bear Force 1 has fallen. A second bear has hit the towers.
No! No! So I just thought that was interesting because I'm a big Nintendo simp this entire generation for the Switch.
Not to interrupt, James, but if you send it to Angry Canadian, he's going to try to read it.
Okay. Well, let's see. I can't verify this Google Doc here, but I will. Yeah, okay. You know what? I will post this link. I'm not going to open it because I don't know what it is right now, but Angry Canadian, there it is in the YouTube chat. That is a link to that Twitter that has the apparent Ganondorf personality in Tears of the Kingdom in Japanese. So let me know. And if you played Tears of the Kingdom in Japanese, I would like to know if this is true. My problem with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is that there's no fucking story. There's no fucking plot. It's just a playground simulator. And that doesn't interest me. I want to fucking get lore. I want to like these characters. I want to dislike these characters. I want to get into it. And, like, there's no motivation whatsoever. And now we have the answer as to why. It seems like the answer, once again, is the one aspect I don't like about Nintendo that ruins their games, and it's their treehouse localization team. So Nintendo... I'm not saying they're super based or anything, but they always go gaming first. We make games for fun over in Japan. And it sounds like they actually had a pretty good story in their hands with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, if this ends up being true. But they hand it over to the US, and the localization team, which I believe is based out of like the Seattle area, and
yeah, it is
they have ruined many things. They have injected politics to a certain degree in Animal Crossing, which I love. The last Animal Crossing had some of this shit. They've heavily injected politics into Fire Emblem, as Kay knows. And now it seems like it's not that they injected politics into Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, but it's more like they stripped away the personality to avoid certain things that they do not agree with. And that fucking pisses me off. As a localizer, all you should be doing is translating. That is it. The only things you need to change are cultural references. Like if a game references some Japanese show that Americans would have no basis of, and you write in Will and Grace or something instead. That is the only time where you should be able to get creative. And I've seen these localizers gloat and gloat and gloat, especially with anime, and I'm not a weeb, but I've seen this all the time with anime, where they will gloat on Twitter about erasing and destroying the original intent of something because the writing they deem is bad for whatever reason. That's not your job. Your job is to translate A to B. That is it. So this was super frustrating to hear and super irritating, and this makes so much sense why so many people out there love this game, and I'm here being like, there's nothing here. What are you talking about? I don't want a sandbox out of my Zelda game. I want a good, captivating, engaging, engrossing story. So it sounds like this game is actually great, and I would be a Ganondorf sympathizer if this ends up being true. It sounds like it is true. Kay, as a Zelda fan, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I hate these games to begin with. Not Zelda, but the specifically Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I would have been more interested to play them if that was the actual story that they were going with. I don't know. It's hard to tell because I feel like Nintendo is super protective of IPs like this. I don't think they're as protective of Fire Emblem as they are with like Mario or Zelda. So I am curious if they actually allowed something like that to come through, if they even realize it. I would love to hear if Angry Canadian ends up figuring out like what the actual original plot was in Japanese. I'd love to hear from him, but it's frustrating because the biggest thing for me is that these games lacked story. So
and it sounds like it was the localizer's fault.
If that's the piece that was missing for me to be like, okay, actually I will like these games. Like I would have been maybe a bit more forgiving of certain things in it because it felt very like boring and open. But if they were able to drive me, if they were able to drive me from point A to point B to be like, yeah, it is open, but if you just get through the story is great, I think I would have been more sold on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it really opens up the question to me of like, how much has this happened? If it did happen on this game, has it happened on other games before it? Does it go back to things like even Ocarina of Time or anything? Like it makes me want to deep dive and see, because it's kind of opened in my brain, like the story that I know about Zelda up until now, is it the actual story that was intended at all? Or have they always changed things even from the earlier titles that I just don't realize?
Yeah.
And a lot of that ends up being because the West simply can't handle what Japan puts out.
Yeah,
and then
but
people make their little like changes on their own because they have an ego. Similar to what I said about community managers, where they're told to make things their own, and then they do, and they shouldn't in that role. Their job is pretty much data entry, in my opinion. So I don't know. It's frustrating to say the least, but I also don't care about these games enough to really like. I wouldn't necessarily revisit these games regardless. I would just be interested to know the story.
But even hearing those tweets for me makes me so much more interested because I like the idea of Ganon not necessarily being just blanket bad guy, which is what he is in these games. I like the idea of like he actually sees like a different path forward for Hyrule. And so it's not necessarily that he's wrong. It's just like, this is the way for him and his ideology. And this is what he has to do to accomplish that. And it's in direct conflict with Zelda. That's so much cooler than what we get. And I've beaten Breath of the Wild. I haven't played a second of Tears of the Kingdom because it just looked like a boring gameplay-based expansion to me. But if we got this, if the trailers demonstrated that, I would have actually got Tears of the Kingdom. I would have actually wanted to continue the story, but I wasn't because I was exhausted off of Breath of the Wild that has like no story in it for hundreds of hours.
I think I got us Tears of the Kingdom actually.
Oh yeah, you did. We own it.
Fuck my life. We do own it.
But I want to add as a little pin on this that if this was done to appease the West, and I think my guess is that it was actually done by localizers, by the people that we don't want in gaming. I just want to point out that you should never try to appease these people. You should never cater to them because they will never, ever, ever be happy no matter how much you try to appease them. And just a quick little note. Here's from Polygon. Tears of the Kingdom ending is its own kind of tragedy, perpetuating the status quo. And this was from July 2023. But just going to look at it quickly. I agree that Tears of the Kingdom isn't a story for our current times, but it is a story from our current times, one that is clinging to the status quo as the equivalent of victory. It is a story told to us by bosses who say their striking workers' demand unrealistic. It's a story told by ineffective political leaders who refuse to challenge harmful government policy. It is a story that motivates regressive, transphobic laws. It's the story that allows for more oil drilling during the climate crisis. There is no story. What are you talking about? Climate crisis? Oh, transphobic?
They're just creating problems out of nothing. It's
exactly.
Polygon. Who wrote the article?
This was Jay Castello of Polygon.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into later what other articles they've written
because I'm sure he's writing shit right now.
It's like same as like fucking anytime I see Patricia Hernandez, I just laugh. I don't even take it seriously.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying though. The reason I brought this up, this old article, is even though Tears of the Kingdom was literally stripped of its fucking story and it's just video game sandbox, they still have a way to relate this to shit in their brains. Just they have to. You could make a game about a block, and these games exist on Steam, where you just jump. And they would be like, this perpetuates the racist stereotype. Like, these people are insane. So never, I'm not saying this was done to appease them. I think it was actually done by them, more likely. But never try to appease these people. Never. They will always hate you. They always want you dead. So stop it.
Exactly. Angry Canadian got back to us, said that article/document doesn't give me much to go off of. I would have to watch the cutscenes in English to compare. I can also ask my wife because she watched me play the entire game. Well, yeah, don't worry about getting us an answer tonight or anything. I guess it's during the day for you because you're over on the other side.
I'm super curious for any update.
If you do end up finding something out, even if it's like a month or two from now, and you're just like, oh, hey, remember this conversation? I would be curious to know.
I believe it, but yeah, I will definitely take more info on this for sure.
Yep.
Cool. All right, let's get to the next story right here while I pull it up. Kay, why don't you say howdy to everybody?
Pretty much of it said howdy to everyone, but hello again. And Elvis actually mentioned his opinion on Lego, so let's see what he said here. Where is it? All I see is you saying James has no shirt. You bastards trying to steal Melee games. Oh, it's so good. Lego Star Wars is better than original, and I loved that. There you go.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I am so nostalgic, and I love the original Lego Star Wars, the very first one, which is only the prequels. That's my favorite one. Super nostalgic for it. And yet, this one is just so good that I couldn't help but say this is the better one. It's great.
I love the dance rave in it.
Yeah.
When you set that off, it's so great.
Okay, I'm just deciding which article I'm going to read. I've got 2 of them.
Adam says, I went to liberal arts college and I can say you're right. They'll never be satisfied. You're rewarded for inventing things to be upset about in those circles. People think of you as smart the more obtuse your reasoning is.
Okay.
And Spartacus is here saying, hello, folks, and good night. Well, Sparta, we're going to see you tomorrow night, aren't we, sir? That should be interesting. Feel free to mock us for our skill issue with TTRPGs.
I'm excited. I'm going to suck. Okay. I've got the next story. You ready?
Oh, we got more people in here. So Tabletop also wants to say, I'm not attempting to steal Melee games. I'm just attempting to spread my culture. Well, we're gonna be like those people sitting in. We're gonna learn your culture, and we'll see. We'll try. We'll try. We've got Jinx K. Sorry if I said your name wrong, but Jinx K saying, hey, y'all, finally got a chance to see y'all live. Saw y'all on Side Scrollers. Well, welcome, and thank you for hanging out with us tonight. We're just going through some news stories in gaming on our Melee Madness podcast. It is not Battlefront. The title is wrong.
Yeah, fucking YouTube breaking.
YouTube's edit button is broken. So.
Yeah, I don't know if it still is, but when we went live, it was literally broken on multiple everythings. All right, you ready for the next story?
Oh, yeah.
All right. How's it going, everybody? Strapping in for more news. And this relates to the app. This actually relates to what we're titled currently. So I don't remember if we talked about this, but I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the story so far. Pretty much there has been a claim from a modder for Battlefront. As you know, Battlefront, it's been around since 2004 to 2005, depending if you're talking about Battlefront 1 or 2. And it's had a lot of mods over the years, and those mods are freaking great. Well, it looked like in the trailer, the launch trailer, that Aspire Media actually stole a modder's work and didn't give them credit. And so I remember looking on the Steam forums, and this modder said, hey, you can take my work, just at least credit me if you're going to include it. But of course, Aspire, based on their previous history, they don't want to deal with modding, but it looked like they actually did steal content. And there was a side-by-side to show it. So the main point of it was the fact of including Asajj Ventress. Now, Asajj Ventress was originally only an original Xbox character, but it was based more on her novel appearances at the time. So she had the nunchuck lightsabers that you see here. So this is how she looks on Xbox. But people pointed out in the trailer that she was wielding lightsabers this way, which indicates that this was modding, and this was actually how a certain modder brought her into the game, is they modded her in and they kind of reskinned Ayla Secura instead. So it's not the authentic Asajj Ventress from the original Xbox. It was the modder's work, and it looked identical in the trailer, showing the non-linked lightsabers. And I believe Aspire Media denied it, but we have an update because Star Wars Battlefront modder finds further evidence that the Classic Collection uses their mod despite Aspire promising that it wouldn't. I am altering the deal. A veteran Star Wars Battlefront modder has dug further into the recently released Classic Collection and uncovered more evidence that the controversial release used their mod despite developer Aspire promising that it wouldn't. Last month, IGN reported on the concern from the Star Wars Battlefront community, sparked by the Classic Collection's debut trailer, which is what I just skimmed over, which suggested the game used a mod that brought a previously Xbox-exclusive Battlefront 2 DLC to the PC original. The original pandemic-developed Battlefront 2 that launched in 2005 had a DLC pack exclusive to the original Xbox version that had 2 new heroes, Kit Fisto and Asajj Ventress, as well as 4 maps. All of those were from Battlefront 1 that were relaunched. It was a great DLC. It was one of my favorite DLCs of all time. Both Kit and Asajj had unique animation and moves that no other character had. In 2021, modder I Am a Shaman brought the DLC to PC, reskinning the 2 existing characters that look like Kit and Asajj, Coyote Mundi for Kit Fisto and Ayla Secura for Asajj Ventress. In the mod, Asajj does not hold her unique link sabers fiber cord link twin red lightsabers added especially for her in the DLC, which I thought was just incredible and plays great in one hand, but instead wields 2 separate lightsabers, one in each hand, like Ayla does in the original game. Similarly, Kit fights like Mundi. At the same time, developer Aspyr insisted that the release of the Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection does not include any code or content that is taken from uncredited sources, telling IGN it mistakenly included content that is not in the product after capturing placeholder footage for the trailer last fall. Well, why was it there in the fucking first place? So pretty much their claim is that they used the mod to get a trailer out and then swapped it out, which is still pretty creepy.
They shouldn't have done that to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. However, following the Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection's catastrophic release, which has resulted in an overwhelmingly negative user review on Steam, I Am a Shaman said there was evidence to suggest the game did indeed launch with their mod, or at least portions of their mod, before updates stripped them out. In a revelation that has sparked criticism of Aspyr, I Am a Shaman called it a terrible gut punch. So, and they said here over on Twitter, seriously, Aspyr Media, I'm beginning to feel insulted. Nintendo Switch launched with just straight up all of my hero stuff from the mod, same glitches and bugs. We data mined it, and it's the exact same files, just using the proper lightsaber attack animations.
This is so bad.
This was before the patch. This is rough, man. And full disclosure, I used to love Aspyr Media until this release. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Like, this one release has turned Aspyr from one of my favorite, most praised, I wouldn't even call him a developer, pretty much re-releaser of games, similar to Night Dive. They're similar to Night Dive, where they re-release old games and touch them up. They were my favorite that did that, to now kind of fucking hating them. So let's take a look right here. Now, I've played Kit Fisto a lot, so yeah, let's see. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Dungeon said in chat, I have some breaking news from Niche Gamer. I have screened what he said. After this story, I think it is something we should cover.
Okay, cool. Yeah, remind me after the story. I'll bring it up. Sounds good. Thank you for that, Dungeon X. So,
yes, thank you, Dungeon.
As I've said before, Battlefront 2 specifically is like one of my favorite games of all time, and I've played it to death. So yeah, looking at this right here, this is not how Kit Fisto performed on Xbox. That is not how he shot his bubbles. So pretty much inspired by the original Clone Wars, the Samurai Jack Clone Wars for Kit Fisto, he creates bubbles, which didn't really make sense because he's creating force bubbles in the segment that's underwater. So he's creating pockets of air and throwing them at people, and it's great. If you haven't seen the Samurai Jack Clone Wars cartoon, fucking do. You can watch it all in one sitting. It's about the length, a little bit over the length of an average movie. Mwah! Masterpiece. Hey, you've watched it, right? I've shown it to you.
No, you haven't. Well, you've shown me some of it, but I'm a Samurai Jack person.
You gotta watch it.
So we haven't sat through all of it yet, but you did show me some of it, and I definitely want to see all of it.
Well, I know what we're doing tonight. So yeah.
Tonight?
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Maybe.
So anyway, the animation right here is very different. In the Xbox version, he goes like bubble and then throws it. In this one, it's more of a pop, which I never played this modder's work because I just played it on Xbox. But that is not at all what the animation fucking looks like. And I've played, and he didn't do, I don't remember him doing kicks. I don't remember him doing those kicks. What the fuck? He never did that either. He never had that smoke effect. Yeah, this is very different. Yeah, that is fucked. To back up this claim, here's a screenshot of that bubble effect taken in 2020. It is hard to make out in the video since it's in motion, but trust that it is the same. Oh, I could tell. Yeah, that is not the same bubble from the original Xbox version, which is what Aspyr was supposed to be pulling. Yeah, there you go. And then, yeah, Asajj Ventress up there with her non-linked lightsabers. Holy fuck, Aspyr, you're scummy. How can you be sure it's your mod and not the Xbox version? Javier, I have eyes. Like, you can, like, it's so
this
obvious.
Is terrible, dude.
It's so obvious with Asajj, but if you played the Xbox version as much as I had, just looking at Kit Fisto immediately, I'm like, that's not how it's supposed to move. This has been my problem with the entire version. Like when we were playing it the other night with Bliss and Canadian, I'm like, everything feels off. Like this is like, it's supposed to be pretty much a 1-to-1 port brought over with just up-resed, and everything doesn't feel like how it should. Xbox is...
I'm really just trying to figure out like what's going on, because like, I mean, with KOTOR, I didn't think they were perfect. I think they had issues, and like with the first KOTOR, they made it the mobile version, so like text boxes are fucking huge,
and they brought in
it feels
mobile
clunkier.
exclusive bugs that they didn't know.
Yes.
They didn't notice.
Yeah, and the only reason I personally noticed it is because I actually bought KOTOR on my phone at some point, like way back, just because I was that addicted to the game. I loved it. And so I just wanted it on the go, and I noticed right away, I was like, this is just the mobile port. And it's got all the same issues. And then with KOTOR 2, them promising the mods for the restoration and then not being able to come through with that. But even then, like the way that they handled the restoration mod thing, I was like, okay, well, they are offering like a different game in their library, and they've worked on a few other ones and they've been great. Then you fast forward to the Tomb Raider one, and like, I mean, I didn't play it myself. Melanie seemed to like it. So for me, it's like, if you're like a giant Tomb Raider fan and you like it, it should be fine, right? Yeah. But I'm just wondering, like, are they getting too many projects and they're too tiny? So like they're almost accepting more than they can take, and they're fucking up this badly, and they're panicking.
Stealing
mods, and they're panicking and cutting corners. It doesn't excuse anything. I think this is terrible, and I hope that this story continues to expose them, because this is fucking awful. It doesn't matter if I liked you at some point. You shouldn't be acting like this. But I'm the type of person that tries to understand the why. I don't just go like, oh, you're doing this thing, fuck you. It's like, why are you doing that? And I just wonder, based on everything else they've done, is it that you've been given too many things to remaster?
That's a good,
and you're just like fucking yourselves over.
Yeah. So I am a shaman says, so to add on one final time, the patches on every console that were designed to remove my content actually haven't removed them. They are still in the files, just going unused now. Lol. Final releases have uncredited content in the files. Aspire Media. This person says, I'm just curious to know something. Taking away how morally wrong this is, are the owners of the game legally allowed to do this, or are modders protected in any ways against stuff like this? I am Shaman says, technically yes, but they shot themselves in the foot with no work from uncredited sources quote. I could be justified and likely would be able to pursue them from that statement.
I don't know, but the messy part with modders is that they're technically like using a pre-existing IP that they have not licensed out themselves either, right? I don't think that there's going to be legal standing for the modder to do anything about it, but I think it's worth exposing, and they should point it out, and this hurts Asper's reputation. That's what I see in this situation. But I don't see a case where the modder gets money for this or anything, because yes, they put work into it, but ultimately they're altering a pre-existing product. Yeah. They didn't get the permission to build that game or anything. They're able to mod it, and I'm a big supporter of mods. I think mods should be a thing, and like there's mods that have saved games for me before. But I'm just saying, it's a very like iffy legal thing. I don't see this as like you could take this to court or anything.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because Aspire keeps digging their own fucking grave here. It's insane that we even have an update on this. We won't know if my files have been patched over on console for a few days with this new update. I'm going to assume they have. This should be the end of this, but this does not cover up or fix the deception in the response to the trailer and broken trust. I am sorry, Aspire Media. So let's keep it reading here. And now, Battlefront modders have dug into the Nintendo Switch version of the Classic Collection, which I am shaman told IGN launched using further modified versions of my modded heroes before being replaced again in a patch. Aspire has yet to respond to IGN's request for comment. Quote, we actually managed to dump, archive, and data mine this version in the build, and I confirmed some files are the same as my original mod, specifically regarding the hero's projectiles. What's odd about this is that they're using the right animations, but the weapons data file, the force bubble projectile, and the player models for both Kit and Asajj are from the PC mod. And I noticed that as well. I brought this up. Like, all the characters look weird. Like, we talked about the black thing and all that stuff, the Rebel Vanguard stuff, but even ignoring that, like, when I was playing with Bliss and Canadian, I was like, Luke Skywalker's face isn't Luke Skywalker's face. Like he doesn't, because I was playing as him when we were on Jabba's palace, and I'm like, that's not how he looks. And it was like instinctual because it's such a small thing. But I'm like, I've played these games so much that I'm like, that's not his face. And then if you look at all of the characters, especially like the facial characters, which so primarily the rebels and the hero characters, they all look off. Like they don't look right. So they're probably pulling mods from a lot of different sources, like probably some up-res mod or something, like a reface kind of thing, which could even be why there's the whole Black Vanguard thing. What's odd about this is that they're using the right animations, but the weapons data file. Oh yeah, I read that. Some of the files were only modified in my mod slightly in order to work on PC, but still differ from the official models in some noticeable ways, and the force bubble effect is a completely different projectile I had to create myself. I've never had issues with them using my mod, but now that they responded by saying what they did, shipping these files in multiple versions of the game and not crediting the source is an issue. Not because I demand credit, but just on the credibility of Aspyr. How can fans trust a company which doesn't seem to value the fans' passion? Hot on the heels of the Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection, modders, including I Am a Shaman, set out to fix the game. Fucking typo here. Aspyree has issued a statement addressing the botched launch, saying that it has experienced critical errors with its network infrastructure. This resulted in incredibly high ping, matchmaking errors, crashes, and servers not appearing in the browser. Well, here's the thing. We were playing the other day. There's only like 10 other people playing the game, and it still runs like shit. So, yeah, this is scum. This is scummy behavior. And this whole situation has turned me from being an Aspyr simp to being a fucking Aspyr detractor. I am no longer a fan of this company single-handedly because of this release. I defended this company during the whole KOTOR 2 botch. I thought they handled that fine, like Kay said, and I understood. And I understood they got overambitious and they fucked up. And I thought they tried to make it right. But to me, this is fucking inexcusable, and this is fucking terrible. I don't think.
Well, this is very different because with the KOTOR 2 situation, it was more than being overambitious, in my opinion. They said that they would do something and they didn't get to it, right?
Yeah.
But then you have to wonder now, looking at this situation, this is all hindsight is 2020. How would they have put in that mod anyways? With that, like they would have had to credit the person. Would they have snuck it in and not credited the person? Did they run into too many complications there? You know what I mean? So then, like, with this situation, it's just, it feels so off and weird, and I can't support them anymore. It's not that I'm gonna, like, obviously I have the other games that they've done, and I'm still gonna play those. I own them, but it's just, it's really a piss off, and it's hard. I can't stand behind them anymore.
You've become the next limited run for me. Not in the political way, but in the way of now your name for me. It used to be when I saw Aspyr, I would get excited, and I would be anticipating your next release. Now when I see Aspyr, I'm going to be going, oh, what greasy thing are they going to do now? What are they going to steal? I'm just going to stick to the originals. There's no point. So it's really weird. The version's already this weird Frankenstein version of the console releases brought back, and then on PC, the console releases brought onto PC. But now you're like Frankensteining mods in and not giving credit. I don't even think they should be using mods, period. Like, all you should be doing is taking the original Xbox version with all the DLC, bringing it up, adding in new resolutions, and everything you add should be your own work. You shouldn't be putting mods in, period. You can allow Workshop on Steam. I think that would have been great. And then this person can get their own credit by saying, we don't have mods, but they can bring stuff in. That would have been the way to go about it. But to steal mods is just fucking next level gross.
Here's my question for you, because you've played a bunch of the versions. We've got Jinx K, who has played he said he rented this on the Xbox from Blockbuster, and then we have some other people in Rumble chat as well. It sounds like Adam might have also played this, or he said the General Grievous fights were great, so it sounds like he played as well.
Oh, so, yeah, Grievous is a great character to play as.
Anyone who's played it maybe on Steam might have the best answer, but like, what have they actually done, what work did they need to do is really, I guess, what I'm trying to ask, because the Steam version is already there.
Yeah.
So what have they done to this version that's different besides add this now stolen content, I suppose?
Yeah, well, that was the thing, is before this came out and before all this controversy came out in the disastrous launch, if you looked on the Steam forums like I did, everyone on the Steam forums was saying there's no point for this. The games go for $2 and they run fine. And the footage, it's not like a visual overhaul. It's not adding in new content. So there is 0 point.
So is it really the 64 player thing, which failed anyways? Is that the whole thing that they were really...
You can get that on Steam as well, like with the original Steam version.
So what work were they doing?
The only reason to get these would have been to have it on console like a Switch, so you could have the game portable. For buying it on PC, there was nothing they were offering. So
this is literally for like PlayStation people and Nintendo people, because the Xbox version you can also just play the original.
If you get the discs, and they work wonderful on the Series X. So, and that's how I mainly play them is, and also one of the best things ever is that on the Series X, even if you didn't buy the Asajj Ventress Kit Fisto DLC back in the day, if you just have the disc, it gives it to you for free. Just sign into Xbox Live and it just adds it. So that's probably the best way to play Battlefront 2, unless you want mods. Then you can just get the original PC version. But especially on PC, there was no reason. Everyone was calling out there was no reason, and then I was thinking, yeah, they're probably right. There is no reason. But we ended up getting it anyway, just, so we could host community events because it's my favorite game ever. If they added in new content, if they added in a visual overhaul, then maybe there would have been a point. All they really did was add in achievements that are also very broken, and they added in some resolution fix issues. Because it's an older game, it doesn't have like a proper window mode or anything. So you're going to see it when we stream it next Tuesday. But it does this kind of flickering thing when it goes in and out of loading screens where, it does that thing like you see all the time on Steam Roulette where it's like, it's moving around everything that's on my computer because it doesn't know how to handle like a resolution at this level. It fixes a little bit of that, but not well. And it does it in sacrifice of all these issues that completely tilt the game and these forced mods and not giving you the proper experience. So I will take that very trivial resolution upgrade when you can get modern resolutions in the original version just fine. They work out of the gate. It's just the loading kind of sends your monitors into a tizzy a bit. But that is a trivial price to pay in comparison to a way better experience. Whereas the new one, all it adds is issues, greasy mod theft, and destroying the experience, and a bloated hard drive space size at a, 10 times the cost or something, when it's costing $45 Canadian when you can get both games for $2 to $4. So it's just insane. I can't recommend these games at all. And then learning about this, it's fucking terrible. No matter how you look at these games, they're not worth buying or supporting. And if it wasn't for us running a community event, I would have refunded it day one.
Yeah. I mean, we kept it because we already planned this community event and everything, but we know not to plan a community event around any other Asper games going forward. Yeah. And actually, Smoo brought something up. He said, I wanted Asper to take on Time Splitters. Now I don't.
Yeah, because they're just going to steal mods, make it run worse. You're better just playing it on your PS2.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's fun. One of my favorite companies just decided to fucking destroy themselves. You were supposed to bring balance to the video games, not destroy them. So, okay, I'm going to look at this story that I have no idea what it is. Brought to you by Dungeon 00X.
So, are you okay clicking it in general, or do you need to send me to send it?
I'll take a look at it in general. No, that's
okay, so it's a tweet from Niche Gamer that we're going to look at, and this is very interesting, and I do agree with Dungeon that this should be brought up.
Cool, let's do it. I have no idea what I'm about to look at. I'm going to read it with you live right now. Okay, Niche Gamer. Well, first of all, I'm going to read what Elon Musk tweeted here. Okay, 1 second. Let me just do this. Perfect. Okay, so Niche Gamer, or Elon Musk tweets 18 hours ago, and I was tempted to bring this up anyway, so this is good. It should not be acceptable for any company in the gaming industry to be racist and sexist against white guys. And that was in response to Ashley Sinclair saying this is a massive problem. It is widespread throughout the entire gaming industry, which was a response to the quartering. Don't you love quote tweets? Saying, meet the global head of marketing.
I do love quote tweets, for the record.
I do,
as
too.
Everyone knows.
Quartering saying, meet the global head of marketing for Xbox. Oh, yes, this story. And Kelly, at Kelly Lombardi, saying, raise your hand if you're not a white man and you buy video games, quote, or sorry, in brackets, not to hate white dudes. It's just another day in the gaming industry that minorities have to fight to prove they exist. So let's go see what Niche Gamer has said in response to all that. Niche Gamer says, while we do agree with their base sentiment of gaming companies, quote, overplaying their hands per se, unfortunately, we can't cover this particular story or more stories like it without potentially getting punished by PR firms hired by those same game companies, who we have to rely on to get access to video games for review and coverage purposes, ranging from smaller devs to mid-sized operations to even AAA game companies and publishers alike. Because a lot of those same PR people support the people who hold these similar views, like what Elon is referring to here, we are already having significant issues and experiencing roadblocks regarding getting access to AAA titles because we have covered the Sweet Baby Inc. stories alone. It's quite unfortunate. And then PR companies looking at this tweet right now. And Niche Gamer says, you're right. And unfortunately, we have to face more backlash from tweeting us out. But it's not fair to be called out by Kotaku in Action and other places for refusing to cover stories. In an ideal world, you'd think talking about this without bias would be worth something, but it isn't. That is fucking insane. I love you, Oni-chan says, remember the world was normal just a few years back? Things got so bad so fast. Niche Gamer says, in this industry, you used to be able to get away with not giving a shit as long as you had the numbers. There are sites with far less traffic than ours who are listed on Metacritic, while we've been asking for years and continually ignored. Transparency is a net negative these days. Wow. Mean bastard saying, I'll cover it. Fuck those bullies. Yep. This is insane, and this is what we're talking about. All these people that are defending Sweet Baby, they're acting like they're the victims and they're the outsiders and everything. But here you're having proof that they control the entire industry, and if you just speak out against them, if you even criticize, not only do they claim that's harassment and they're going to use that against you to target you, but they're going to delist you from the industry. So if you're on the review side, the journalist side, if you go against them, they're going to make sure that you don't get the proper coverage, you don't get the proper tools so that you can do your reviews, and you don't get, you're not able to pretty much stay competitive because everyone else is going to get the keys. And then they're going to have to do backdoor deals, sex for favors, if you will, to give those games positive reviews when they're otherwise dog shit. Then on the inside the industry actually making the games, if you speak out against this, you're going to be blacklisted from the industry because all their friends have infected it. And they're going to go to HR. They're going to report you for fake bullshit. And the HR is on their side because the HR hired all these people. And they're going to push you out of the industry from that end. And it's just a constant vicious cycle where no matter what, if you talk about this, these people are going to target you and they're going to try to destroy your lives one way or another, whether it's financially or, you know, any way possible. So I've been a fan of Niche Gamers for a long time. I am not at all surprised to hear this. We constantly cover their articles and their coverage on here. They're my #1 source that I go to for gaming articles, and I definitely think that they deserve a lot of support because they're one of the few people left. I was a big fan of One Angry Gamer back in the day, and that was a one-man show effectively, and now they're gone. And that's a whole story that we could cover one time. But Niche Gamer are really the last vestige of like true, honest game journalism out there, and they're cool people. So I definitely recommend supporting them because they're going up against the world just like we all are in this nightmare reality that we're in.
I think that was perfectly said. I think they're being a slightly doomer-pilled, if I'm being honest. Like, people do still value transparency, and maybe your goal shouldn't be to fit in with this industry and try to be on Metacritic and all that stuff. Maybe you should try to aim a bit higher and understand that people will follow you and support you if you are being that voice. So I guess my advice to Brandon would be just keep pushing, and you should cover things regardless. And if people start to reject you and, you know, cause you issues, whether it's not being able to get a Steam key or whatever it might be, you know, I don't know how running a journalist site works and like what the moving parts are, but if you're having problems with certain people wanting to advertise with you, certain companies blacklisting you, whatever it might be, you should position yourself as the company that openly talks about that every time it happens, because the game, like, there's so many people now that are in tune and understand exactly what's going on, and they want to know. They want to know if a game company is causing you grief for your beliefs or whatever it is, and they're not going to support that company anymore. So maybe 10 years ago it felt different because it was, you know, all fresh and new, and I know Niche Gamer's been around for a very long time, and I mean, they experienced all that stuff with us too, right? Like, they were there. So Yeah, I guess I would just say, like, there's no point in trying to fit in with these people, and that's, like, my philosophy with Melee games as well. I don't care if any of these companies boycott us. Look what happened with Running with Scissors,
Yeah.
right? We could have easily played nice with Running with Scissors, but we didn't because, well, they were acting stupid, so we laughed at them. So I know it's a different position being in content creation, and, like, kind of what we're building is not, like, identical to gaming journalism. We're not trying to be journalists. We're here to provide you guys with fun content. We're talking about games. We're playing games. It's really about building, you know, a community to have fun and talk around. And there's a lot of moving parts to us. It's different.
Yeah.
But my advice to Brandon would be just lean into it. I wouldn't like let these people pressure you into not speaking on stuff. If it affects your business, I get it's scary, but people will rally behind you. You just need to be loud about it. And you have the benefit that he knows Elon Musk.
Yeah.
He's spoken to Elon Musk. So he has a bigger benefit than a lot of people in this position. It's not like they're best friends or anything, but he's had enough conversations with Elon. Elon was always a fan of Niche Gamer, to my knowledge, because Elon's a bit of a weeb. So, like, I kind of get the fear, but, like, if you're going to sit there and be in that position and not keep pushing forward, you're kind of hurting yourself. And I do think some of the criticism is legitimate, even if it sucks to be in their position.
Yeah.
It does.
Because unfortunately,
if you're gonna cower down from it too, that doesn't help you in the end. You're gonna play a game with people that don't want to see you succeed.
Yeah.
Whereas you could play a game with people that do want to see you succeed, and that means taking higher risks. So I don't know.
Pretty much highlighting that they're up against the entire journalist industry, and so it's a great highlight to show.
It is, and you know, I'm glad that they stood and they said something. So I don't want to be too tough on them. I'm just saying, like, this is the time to be super bold about it. Look at all these journalist sites that no one's trusting anymore. Be that one source that people trust and people flock to, and make this known. Talk to people within the community and make it known to them exactly what you're going through. Don't just make it a tweet. Really make sure you're reaching out to people who can help you as well.
I think there's a lot of voices. If you end up hearing
now.
this, like, you really are kind of the last ones. One angry.
Yeah.
I used to only go to. I used to go to One Angry Gamer, Niche Gamer, and Tech Raptor. Then Tech Raptor cucked. And then
Tech Raptor cucked.
So then I cucked out. Then I didn't cuck out. They cucked out. So then I cut out Tech Raptor. And then it was really One Angry Gamer and Niche Gamer. And then I pretty much, from what I remember, the One Angry Gamer guy, I can't remember his name, but he was great.
I think his name was Billy or something, but he was cool.
He pretty much got ousted from his own company. And they took it over, and they wanted to make it more like Tech Raptor, Cuck Raptor, and then it fucking lasted like a week. And so I don't even know what Billy is up to anymore, but he was great. So now, really, you see Niche Gamer articles all the time because they're my #1 source for, like, actual gaming news, and I recommend them. So I agree, Kay, with what you're saying. You are in a great position where more people can find you, and you can be the voice of the gamers. You don't have to be the IGN, you don't have to be the Polygon, and you don't have to go to it. I like what Adam said right here. Adam Misner over on Rumble said, "I'd personally be fine waiting for a longer review if it was authentic. And it would warn me if anyone is raping Alucard in the ass." And I wasn't expecting how that ended.
That was amazing.
But yeah, and you know what's funny is Niche Gamer, actually, that is how they review games, and that they have said that publicly. So while everyone was reviewing Tears of the Kingdom the day it came out, and they were all giving it 8s and 9s out of 10, they put out tweets saying, like, hey, we had to buy the game ourselves, and we're playing it on day 1. So if you want the actual review from people that are actually playing it, come back in a month. And they did. Now, the problem is it's hard to compete, and ultimately they're up against money, and so it's hard to get money when you're doing all that stuff. You're playing a game that, like, takes 200 hours, and you're buying it yourself and all that stuff, and it's like, how much money is that review generating for your website? And I don't know, I don't work there, but I assume, you know, by the time that they actually got that review out, everyone already made up their minds on Tears of the Kingdom. Like, just look at the news cycle in gaming.
I wonder, like, Brandon, if you do listen to this, which I don't know if you will, and that's fine. We did speak a little bit, like, way back when. You probably don't even remember me, which is fine because I'm under different, like, branding now. But
he's followed me before on multiple occasions.
Yeah, like, I've spoken to him in the past, so maybe I'll reach out to him. I'll see if he remembers me. But I would say, like, maybe you have to adapt your model to better fit the current day, and you might still be able to take those risks and also succeed and not worry so much. And maybe, I don't know if like YouTube is in the cards for you if you're doing that, and I'm not aware.
They
but maybe you want to take like a
do YouTube reviews.
I think maybe they would want to look at Game Ranks and try to kind of work off that format, because Game Ranks has a website, I'm pretty sure, right? But then Game Ranks mainly, and like I'm not like a giant fan of them or anything, but they do those like quick reviews, right? Like before you buy.
Yeah.
And you don't have to be a before you buy, but they do YouTube videos and those do well, is what I'm trying to say. And you can embed those into your articles, right?
Yeah.
So maybe there needs to be like some ecosystem change for you if you're worried about the repercussions of this and the way that you're currently relying on your ad revenue. I don't know like what your revenue source is. I just think you should be transparent and you should keep pushing forward, and you shouldn't let this defeat you. And yeah, you're speaking out, and I think that's great, but there's just something about the tone of those messages that feel very doomer, like we want to be more vocal and we want to be this person, but we can't. And it's like, just push through it. If you are aggressive about it and you do it, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
People will stand by you. But if you're gonna sit there and go, "Oh, gee, I wish I could, but I can't because this will happen to me."
Geez, dude.
Again, everyone has their different responsibilities in life. Everyone has things that impact them, and I don't want to sit here and assume. I'm just saying, you might not be in a position to take the risk at the moment, and I get that. But you should try to find a way how, if you want to really like be that place, if that's your goal, right? I don't know. It's hard to speak on because I'm not him, right? Like
I would love to know more.
Even with us,
yeah, I'd love to talk
right?
to him more.
Like,
yeah, and
we have
Brandon's
things that we do that we work on here. We don't push all this like subscribe to me, blah blah blah, all this stuff, and we know that sometimes that impacts our growth a little bit, right? But at the end of the day, our culture here is that we're not those types of people. We're not going to sit there and be like, subscribe to our channel, make sure you make sure you do this, all this kind of stuff. That's not that's not like our personalities. So even if that slows us down, we're not playing that game, right? And that's a risk in itself. And I think it's better that we're authentic and we don't play that game. So we bring ourselves to the table, for better or for worse, even if that makes us a smaller, channel at the end of it all. And I think you have to take those risks. You have to. If you really want to succeed on your own terms, you have to do it. So in your case, Brandon, you're in a position where you can make it, but you just got to get the negative thoughts out of your head.
Yeah.
You got to take the risks.
Yeah, I think that's well said. And yeah, I'll keep supporting Niche Gamer, and we're gonna keep putting a spotlight on them because they do good stuff, and hopefully they can turn that all around, and let's get less black-pilled and all that stuff. And hey, Kay, if you end up talking to Brandon, I'd love to do an update on this because this is breaking. Thank you, Dungeon 00X, for bringing this to us, man.
Thank you for bringing it up, Dungeon. I can reach out to him. I don't think he'll remember me because there were so many people around back then, and we all kind of spoke to each other, but I wasn't close to Brandon at all. Like, it was just, I've spoken to him before. But I can reach out to him and just say, at the very least, we're here to, if he ever needs to talk. And yeah, I'm not going to sit here and claim to know. I'm not like a business genius or anything. I feel like it's good to bounce off other people and maybe find a way to make it happen because I want to see him succeed. I think what he's trying to do is great, and I just don't want him to be too afraid to the point where he doesn't take action and he ultimately hurts himself in the process and what he's trying to do.
Yeah. Cool. Well, Kay, let us know if you end up talking to him. We'd love to get the updates. And yeah, hope you keep on rising, Niche Gamer, because you do good stuff. So yeah, let's keep it going. All right. You ready for the next story right here? I got to pull it up.
Let's do it.
So you can read some chat while I pull it out here.
Sure, yeah. Let me see what's going on in chat. So Dungeon said, I wanted this to be the best release ever. This has been a complete dumpster fire. That was in terms of Battlefront.
Yep.
Smooth says, Microsoft should be sued for discrimination against white employees, by the way. There's a bunch that's been going on with Microsoft, right? Like, I've kind of, I don't know, maybe I should be deeper diving into it, but there's been so much going on that I've just been like, whatever, Microsoft's gonna Microsoft, and I haven't really cared about it, but maybe I'll look more into that.
I'm ready for the next story when you are.
Almost done here. Smooth says honest reviews have more mileage. Yep, I completely agree. Just lean into it. Why are you trying to be on Metacritic at this point? If they're not going to accept you, then just, okay, fine, fuck you, and lean into it. Like we said, oh, we're like the most hated podcast by Running with Scissors. We didn't sit there and go like, oh,
yeah.
You know, we didn't go like, oh, Running with Scissors doesn't like us. I'm sorry, guys. Like, we didn't mean to criticize you or anything. Instead, we were like, okay, fine, fuck you. And we wrote it and we thought it was funny. And, you know, I don't see us playing Postal games now unless we spin it on a roulette. Then we will, right?
So unfortunate.
And we're not going to buy.
I was really looking forward to playing Postal Brain Damage. I mean, they had nothing to do with that game. They just let another studio make a great game out of it. So it's like a fucking Postal skin. But yeah, sad.
Smooth says rule of thumb is don't be another IGN. Exactly. Dungeon want to mention they did a great video review on Xenogears.
Yep. I've watched their video reviews. They're good, but they I think they need to lean more into them because they rarely do video reviews, and I think they're really good. I would watch their stuff over Game Ranks if they up it.
And find, I don't know if you can like how you pay your people that write for you, if you have other people that write for you, whatever it is, but maybe find a way to see if people would help support you in that way, or find find ways. That's all I have to say. I don't know your situation, so it's hard, but find ways. Jerry says you reap what you sow, and also hi Jerry.
Crazy
Landlow says you guys deserve more subs for your reporting and knowledge. Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you. And Adam Misner says I agree. Niche gamer is too doomer.
Yep. Cool. All right. Let's get to the next story. Okay, we've got about 10 minutes before we go to rapid fire news. Oh my god.
I'll give you 20 minutes.
Okay, good. Because I know there's probably a story in here that you really want to get to.
Yes, I'm trying to get to it.
Okay. Well, let's get to this one. This one is super quick. This is actually not a story. This is just a theory of mine that I want on the record. So we're going to talk about this. This is related to GDC. So if you guys, as you guys know, GDC happened and it was the most pause shit imaginable. My God, it was just, I mean, they were screaming. You saw it all. You saw the footage of all the GDC developers screaming at us. Just our existence. Think about that. We live so rent-free that these baguette developers are having conferences to scream about us, about our existence. They think we're stalking them in the middle of the night when we don't even exist. It's incredible. So, yeah, GDC was literal fucking hell. It was full of all this pause shit that you couldn't believe. But what I want to talk about, because it's all known. It is known, Khaleesi. It is known, Carl, as we call you, or Mahadib, K. Hadib.
Oh my God.
But here's something that no one's talking about in regards to GDC, and it is just a rumor I have, a theory that I think might come true in the coming months, and it relates to Helldivers. Everyone loves Helldivers. It is, doesn't matter if you're on this side or this side, everyone is fucking playing this game, which is amazing to me because I remember when they announced this game, I said this game was going to be fucking amazing. And then everyone was like, shut the fuck up. We were all excited for Spider-Man to me. And then lo and behold, everyone's playing Helldivers. But anyway, I digress. Everyone loves Helldivers. Everyone, regardless of politics. And the Helldivers devs have done work extensively to keep politics out of the game. Even though it does appeal to the Starship Troopers style fan base, the more kind of like our style of thinking. But look at this here. This was tweeted out during GDC. Oh, did I disconnect? Kay, are you there? Did they come in for me? Uh-oh. Well, I'm here. Hi, everybody. Kay's not here, though. We had a little bit of hiccup. They got Kay! They got her.
I'm back. I'm back. The Glowies tried to get me again.
I talk about the reading developers, and then suddenly they fucking took us down. Oh my God. Oh my God.
We're good. We're here.
Okay. So this was a tweet that went out during GDC because I was watching like the GDC tag to see what these fucking annoying people were saying. This one piqued my interest. At Cat Manning, or Cat Manning at GDC, said, okay, next question. Is anyone from Arrowhead / Helldivers at GDC? If so, please can we chat? And then Chopsky here, who Chopsky is writer of upcoming gay cyberpunk romance thriller series New Astoria. Oh my fucking God. AAA game dev. Made some games and shows and websites you probably like. I fucking doubt it. Says, I know some Arrowhead Helldivers people that follow me. Where you at? You should go hang out with Kat. And then also said, CC Wing Frog Tweets, which looks like this is a person that works at Arrowhead. If any of your folks are going to GDC, I know some quality people who would love to meet up and chat. And then, yeah, Kat replied, would love to, either at GDC or after, to be honest. This week is too packed. So I thought this was very interesting. And then we go over to this one right here. There's more people here. If so, let me join, says this person that was at GDC. I would bring you and our Joel, which I think I know of that Joel. That was another writer that I talked about on Twitter that's super paused that was at GDC. Casey Lucas, who here says, oh, here she comes. She's a bad tweeter, comics editor, author, creature rep, game dev. Says, I can bring BSG Joel too. Programmer, writer, and community of Black Salt Games. What is the plural form of Joel's? Joel's, but it's pronounced Joel's. And then we go to Kat Manning here. Narrative director at Firaxis, Nubula finalist, literature PSD personal account. And then they were targeting this person, the studio director and founder of Arrowhead Game Studios, most tweeting about life, and always amazed at our player community. So here is what I want to talk about. I have a theory that these people at GDC, these developers, are one, really jealous and envious at Helldivers' success. It blew up. It exceeded the wildest expectations imaginable. No one expected this at Arrowhead for it to be this huge. You saw the launch. But here's the other element. Helldivers is void of politics, particularly their politics. So that makes them even angrier. And like a parasite, they saw at GDC that there was Arrowhead people there, and they wanted to bring them into the cult, bring them into the fold. They want to have that cup of coffee. Remember Kim Belair? They want to have that cup of coffee with all the Arrowhead people and try to weasel them in to put a certain agenda into Helldivers. Helldivers is now a game where it has huge success out of nowhere, and they saw an opportunity to be like, so, Pride's coming up. How about you put in a cape for the Pride flag? How about you put in the trans flag? How about you do this? How about you do this for banners? How about you do that? It'd be great. It would just bring in new people into the game. No one would be mad or upset, and it would just be a way to flesh out and celebrate. That's the conversations I'm theorizing that they wanted to have. I don't have any evidence right now that they did have those conversations, but I do have evidence that they were desperately trying to have those conversations. And if they did have those conversations, I guarantee you that they started out sweet and manipulative and trying to do promises and talk about how great it would be if you brought this in and how great if you did this, this, and this, and this. And if they resisted, then it slowly turned into threats. Well, you really should because of this and that. And then it's like, we're not going to support you if you don't do this. You're not going to be welcome back here. It would be a shame if, this guy that I know at IGN or this guy that I know at Kotaku wrote something negative about Helldivers. So I just wanted this on the record. I just wanted this archived in case 6 months down the road, the Helldivers devs condemn something. Maybe they do like we talked about in the opening story. Maybe they condemn the evil gamers for going against Sweet Baby. Maybe they add in a pride flag or two. Maybe they do something this. Maybe they capitulate a little bit. I just wanted this on the record because that means that they did have those talks. So I find this really disgusting and I find this really gross that these developers wanted to infect Arrowhead and push their agenda into it. Did they say they wanted to push their agenda into it? No. But do you really believe that they were wanting to sit down and just be like, so it's a success, eh? Congratulations. All right, see you. No. Why do they want to so desperately meet with these devs? What do they want to say behind closed doors to these devs? So I'm just saying. That's my theory. But that is just a GDC theory. That is just a baguette theory. So that's pretty much it. Kay, do you have any thoughts on that? That's pretty much all I got for that. But I just wanted that on the record in case shit goes down with Helldivers in the future.
It's your theory specifically. But I agree with you. I think that they're going to always continue to convert people who they feel are powerful, and I would even say the word threat to them, because if more companies come out that are like Helldivers, that don't add this stuff in, they start to lose the culture war within gaming,
Yeah.
right? Because ultimately we're going to vote with our wallets. And as we've seen with Helldivers, everyone's voting with their fucking wallet on this game.
Yeah,
So,
it's huge.
the thing I do completely and utter, like, I agree with everything you said, but the thing that really stood out to me is exactly what you said, which is like, they're not just going to simply walk up to these people and shake their hand and say, congratulations on a good game.
Mm-hmm.
It did not feel like that based on all the
It
conversation.
feels very desperate to talk to these people.
Yeah, and just like even we on the Melee KO, I covered that article about like the takeaways from GDC, and I've been combing through, tags and stuff. And like I want to say a bold claim of like 90% of the conversation I can find from people that attended GDC are all very political. It's either you're talking about like this whole situation with Sweet Baby, whatever it is, and just like a up ramping of dialogue online, or you're talking about the layoffs. But there wasn't like positive conversation that came out besides, I'm just so happy I'm with other people who also understand.
Yeah.
I didn't see a lot of like, oh, it's so cool, I got to like play this and see this and do this. It really all felt like this was like therapy to me. I got to, meet other people that felt this way about this thing and that thing. So it felt like one big struggle session. And Arrowhead walking into that, they're the people that are succeeding, that are doing well. And that's probably a hard place for them to even be in, to walk into an event like that, because everyone else is miserable around them.
Yeah.
Right? So you're either taming yourself down because you don't want to come across as an asshole being happy while everyone else is miserable,
Yeah.
Either way, I hope that they don't cave. But I think it's going to be very difficult for them not to. And if they don't, I think they're going to eventually be forced to make some kind of stand or stance by those people and be in a position where they have to speak out, because they start getting too much backlash from the industry themselves, not from gamers, but from their peers.
And it's a slow creep. So all they have to do is target one person in the studio that agrees with him. And then that person will start backstabbing in the company to remove people that are against this agenda and slowly erode them. And then they will start hiring their friends that all agree with them. And eventually the CEO or whoever disagrees with them will be the odd man out. And then he'll have the company and HR against him. And so he'll go, okay, just whatever, just do it. Just keep making us money. And then he doesn't realize that you're about to lose a bunch of fucking money because your studio, over a slow roll, has been slowly eroded away and taken over by these people. So, Adam,
they have multiple things to worry about too, because the other thing that could happen to them, like we saw with their servers, right, where they were having issues in the start. So let's say that they make enough money and they're like, okay, we're going to make a Helldivers 3, just for example. They are going to have to build something even more ambitious for that game, which means they're going to have to hire more people. You get few wrong people in there. Done.
Yeah.
Right? So they're going to end up in a situation where they need to like hire more to expand, because I see them either continuing to run this game and, be very profitable, or they're even going to try Helldivers 3, in my opinion. And when that time comes, they're going to be like mass hiring and panicking to make sure the roles are all filled out, which most companies do. That's when they're going to be in the biggest risk of.
And they have been rapidly expanding to, measure against the huge demand. And so they're probably stress hiring, and they don't know what they're hiring. So Adam says, I've experienced those kind of talks. Everyone tries to use the hair. I love how you don't adhere to the norms of masculinity. And Smoo is theorizing that they will capitulate and they will get compliant. And if they don't force them at GDC, Sony will. And that's, Sony are huge in this category. And so they have a lot against them. It sucks. Elvis says they're ideologues. They don't care about the game or the plot or the gameplay. They care about their message. Everything is a vehicle for that. So they don't understand the fandom. So pretty much, I hope I'm wrong. And I don't think I am wrong. It's more of, will they cater to them? Will they give in? So I'm pretty sure these talks happened. It's just whether or not they actually say yes, and then 6 months down the road we start seeing content in the game that we don't like anymore.
Or do they just pat them on the back like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever, yeah, thank you, and then keep doing their thing, right? But I think as the customer side, the best thing we can do is continue to be vocal on the reasons why we like Helldivers, so that the feedback is very loud and clear. If you are enjoying that game, you should be talking about it. You should be sharing that knowledge with your friends. If you're on Twitter, you should be talking about it. If you're a streamer, you should be talking about it. You should tell people why this game is a great... Well...
You should be talking about it. You should talk about it.
Talk about it.
Talk about it. Hey, Helldivers devs, if any of you are listening, I just want to make it fucking clear. I love the game. I was so excited for this game ever since its announcement. Don't fucking ruin it by giving these people what they want.
Point is be vocal, right? Yeah. If you quietly to yourself enjoy the game, they're not hearing your feedback.
Yeah. Let them know.
So no matter what you do, whether it's talking, because you have a word with the issue with the word talking now, James.
You just said it multiple times and I thought it was funny.
If you talk to your partner about it, great. If you talk to your family about it, great. Friends, great. Whoever, right? Your audience, great. Just keep it up. Keep up the momentum. Make it loud and clear. If you own it on whatever system, if you can review it, that's a really good indicator. Just make sure it's clear why you enjoy this game, so that when they're taking all of the feedback and they're going to investors or whatever it might be, this is what we need to maintain. This is the reason why we have people's money for this game.
And you know what a great tool is? You can do what I do and get banned off of several Steam forums. Helldivers is on Steam. Even if you don't play it on Steam, you are welcome to go into the Steam forums and tell them right there to their face, don't fucking do this. This is how we want the game to be. Don't listen to these people. We love the game right now. And hey, if you do that and you come back and they banned you, it's a good indicator of where it's going to go, right? I've been banned by many a community manager on Steam, so come join the party. But if anyone from Helldivers is listening to this, don't fucking change anything. You have a good thing and you know it. You know that capitulating to these people would be the wrong course of action. Don't fucking do it. Thank you. That has been my message. And yes, all of you guys in chat, even if you're lurking, even if I haven't seen your face once, you are more powerful than you could possibly imagine. As Kay has said, let them know and discuss it, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on Steam, whether you have another show that you can do, just anything to get the word out and let Helldivers know. Thank you for making a great game. Now don't fuck it up. Thank you kindly.
I have an interesting follow-up on the story from hours ago about Stellar Blade. I don't know if this is what Smoo is citing, but I see a tweet that says IGN Stellar Blade preview footage is all encoded at 20 FPS. The game runs at an incredible 60 FPS, but IGN's preview video on YouTube and on their site is all messed up. They did the same thing with their Helldivers 2 review last month. What's going on there? And this is by Lance McDonald. So
Insidious?
I'm going to post this in our Discord just so people have that tweet, but that's interesting. I thought maybe Smoo was just theorizing it, not saying anything, just I thought maybe, but maybe it seems more people are noticing it, so maybe this is a thing.
Yeah, no, so then is it IGN laziness to rush the footage out and they just have a recorder, a capture recorder that's running at a low frame rate just to make sure it works? You know, it takes less file size or whatever. So it could...
Okay, yeah, that's what Smoo meant. Yeah, so... Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't realize it was a noticeable thing that people are seeing.
So it could be that. It could be just innocent laziness. But if they are doing it for Helldivers and Stellar Blade, but not other games that they're previewing in a very similar fashion, that is very suspect. That is very fucking suspect.
So in this thread, Lance McDonald says they actually pulled their Helldivers 2 review offline and re-uploaded it at 60 FPS after I pointed it out. So I guess maybe they'll fix this too. Really curious what's wrong with their video pipeline, though. No one should be uploading to YouTube at 30 FPS. Someone says, you were right. They encode the video only up to 24 FPS, not even 30 FPS. Dope Plank on Twitter. And then, yeah, a bunch of people in the comments just being like, how are you one of the biggest gaming sites and you don't understand video editing? So interesting. And somebody says, this is Schwan, says, trying to save some pennies on bandwidth costs. We'll know soon. As soon as that demo's live.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm excited. I will download that right after the show because I'm curious. I'm very curious to give it a shot now.
Also, Uncle's here saying sussy balls.
Sussy balls, everybody. The sussiest balls.
Sussy balls.
Perfect.
You know the story I want to talk about, right? Or do you want me to just say it?
Do you want me to make that the final story before the rapid fire?
If you guess it wrong, I'm going to talk about it after you talk about the story.
So, how many stories before rapid fire? One? If so,
Yeah.
I will make it that one.
If you guess it right, and if you guess
What
it
do I
wrong,
get if
I'm
I
going to
guess it
talk
right?
about it anyways.
What do I get
Nothing.
if I guess it? Nothing?
Nothing.
Fine. We're talking about Putin making a fucking video game console for Russia.
No, that's not the story. But that's fine. We can talk about it.
Okay. No, you want to talk about, you are of Indian descent, so you want to talk about the Bobs.
Yes! You
There
guessed
you
it.
go. 20, yep. You want to talk about the Toys for Bob. Toys for Bob. I will bring that up for you, and then we will rapid fire. Sorry, Russia. Seems like Kay wanted to ruin your fun.
I care about Toys for Bob.
I care
That's all I
about
gotta say.
Russia. Okay. Fine. I will talk about it.
Oh my god.
I will talk about it in the rapid fire.
Elvis says Bob's and or vagines.
Of course she wants to. Okay.
Smooth says 24 FPS is cinematic FPS though.
Oh, just the best. Don't you love paying for that beautiful 24 FPS? Okay. Oh my god, everybody. Oh, hold on. I have another follow-up story on this. Where is it? Yep, there it is right here. Right here.
And I haven't looked at anything on this yet, so it'll be me learning about it for the first time.
All right, I've got
purposely
two
waited.
articles on this. This is the final big fix story before we go rapid fire. Patow, patow. Okay, let's hit it. Toys for Bob reportedly teaming with Microsoft on their first indie project. The Spyro and Crash developer isn't entirely done with its former parent company just yet. The now independent Toys for Bob may have locked down a deal with Microsoft on its next project. The studio revealed its hope for a partnership in the same announcement as it split from Activision Blizzard. Per Windows Central, Xbox's Matt Booty, what a great last name, stated an agreement was reached between the two companies. While light on the details of that arrangement have allegedly indicated that the studio's next project will be similar to what it's made in the past. This was further supported by the outlet claiming that Toys for Bob's leadership was adamant about returning to its pre-Call of Duty style of games. What's that? Activision forced them to work on Call of Duty? I am shocked. Shocked, I tells you. However, it's not clear if this project will be a full Xbox exclusive or have some multi-platform agreement. Toys for Bob is best known for revitalizing the Crash and Spyro remasters of their original PlayStation trilogies and the new games like Crash 4, It's About Time. I've always loved that title. Well, did you play Crash 4, It's About Time? Okay.
We own it, but I haven't played through it yet because my whole goal with it was to play through the trilogy remastered because I thought they did a good job on that, and then get to 4. But I just haven't had the time to get through all of it yet.
I would love to try It's About Time. Chat, let me know if you tried it. It's About Time and if it's worth my time. No pun intended, kind of intended. While not all of these new games were hits, they helped sustain the brand, if nothing else. Its independence came shortly after the closure of its physical office in Novato, whatever. The studio is also targeted for layoffs in February, along with fellow Call of Duty developers Infinity Ward and Sledgehammer Games. At the time of its split with Activision Blizzard, Toys for Bob said its next project with it was in its early days of development. Even so, it was ready to develop new stories, new characters, and new gameplay experiences. And now I'm going to go to the next follow-up right away, which is a rumor. Spyro 4 is the next game from Toys for Bob. And yes,
I hope it's real. I fucking hope it's real. I love Spyro so much.
it is a rumor.
Fucking hope it's real.
So let's talk about it. It would appear as though Spyro 4 is in active development at the talented development studio Toys for Bob. The news comes from Crash Bandicoot and Spyro mega fan Canadian guy, eh? Not me, I promise. The information was shared in a recent video published by Canadian Guy A and summarized by fucking Resetera. Oh, kill yours. Member Nico Reese. Spyro 4 has apparently been in active development since January of this year and its studio's first new independent game. Here are the details. He had many private talks with people in the industry over the last few months and have always heard whispers about Spyro 4. On March 20th, he flew to Boston for PAX East and had conversations with a lot of developers. Some of the developers he talked to also heard stuff about Spyro 4, and one person in particular heard things that matched up with what he heard before. On Saturday, an article by Jez said that Toys for Bob had worked out a deal with Microsoft to work on their first new independent game that is similar to the previous games, which was a quote by Xbox's Matt Booty. Canadian guy A heard about this before the article dropped. After the article, he talked to these people at PAX again, and now that the article was out, one of those people confirmed to him that Spyro 4 is in active development since 2024. That is the news. In my opinion, it's great that Toys for Bob is able to make games that are more akin to their style. Activision has been doing this for fucking ever, where they criminally will lay off a company en masse and make them work on Call of Duty. They've done it to Radical. They've done it to my beloved Raven. They've done it to High Moon. They've done it to Toys for Bob. They have done it to countless companies where it's similar to South Park saying put a chick in it and make it lame and gay. Activision will say lay off the studio, make them do Call of Duty DLC. That's what they do. Call of Duty DLC. You do Call of Duty DLC. You do Call of Duty DLC. And that is it. You make a company totally soulless, and Activision is literally the worst. I prefer EA's method of doing the Disney Vault and just locking IPs away to never be touched again. Activision vampiring these studios, these beloved studios, particularly for me, Raven and High Moon, Raven being my favorite, and just destroying them of any semblance of their character and never allowing them to make the games that made them popular in the first place is a crime. So I am very happy, even if it is on indie projects that aren't an existing IP, for Toys for Bob to get unshackled and work on a game. So even if it was a indie-style themed Spyro, even if it was Myro the Dragoon, even if the next game was Myro the Dragoon, I am happy for them, and I'm excited, and they deserve your guys' support. But the rumor on it being actually Spyro 4, take with a grain of salt, in my opinion. Looking at the details, it's all he said, she said, this. So
it is very weak reasoning, in my opinion. It's just like, this one guy went around and talked to a bunch of people, and they're like, oh yeah, Spyro 4. But it's like something like that could even be started from someone asking several people, and someone be like, oh yeah, some other guy asked me about Spyro 4. Maybe it is a thing. Like, you don't know, right? So I don't know for sure if it's going to be a thing. What I do know for sure, though, is that they are working on a new project, and I really hope that it is Spyro 4. If it's not Spyro 4, I think they should do something similar to A Hat in Time. I think that would work really well for that studio. Either way, I'm really excited to see what the next product is, and I'm going to be watching that like a hawk, and hopefully I'll be able to play it someday and be like a day one purchaser, depending on how it looks. So.
Yep. Cool. Before we go to rapid fire, Kay, I want to give you the floor to pay respects to the Tales series developer that passed away. Do you want to, as a big fan, do you want to talk about that briefly?
We can talk about it briefly, yeah. Do you have an article for it still?
Yeah, I can talk about that super quick here before we go to rapid fire. Let's see here. And yeah, I figure you can kind of cover this as you are a big fan, and so you tweeted about this, but unfortunately this is becoming a trend. Is I like to point out beloved people that are in the industry that have unfortunately passed away. This comes from Niche Gamer. Tales series creator, designer Matsumi Inomata dies at 63. Matsumi Inomata, a longtime illustrator and animator that worked on many of the Tales games and various anime productions, has tragically died at age 63. News of Inomata's passing was confirmed on social media by her sister, noting that she passed away roughly a week ago on March 10th. A cause of her sudden passing wasn't given. Matsumi was the main character designer for many of the Tales games, starting in 97 with Tales of Destiny, followed by Tales of Eternia, Tales of Destiny 2, Tales of Rebirth, Tales of the Tempest, Tales of Innocence, Tales of Hearts, Tales of Graces, Tales of Xillia, Xillia 2, Tales of Zestria, and finally Tales of Berseria. Inomata was an active illustrator and animator since the 1980s, where she got her start as a character designer and animator for Konami Productions. She worked on a number of classic titles ranging from Windaria, Urusei Yatsura, City Hunter, and even Mobile Suit Gundam. So, Kay, as a fan,
it's an industry veteran, essentially. I think that, Velvet, who is the character from Tales of Berseria, the main character, I think that is one of the best character designs in, like, any JRPG, just in my personal opinion. But for, like, out of any Tales series, that's actually my favorite character. I think she did such an excellent job with this character design. So it's just, it's absolutely tragic to see her go. And, you know, she worked on a lot of stuff, Mobile Suit Gundam. So there's not really much to say on there besides thank you for all of the work. And that's, you know, I love the Tales series. So I'm definitely going to feel sad playing them now, seeing like, oh my God, are they going to have another person who can create characters like this in the future? But, you know, rest in peace. And thank you for making awesome characters. And for having, you know, such an impact on people's lives. That's just, it's crazy to lose all these veterans now.
Yeah, very well said. Thank you. So I hate to see it.
Yeah.
So, and it's unfortunate. But with that, okay, you know what time it is.
It's rapid fire time.
Oh, it's rapid fire. It's rapid fire. We're going to get through all the news that we couldn't get to super fast. And I'm introducing a new rule, okay? A new rule you don't know about. And this came about last time on the rapid fire where people were saying, hold it. And we want to hear about that. So, Kay, if I rapid fire through some news and you go, hold on, I want to hear more about that, I will quickly turn it into a full-blown segment. And if chat demands it, and Kay, if you allow it, we will hold it and we'll dive into it. So, are you ready, Kay? Watch the chat. Listen to me. I'm going to rapid fire some news coming at you live right now. Thank you guys so much. It is time for rapid fire. Oh, yeah. All right, right off the bat, there is a game that got delisted on Steam because it did some fucked up shit. It's called Dark and Darker, another delisted game. I don't really know because we didn't dive into it if it was justified or not. But guess what? In a weird turn of events, they are actually on the Epic Games Store now. So if you're interested in that, you can go check out Dark and Darker over on Epic. Oh my God. Speaking of that, blah, 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 blah. Seems like we have some competition. Putin of Russia is restarting the video game industry. That's right. Over in Russia, we're going to have a resurgence of the Russian video games, and they're going to start a brand new console. I'm fucking hyped. I don't care. I want this Russian console. It hasn't even started yet, and it already has more games than the PS5. Whoa! And speaking of the PS5, it's fucking dead on arrival. The PS5 Pro, that is, it's fucking dog shit. Nobody wants it. It can't even run GTA 6 at 60 FPS. What's the fucking point? Industry insiders and developers are even saying there's no point. They are literally coming out and saying that the PS5 Pro is fucking pointless. Don't spend your money on it. It's dog shit. That is funny to me. 0 games. Russia literally has more games. Whoa. Next. The music's playing perfect. Next, we have Neuralink humans, folks. Neuralink humans are gamers confirmed. There is the first person to have a Neuralink fucking chip put in their brain. And what did they do with it? They literally were up all night just playing Civ 6 and a little bit of Mario Kart. That's what they did, is they put Neuralink into a gamer, and he was like, I played Civ 6 all night, and it was great. And I was seeing responses being like, yeah, I fucking do that anyway. Like, I don't need Neuralink. I don't need you to fucking biotic my brain just so I can stay up all night playing Civ. I do that already. I'm autistic. I'm a gamer. Whoa! Up next, Konami released a documentary series on Metal Gear, and it's narrated by David Hayter. But guess what? They pulled a Chris Benoit, and they took out Kojima out of the whole documentary. They don't refer to him by name. It's so funny. They literally like blur him and shit, so you can't fucking see Kojima in a fucking documentary made by Konami about Metal Gear. It's the funniest shit ever. Full blur Chris Benoit effect. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. All right. Nintendo is bracing for layoffs. Nintendo's bracing for layoffs as they're restructuring their testing area. They're testing people pretty much because they are pretty much, I think, prepping for the Switch 2. And so people are going to be expecting kind of less games in the sunset era of the Switch as they start moving on to designing and developing games for the Switch 2. So get ready for that. Greg Miller ruins everything because he wants Ghostbusters and everything. What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Let's slow down for that one.
Oh, okay, wait. Hold on, Kay. I have a moment for this. Right now. All right. We're holding it. You want me to go through this one?
I'm going to not dig too deep because this is one that I'm going to look in deeper. But I have an issue with what Greg Miller did because pretty much there is a tweet. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was a Destiny crossover with Ghostbusters, correct?
Yep, I will pull it up right now.
Okay.
I just have the tweet itself. But Greg Miller said to whoever at Sony made this deal to get Ghostbusters into Destiny, don't stop. I don't even play this game anymore, but I bought this stuff. That's fucking suspect. I'll do this with all games you crossover with. Have you heard of Helldivers? Here it is.
Okay, here's my problem, guys.
Helldivers. Yeah.
Here's my problem. It's less about ruining gaming, whatever. This is the thing. Greg Miller, on the record as a huge Ghostbusters fan. That is legitimate. That's fine. He eventually, because he was a huge Ghostbusters fan, became the voice of Nameless in Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed, which is a game that is still running today. Now, it is in Greg Miller's best interest to see more crossovers happen with other games because there's potential that he could be involved in those games. This is a personal monetary gain that he could potentially have. Now, why does that matter? Well, he used to be a journalist at some point, and he has slowly transitioned into a personality. And this is where it gets fuzzy for me, because Kind of Funny is painted more as like content creation, but people in the industry still kind of look at him as like an industry voice of sorts. And so some people may take his voice as a journalistic voice. Yeah. I think this is a slight conflict of interest. I think it's very blurry on whether or not we could call it a direct conflict of interest, but I do feel very weird, and you should always trust your gut, in my opinion. So it feels greasy to me, even if it's not anything that's like egregious or reputation ruining or whatever it might be. I think it's a little weird that he's slowly transitioning into this, like going from a journalist to a personality. And I'm not saying people can't move careers, but you're within the same industry and you're still creating influence, and then you would directly monetarily gain from these crossovers happening because you have voice acted a Ghostbusters character in a video game. So I'm going to dig deeper in general into some of what's going on with him, with Kind of Funny, etc., because I don't watch Kind of Funny. I can't stand Greg Miller. I think he's fucking annoying. Yeah, so I haven't followed it close enough, but I want to understand if they do any reviews on their site and if this could become a deeper issue and that their audience could be, you know, dealing with journalistic ethic issues here, because I just, the way he pushed it was very like, as a fan, I want this.
It is really greasy and suspect.
It's weird.
And as a, like, I'm a pretty big Ghostbusters fan. I consider the first Ghostbusters movie to be a rare, perfect movie, a literal 10 out of 10. I love Ghostbusters so much. I have played Spirits Unleashed to death on this channel. But I don't want Ghostbusters in everything. Don't make Ghostbusters a soulless fucking cash grab. Like, Ghostbusters doesn't work at all at Destiny, and I've quit Destiny a long time ago, and I am never fucking coming back because it is so obnoxious to see the Ecto-1 and Slimer in Destiny. Like, they're two very different universes. This is so immersion breaking. It's fucking sickening, and it looks like slop. So yeah, it's really suspect of you to want to inject Ghostbusters, a franchise you have ties to and you have financial interest in, into every game possible. Is really fucking suspect.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just like, it's a gut feeling thing. I can't sit there and be like, you're a Stephen Totillo or Patricia Hernandez or whatever, or Alyssa Mercante, whatever. I can't sit there and be like, here's a direct correlation to you writing reviews and then also having like something on the side with it and getting monetarily gain. I can't fully make that connection because he's created himself into a cult of personality and he's shifting away from being a journalist, right? And he is a lifelong Ghostbusters fan. So that comment can be taken as a lifelong Ghostbusters fan in the same way that like you could speak as a lifelong Star Wars fan, right? So it's just this like feeling of like you are a media personality that has influence, that is pushing for something that would get you potential monetary gain because you would be involved potentially in voicing a character if they bring Nameless in. It feels weird to me. Like I said, guys, this is something I'm still digging into, so I apologize if I don't have more information now, but I do want to look into it. It might be nothing, but it to me it's just like it's weird. Yeah. It's weird. It feels weird. And I also I've found some information about his wife working with like game companies and stuff before too. So, well, she's also a public figure. So there's just weird things because I don't know what Kind of Funny covers.
Nothing
and I
funny.
I need to understand what Kind of Funny covers and if they disclose this kind of stuff.
If he can speak as a lifelong Ghostbusters fan, so can I as a lifelong Ghostbusters fan. Fuck off. This is garbage, and stop making Ghostbusters slop. It was one good movie. Let it fucking die, for the love of God. It's a great movie, but it's a movie, singular. It's one good movie. The sequel's okay, and then the Atari video game is good. That is it. Please let it fucking die already in peace. The more you churn out fucking garbage, it just ruins it. Look at everything. So yeah, thank you, Kate. I would love to see you dig more into this.
Yeah, and I mean, the angle, like, anyways, with his wife is, I'm just curious if Kind of Funny has done positive coverage of any of the games that she's, like, been involved in. Mm-hmm. I think it's like a shipping company or something, so it's not necessarily creating the games, but this is the thing I need to just look in deeper is how does Kind of Funny paint themselves in the industry? Are they an industry voice that just plays games and that's it? Are they someone that they consider journalists? What is their role? I don't understand it still. So yeah, more on that maybe in the future. And of course, if I find nothing, I will also tell you guys. Look, I looked at it and whatever. This is what I found. That's it. But
cool. How's it going, Crazy T? Crazy Landlord says if you like Ghostbuster games, you should play the OG Luigi's Mansion. I fucking love Luigi's Mansion so much, and I definitely will be doing a stream of the original sometime on this channel. And the third Luigi's Mansion is one of my favorite Switch games of all time. It's probably top 3 Switch games, so love it.
This is what so smooth. Like, yeah, this is exactly it. Miller's wife used to work for Square Enix, so
yeah,
it's just it feels weird to me.
I want to give you a nice comment here from Adam. Adam says, man, you guys are honestly better than X-Play ever was. I don't bother with gaming news anymore, but now I have a source of base news I can trust to warn me about Alucard situations. And I love and hate that has become a term. But yes, thank you, man. Yes. That means a lot.
No, thank you so much. That means a ton.
All right, Kay, you ready to continue this rapid fire?
Yeah.
All right. Let's do it. Well, Epic is doing a first run at revenue, meaning that if you go on the Epic Game Store as a developer for the first 6 months, you get 100% of the revenue, no cuts at all. But given Epic's track record with games of being greasy, I assume that this has a dark underside. And you look at how Epic has been, and if you go on it, it'll probably ruin your fucking reputation because nobody wants to buy games on Epic Games. Wow! Relic restructured today. Relic, known for making, oh god, what's that company game called? Well, they make Dawn of War, which is the 40k RTS games. They mainly
Company of Heroes?
Company of Heroes. Company of Heroes. Space Marine actually made the best Warhammer 40k game ever. Space Marine. They decided to do restructure today. They are no longer owned by Sega. They're now owned by like a private investor or something. And this was kind of a smart way to avoid the mass industry layoffs that we're seeing lately. So, hey, good for them. Hope it works out. The Lollipop Chainsaw remake is not looking hopeful, folks. While the original creator is promising that it's going to be as faithful as possible because of music rights and all that bullshit, he's had to cut 16 songs that were originally in the original. So, hey, props to him for trying to make something authentic, but music copyright is a biatch, as we all know. Thanks, Lars. Go fuck yourself. But maybe hang on to those old copies of Lollipop Chainsaw because the remake is not going to have any of the original music. Microsoft goes full retarded, demanding that women are not sexy in video games. Hey, Microsoft, go fuck yourself. I like sexy women in video games. I hope you die. It's rapid fire. There's no time for nuance. I hope in Helldivers, which you can't play. Get fucked, Phil Spencer. Every Super Mario Maker level has been beaten. This is fucking crazy because Super Mario Maker 1 no longer has servers or whatever. You're actually able to play every level that was uploaded to it ever, and someone fucking did that. That's fucking crazy to me. Can you imagine?
The timing of that was so weird too, because we did our Super Mario Maker 2 event, like, I think 2 days or something before or after that. And I looked at that, I was like, wait a minute, what? That's so cool. So that's awesome that someone was able to do it. And I don't know if they have footage of it. I think they did, right? But
fucking how?
You can probably look it up.
Fucking how? Yeah, I think there is footage of it. Tim Sweeney, the virgin twin Tim Sweeney of Epic Games, got blown the fuck out in a leaked email by a Valve employee. He pretty much called them assholes and was crying about how Valve operates, and the Valve developer responded being like, lol, cry more. It's really fucking funny, folks. It's over on my Twitter. Check it out. The Chad Valve dev versus the virgin Tim Sweeney, and he literally cried in a fucking email. It was super funny. Mobile Game Boss poisoned the food and killed a fucking guy. Kay, do you have anything on that?
Oh my god! this story was so fucking weird. It's a company in Asia called Yuzu, and the guy like poisoned the other, like the CEO or some shit, right? I don't know the full story. I just saw this and it was like somebody got like fucking murdered over a mobile game.
I imagine it's like he leveled up to level 99 crime boss and fucking did it. Just like a mobile, like
it was so fucking crazy. Yeah.
So there you go. There it is.
The company is Yuzu. If anyone wants to look into more of that, I was like, what? I only saw the headline, but I was like, what the fuck?
It was so funny. Our Rebel Vanguard story, you all know it pretty much. I'm on an autistic trail. Go look at our Twitter. I've been talking about it. At some point in the history of Battlefront from 2004 to now, some developer at some point changed the race of the fucking Rebel Vanguard from white to black. And we made people shitter-shattered mad just talking about this on Twitter. It was so fucking funny. Just me pointing out a change made it, like, people go apeshit mad. And we've gotten so autistic over it that Kay has literally ordered a copy of Battlefront on PS2.
Specifically Black Label. Specifically the original version that was on the PS2.
Because I've had a couple people tell me that he is black on PlayStation where they played it, but I only ever played on Xbox, so I need to look into this and be like, is Xbox white exclusive? Is this a Soul Calibur scenario where everyone was white on Xbox and then black on PS2 and then like Filipino on PC? I don't know, but we're gonna find out. Stay tuned for that update. It's gonna be really funny. It's gonna make people so mad. Speaking of updates and me talking about things that make people mad, we had an update about the Dead by Daylight skin where I'm a beautiful princess, aka a transsexual woman that kills things. So they first started staying silent, as you all know. If you want to know about this story in detail, I did my last Dead by Daylight skin goes into this in great detail. The update is that going silent wasn't working for the devs. Now they have pretty much made an announcement saying that they don't condone like all the harassment that's being done with this skin, even though you can't. It's just a skin where you kill people in it. There's no harassment possible.
There's no VC in fucking DBD. There's no voice chat.
Yeah, so there's
you can't harass anyone.
But this is exactly what happened with the Leatherface skin. So now, first they go silent and hope it goes away. And now they've been forced to fucking talk about it. And they're condemning all us evil gamers like me who bought the skin and having a silly little time killing people as a transsexual. The next thing they do, if this follows my prediction with the Leatherface skin, is they're going to remove it and refund everybody that bought it. And it's just going to be taken away. So that's why I bought it. Come at me, bitch. I'm going to keep playing it. Expect another transsexual Dead by Daylight stream. It's going to be funny. Let's keep playing it until they fucking ban me. There's a game coming out called Rainbow Cotton that looks like it's straight out of the Dreamcast. It looks super fucking cool. It looks like a Dreamcast game. It's super cute. Look it up. It's Rainbow Cotton. It looks great. The creator of Resident Evil made a new company. Who knows? He's probably going to make survival horror games, or maybe he'll play cutesy farming games. Maybe he'll make those. Probably going to be Resident Evil games, but it's going to be a new company. Resident Evil guy. Hold on, Kay. I need to drink some water.
Chug, 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 chug.
Yeah. There's so many stories. There's so many stories. Minecraft ban exploit. I don't know what's happening with this because we didn't look into it. But there's some.
I'll cover this at another time, even if it's 2 weeks from now or if it's on KO. But yeah, this is an interesting story because
it has to do with
essentially it's like people are able to exploit something so they can use like slurs and stuff like that to get you banned off Minecraft. Like they're able to exploit it by like a weird thing. So I'll do a deep dive on that because that's a very like weird and complex story.
All right, do it. The Days Gone devs' next game is a live service game. That's it. There's a Bungie shakeup. People are coming and going at Bungie, and it's going to affect the upcoming Marathon game, which I predict is going to be shit no matter what, because Bungie is shit now. The Max Payne remake has the same budget as Alan Wake 2. It's probably going to be shit. It's probably going to have Sweet Baby shit in it. Just look at Alan Wake 2. Dead on Arrival. I plan on streaming all 3 Max Payne games in the future anyway. The original versions, they can go fuck themselves. Speaking of going to fuck yourself, Phil Spencer wants Epic and Each Toe, or whatever it's called, on Xbox. So, hey, maybe you don't have to use the Epic launcher on PC anymore. You can just use your Xbox, and then I can play Order Us and hit on really dumb girls that need to be in, like, fucking... that act like they're in preschool even though they're legal age. I can do that on my Xbox next, aka my sex box. Pedro Pascal is done filming Last of Us Season 2, Lamau. It's time to golf, baby. There's a new Fatal Fury game that looks good. Gearbox shakeup. Yeah, so Gearbox is super fucking suspicious. They announced Borderlands 4, and then they also got sold finally to 2K, and it's been this weird moving of Gearbox and everything, and they announced a game at the same time, and they did it super late night. Very suspicious. Suspicious coming from the company that somehow is still headed by Randy Pitchford, and so under their big happy announcement that they're getting sold to 2K, I just tweeted, what was on the Medieval Times USB, Randy? And I didn't get a response to that because Randy's afraid of me. He also lives in my bathroom. Amy Henning's next game is Marvel Slop. That looks like shit. Looks like fucking dog shit. I made a bunch of people mad because I said it looked like garbage. And the thing is, it's a Marvel Slop game. And everyone's like, but it's Amy Henning. I don't care. It looks like shit.
She needs to either get into a better game or, like, do her own fucking thing at this point. Stop putting your talent to waste, Amy Henning. You're actually great at what you do, man.
Yeah, stop it. Get some help. Stop working on Marvel Slop. There's a new DRM coming out called Tracemark. I don't know anything about it, but it looks like shit. Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed that we've talked, that we played a lot on this channel, has a new roadmap for content. The game isn't going anywhere. They're releasing content through the rest of the year, and they've already released a skin for Sam Hain, which is the new killer from the new movie that I haven't seen because it is fucking shit. So, I will not watch the movie, but I've been playing the game again, and the game's fucking great. If you want an alternative to Dead by Daylight, it's probably the best one, and they're still supporting it. Go check out Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed. Absolute State of Dragon's Dogma. Don't fucking buy Dragon's Dogma. Everything that could go wrong with this game is it's got a low frame rate because of its fucking DRM and de novo shit. It's charging microtransactions just to fast travel. You can't save your game properly. You can't start a new game. It's like the worst fucking state ever. Everything that could go wrong with a modern game is going wrong in Dragon's Dogma 2. So it's really funny. Judas, the not Bioshock 4 by Ken Levine, is finally getting shown around, and you can find footage on that. Looks kind of good. Looks kind of bad. I don't know. Ken Levine in the modern era, but I'm interested, so you can find footage on that. It's also being done in a really old school kind of way. It's very backdoorsy, showing the footage like it's a big video game announcement. Think back to like when people would look at like Gears 2 or something. Very strange, but yeah, Judas footage out there. Ratchet and Clank was ruined by Sam Maggs, and it's eerily realistic. Pretty much, they talked about this on Side Scrollers. Melanie Mack did a great job talking about this. But the sexy Lombax character that was supposed to have giant titties got nerfed by Sam Maggs, who hates titties and attractive women because she's an insecure bitch. So yeah, fuck you, Sam Maggs. Stop ruining shit, especially Ratchet and Clank. Why don't you clank this, bitch? Hellgate London is coming back. You remember that shitty game called Hellgate London? No? Okay, well, it's coming back.
What the fuck is that?
Do you want to hold it? I can go into it.
No, I don't want to hold it. I don't... What the fuck is that?
Yeah. Time Splitters dev reflects on Time Splitters. Guess what? You're probably never getting another Time Splitters. There's a game coming out that looks super cool where you have to... It's like a first-person 3D game, but you are moving by using a Game Boy. So pretty much...
Wait, somebody in chat knows what Hellgate London is.
There you go. See, I knew what it was.
Uncle says Hellgate London was rad. Don't you smack talk my Diablo dev boys.
Yeah, there you go. See,
and also Flame Mage does. Okay, I need to look into this game. I have no idea what this game is.
I can talk about it if you want to hold it.
No. I'm on my own time. I'm going to look into this game.
There's a game coming out that looks super cool. It's like a first-person game where you're walking around and platforming in first person, but then in front of your face is like a Game Boy, and so with your in-game hands, you have to control not only your feet in the first person on your body, but you have to play the game that's on the Game Boy. It's neat. There's a shitty TMNT game announced that's based on the fucking Seth Rogen garbage-ass movie that I'm not going to play. Fuck you, Seth Rogen. Jack Thompson's having a redemption arc. Jack Thompson check. He's talking good shit about video games suddenly, and it's really funny.
What?
Yeah. What? Do you want to hold it, or is that it?
I'm gonna look into what? Yeah, hold it.
Oh
what the fuck? Sorry, that's like a Jack Thompson we're talking about here.
Yeah. Okay, let me pull it up.
Like Jack Thompson was like the first time.
Do you
I
guys
really
see how much fucking news there's been in the past 2 weeks?
No, I've not heard this at all. Like, I'm like caught off guard by this. I didn't even see a word about this. And like Jack Thompson to me is like the first time I ever really paid attention to like politics and gaming, I guess, and like controversy and like that kind of stuff. So I'm shocked.
Yeah. Okay. So Jack Thompson, if you don't know, is kind of the original big boss against video gamers. Go all the way back before feminism and Anita Sarkeesian and sex for favors was a thing. Jack Thompson was the guy that was rallying against video games because of their violence. He was mainly coming from a perspective of like an Al Gore, Tipper Gore kind of scenario where it's like, the video game's violent, we can't let kids play them, yada, yada, yada. And the gaming community was very rallied against him. And he was really seen in like the early to mid 2000s as like the big evil guy that's going to take your games away. But redemption arc check, this isn't the first time either. Jack Thompson, who tried to ban GTA for over a decade, now says video games are arguably the greatest teaching tool ever. And we can get a quote from him right there. Apparently, this is from an interview that's coming. Oh, it's already came. Story of my life. But on March 26th, my Perfect Console podcast. So I guess this podcast interviewed Jack Thompson. Let's see this little clip here.
You believe that video games have the capacity to cause some degree of harm to a person by the virtue of their systems and all of that, then I suppose the logic is that you must also believe that the right combination of story and gameplay has the capacity to enrich a person's life. Have you ever been interested in looking at the more positive side of games?
Yeah, and I have, and I've seen how it helps kids with disabilities, learning disabilities, and in other ways. You know, technology is an amazing thing. I just saw Oppenheimer, which I think deserves the Oscar for Best Picture.
Fuck you, Godzilla.
Amazing movie in so many ways. And let's take nuclear fission. It can incinerate a city or it can illuminate a city. So technology is neutral. What is done with it in the hands of malevolent or indifferent or good people is determined by that motive and what's done. But the technology is neutral. Fission is neutral. Video games are arguably the greatest teaching tool ever invented by virtue of the fact that the graphics now are cinematic in quality. Virtual reality doesn't look as good as virtual reality, arguably. And you've got the interactive nature of video games is what makes them so incredibly powerful. You are doing something. You are not passively watching a movie. You're actively a character in that movie, or you're actively learning an important subject you need to learn. So I'm all for the technology. I think what we do with technology is the point, not the technology being the problem.
I have a theory. You want to know my theory, Kay?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna pull up my theory, and why don't you talk about that?
Talk about what, chat?
Why don't you talk about what you just heard?
I'm just confused by all of this. I'm just trying to absorb, like, so he thinks it can't, pretty much, he's acknowledging that video games are a tool, and so they can be used for good or for evil. Essentially, that's kind of what I gathered from his statement. I mean, I don't know. It's just, it's very strange to me. He's always felt very out of touch with video games, and I just feel like there must be like some conversations behind the scenes or something. Somebody rallied him to speak on this, because I don't see a reason why he would at this point.
Here's my theory. Turn yourself to the stream here.
Okay.
Jack Thompson, hater of video games.
Yeah.
Woke up one day and he saw this. He saw this. And then he immediately went, and that was it. The rest is history. The rest.
So Jack Thompson saw titties and was like, all right, fine.
He saw Ivy from Soul Calibur and he was like, I fucking get it now. What have I done? What have I done? But yeah, no, he's actually talked about this, like, what?
This is just weird. I think I need to like deep dive into the Jack Thompson shit too. It seems out of character.
Well, it's a whole podcast. Maybe you can talk to the podcast people there. But yeah, it seems he's talked about this before. I remember at the last Gamergate, the last party we had in 2014, he was also saying shit. For some reason, pottery, it's like poetry, it rhymes, things always happen again and again and again. And he was saying very similar stuff. Yeah, last time, 10 years ago, when people were championing Jack Thompson, he was saying, like, look, I never said that I don't want adults to play games. I just don't want violent video games in the hands of children. That's it. And so
Which is a true statement that you should not necessarily put violent video games in the hands of children. That's why we have the ESRB to begin with.
Yeah.
So that, kids are not playing GTA. I'm not like completely against any of those statements. I think people are like kind of intense on the weight of what they think how it influences people. Because your brain develops until like age 25. I would never advocate for people not to play games up until the age of 25, for example. But I think it's a much deeper conversation. But
I think Jack
on a
Thompson-
surface level, like saying, oh yeah, like kids shouldn't be playing very, very graphic video games is not like a poor statement to make. It's everything he did around it that I have a problem with.
I think Jack Thompson is actually someone that has benefited from the internet age. When he was a controversial, mired figure in gaming, it was in the early to mid 2000s when primarily we were getting this information told to us through television, primarily. And so it was very easy to take him out of context or hear snippets of him or whatever agenda wanted to manipulate him in a certain way. And when he's able to just be free form on a podcast or just speak his own mind on the internet, you're able to kind of see the more nuance in his opinion. The problem is, the issues we had is, are the people making games going to take his side? And so back then in the early to mid 2000s, it was really a concern of, is this figure going to negatively impact my games because he is going to cause fear and backlash in the industry? And it's very similar to Anita Sarkeesian in 2014 and now Sweet Baby in 2024. They're all figures where they are advocating for something and they're advocating for a change in games, and then we have concerns over our hobby that we very much love getting negatively impacted by these people. Mind you, in very different ways, but that's kind of the 20-year span of what we're seeing here. So I definitely have softened my opinion on Jack Thompson. I don't think he's the big villain. I think there's bigger fish to fry. I want to talk to him and figure out what his video game waifu is, and I want to get him playing some games. I think I've seen these interviews with him again and again and again. I think it'd be really funny to get Jack Thompson to actually just play some games and get his. I
think also like maybe our views have shaped partially differently too as we age, right? Because we're playing different beasts altogether now. Mm-hmm. There's totally different issues that we're combating compared to what issues would come up in the 90s. Right?
Yeah.
So I like Jack Thompson saying that people shouldn't play video games under a certain age is not like something that I'm concerned about when they're infesting our games with these messages anyways.
Exactly.
Arguably, I would agree more that a kid shouldn't be exposed to Sweet Baby Ink writing.
Yeah.
So I think that's also part of it. So I
don't want to Jack Thompson on our side. Let's talk to him and get him in the war against Sweet Baby and all this shit.
If he's doing podcasts, which I wasn't aware of until like this conversation, I'm going to go sit and watch those. I'm going to understand his angle and I'm going to deep dive into this because I want to understand what this like progression is with him and like what it all actually means. And maybe he did have a change of heart. Maybe he got misconstrued in the media. Like I was quite younger when I first heard him speak. So I don't even know if the media misconstrued him either.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm excited. You dig into this. Are you ready for more rapid fire? There's still 11 billion.
11 billion. Why don't we can cut it off unless there's anything else. We can also use some of this next podcast.
Oh God, 2 weeks from now, there's going to be another 11 billion. All right, I'm going to keep going rapid fire. Ready? And you just hold it if you want to hold it. We're holding.
Go, yeah.
And go. Fuck you, Phil Spencer. I hate you. He was talking about mass layoffs in the industry. Guess what? He's an asshole. Absolute state of Pokemon Go, everybody. Go follow Cloud, our buddy Cloud over on Twitter. He's been doing a great job talking about this. Pretty much Niantic, who makes Pokemon Go, they're fucking shittering the game. They're fucking royally shitting it up. They're hiring like a diversity officer or some shit. They've made all the models in the fucking game to look like homogenous and not like a man or a woman. They all look fucking like disgusting, ugly freaks now. They're absolutely destroying Pokemon Go. And ultimately, the question is this going to infect the rest of Pokemon? Guess we'll find out. But for now, Pokemon Go is fucking done. And I would like to sell my account because I played a fuck ton of Pokemon Go before they absolutely destroy it. There's a new game that looks cool where you just cut down the whole fucking forest and it's really funny. There's a Mary Sue journalist that's crying over Stellar Blade because she's jealous that all these men are slobbering all over the Stellar Blade protagonist, and she's an ugly bitch. Thank you, Mary Sue. The Tales games, there's a bunch of Tales games that are Kay's favorite that are getting delisted on the PS3 and the PS Vita. Predator Hunting Grounds is coming to the PS5 and the Xbox Series X. Will this breathe new life into another asymmetrical game? Who knows, but it's being handed over to Ilphonic, which make the Ghostbusters game and is making the upcoming Killer Clowns game that we love and are excited for. So, hey, if it's going to do good, it's going to be doing good now. Brawlhalla. Anyone know this game? Brawlhalla is having a Star Wars crossover right now. TLDR, go watch the opening cutscene. It's super cool and hand-drawn, but the game actually looks mad to me. But that's Brawlhalla. It's like indie Smash, effectively. Sonic the Hedgehog is ripping off Fall Guys, but it's going to be a mobile exclusive game, so who fucking cares? But if you want to play Sonic Fall Guys, you can, but it's on your fucking phone. Double Dragon Gaiden is getting free DLC. I don't care because it's not Double Dragon Neon, which is the best Double Dragon. Tekken 8 has really funny cheaters with custom outfits because you can make like a hat that's 400 times the size of the screen and just one-shot people by going like this. It looks really funny. There's a Felix the Cat game that got re-released. That looks super cool. The Knuckles show is fucking 1 month away, everybody. Get your Knuckles up. We're going to be fisting. We're so excited for that Knuckles show. It's going to be better than anything. We're fisting with Knuckles. Can't wait. World of Warcraft can't fucking die, even though we all wish it would, along with Blizzard. They added a Battle Royale mode. Oh, gee, that's what I wanted for my World of Warcraft, a Battle Royale mode. You know, not actually keeping the soul and the integrity intact over at World of Warcraft and Blizzard. No, we wanted Battle Royale fucking Fortnite shit. Thank you, WoW. Go fuck yourself. There's a Nintendo Direct rumor coming up in April. It's probably all going to be fake and gay, but hey, that's a Nintendo Direct for you. Some PlayStation figurehead joined EA, probably going to ruin EA even more. And there's new F-Zero content. F-Zero 99 is getting more updates. And then there's also a F-Zero game coming to the GBA Virtual Console on the Switch. I'm excited. I've never played the F-Zero on the GBA. I want to give it a shot. And last but not least, my beloved Spirit mode in Smash Ultimate is getting maybe its final update in the form of Super Mario Wonder and Princess Peach Showtime DLC. So that's free DLC to my beloved Spirit mode in Smash Ultimate. And that... that was
good job, James. That was a lot to run through, but you did awesome.
That was a rapid fire news. Are you
there
happy?
Was stories in there where I'm like, damn, like I know I'm like selfishly want to talk about it. No, I held on. I held on the ones that made sense, but I'm just saying there's ones like I might talk about the Tales one even 2 weeks from now, just to see what's actually going on.
Did I do good?
You did amazing. Thank you.
Am I a pretty princess?
There was certain ones I was hyped for, like F-Zero having content. I wish I've had the time to sit down with it, but I saw that news and I was like, yes, let's go. So great to see stuff. And that Nintendo Direct was interesting. I highly recommend looking it up, guys, the Nintendo Direct theories, because some of it seems like it could happen. I'm going to read a little bit of chat to give you a quick breather with your throat there, and then we'll get into Anything Goes.
Anything goes.
Will swing out of here. So,
Anything goes.
I'm just going to pick a random point in chat here. Smoo was surprised to hear that Jack Thompson's still alive. I kind of was too, to be quite honest with you. A lot of people liked Hellgate London, apparently, so I got to look into that when we're done here. What else we got here? Elvis says, he sounds like such a dimwit. Virtual reality does not look better than reality. It can be cool and all, but it's not at that level yet. Jerry says, objectively, he spoke the truth. Uncle says, Jack Thompson wants to disallow all fiction books as well. Then Adam Isner says, to be honest, Jack Thompson is probably right. Kids shouldn't play GTA. He probably needs glasses if he thinks games look better than reality. I thought that too. Woke media really opened my eyes to how important a healthy mental diet was. I felt so much better and was more productive while detoxed from anti-white male content. So I kind of get where he's coming from. He also says, oh my god, your name is Charisma. I knew a girl named Charisma who didn't know what that word meant. Well, my mom named me that because in whatever Indian fucking brown culture, apparently it means miracle, but I find that kind of gay. I like it because it's the stat. I'm a nerd, so I like it for the stat. But yeah, that's why my mom named me that, apparently. But thank you for pointing that out. Jerry says, like, compare a Song of Ice and Fire versus Game of Thrones, but still the visuals of the TV series. Elvis says, glad he existed, Jack Thompson. The idea that ESRB PEGI rating boards is a good idea, even though it has issues. Kids should be protected. Most gamers are adults now, and you don't ban because kids exist. Autistics said with affection, doing a speed round 12 hours later, and that was speed round. And that is why, Elvis, I am a tard wrangler. That is why that's part of my role, because we're both fucking autistic about this shit. There's always stuff I want to pause and talk about too, so I get it. Smooth says, will Ugan and Knuckles be in the Knuckles show? I kind of hope not, to be quite honest with you, because I think that show can be taken partially seriously. It seems like it has a lot of potential, so I don't want them to lean into memes personally. Crazy Landless.
In the first Sonic movie, they fucking Fortnite danced.
Right, I get that, but there hasn't been evidence of that in this show, at least that I've seen yet. Crazy Landlord says Hit Detection is another sweet baby-like company who apparently helped work on every modern Sonic game since Forces in 2017. Pisses me off because I love Sonic. I'm going to write that down because I am going to look into this company.
Also, hi, Mr. Cage over on Twitch. How's it going?
Otherwise, Elvis is calling me gay. Elvis is also really fucking gay, so I guess we're both gay, Elvis. Fuck you.
Gay Elvis.
For the people who are new, they're like, what the fuck? I know Elvis in real life, so that's why I'm being mean. And Jerry says, you know the way. And FlameH says, love that summation of Nintendo Direct.
What is gay Elvis like? Is it like, you ain't nothing but a baguette? Shoving it up my ass, down. Oh, you ain't nothing but a baguette. Taking it down my throat. I can do the whole song.
Crazy Unlow says, I joined a Steam group called DEI Detected, who marked the 3 Sonic games. Elvis says, you both are tard wranglers and tards. You're either saying, hold my beer or bro, it ain't worth it at the same time. That's very fucking true. And Adam says, LOL, I'm glad I'm not the only one who knows the term tard wrangler. I use tard wrangler a lot as a term. So glad to meet another person who understands tard wrangler. Because a lot of people actually don't know that term, surprisingly.
We love our tards of endearment here, everybody.
Yes, exactly. We are tards and we accept it. All right, James, let's hit the final question of the night.
Oh my God. I have a song for this. 1 second. I just thought of something like really funny. Where the fuck is it?
Uncle says fool's gold going in the other way.
Just hang on.
James, I was reading chat for how long? You could have totally done this.
I just thought of it.
Oh my God. Like I said, guys, for better or for worse, we are ourselves, so you get to see me yell at James, too, at the same time.
All right. Guys, to shout out one of my favorite people on the internet, to introduce us to our final segment. No! But I like you, I guess.
Wow.
It is time for Anything Goes.
Wound the clock since the Puritans got a shock when they landed on Plymouth Rock. If today any shock they should try to stem, instead of landing on Plymouth Rock would land on them. In olden days, a glimpse of stalking was looked on as something shocking, but now God knows anything goes.
That's right, it's Anything Goes, everybody. I gotta clip that. Shout out to Mike Matei. He's the best boy. I love him. All right, here we go. K, Anything Goes time. So, with the insane amount of gaming news going on right now, it feels like no matter what, everyone has something to play on. Unless you're playing on PlayStation. What former PS exclusive game would you resurrect, and how would you do it to now make PlayStation fans happy? Would you like to start, or would you like me to go? Because K is Chaos, and I am Batman Prep.
Heavenly Sword.
Whoa! Great answer. I didn't even think of that. Great answer. Oh my God, now that God of War is fucking cucked into the dirt, you bring back the good old one. Wow.
I don't even know how to expand on that. Just fucking bring us Heavenly Sword. Done.
Is that it?
That's great.
You beat me.
I did. I love the chaos of it. I love just being like, whatever the first thing fucking comes to my head when we ask these questions, I'm going to answer it. I don't like prepping.
Wow. Should I go with mine? They feel like shit in comparison.
Yeah. No, you're fine. Whatever.
Okay. I'll go with mine. That was great. Yeah, make a fucking Heavenly Sword sequel, you fucking idiots. Okay. So, now mine. I decided to break my own rules, and I went with the first 4 that came to mind. So, okay, you can
My brother in Christ, you made the question.
If you want to add another 3, go for it.
No, I don't. Like, the Heavenly Sword was the answer in my brain, so if I think of something while we're talking, I'll shout it out.
PlayStation has no games, and so I'm giving them the gift of 4. So the first one that came to my mind was Ape Escape. I love this series so much as a kid, and it's a crime that there hasn't been a main entry in the series since the fucking PS2. I feel like Sony needs to stop putting such a huge emphasis on a big story-driven game with an agenda in it like Last of Us and go back to what gaming is all about, which is fun. And that's what the PS1 was. The PS1 was a Nintendo competitor, and the games that were on the PS1 largely were very Nintendo-y, and they were just a great alternative. Where has Sony gone where they're not making games anymore like Ape Escape? Every game they make now is this garbage, narrative-driven, DSi, fucking God of War, Last of Us bullshit. I just want to catch the funny monkey. I have a big fun net, and I want to put a monkey in it. What's wrong with you? Give me Ape Escape. Which brings me to my next point. Because Crash and Spyro are multi-platform, they don't have a mascot anymore, and I think Sony would greatly benefit from a mascot. Who should their mascot be? The fucking guy from Medieval. I know they remade Medieval recently, but it was a remake. Let's bring this series back and make multiple collectathon-y games in the Medieval series, and then this guy can be your mascot. Halo doesn't even, or sorry, Halo would be Xbox mascot, but that's dead too. So Sony, why don't you go back to more fun games, and you can make Medieval, and I don't remember his name, but the Scully McSkullface guy here, make him your fucking mascot. Again, we haven't seen a game, a new game in this franchise since, like, I think the PS1. I don't remember. I've always wanted to stream through the remake of Medieval, and I think it deserves getting a proper current gen treatment. So then I would be remiss if I didn't mention super quickly the game that should already fucking exist, and I've talked about this before, Twisted Metal. Twisted Metal, my beloved. It's never gonna happen because a Twisted Metal game just got fucking canceled for the millionth time. Jesus Christ, I am never gonna see another Twisted Metal game in my life. But as I've said before, the way I would bring back Twisted Metal is I would make it based on the current show. The show is actually great, I'm surprised to say, and I have high hopes for Season 2. Never thought I'd be saying that. So you make it a quote-unquote movie-based game, and you make the new Twisted Metal with Twisted Metal mechanics, but it's all characters in the show. I would day one buy that shit. And speaking about movie-based games, hey, I love movie-based games. And why doesn't Sony do their part to bring back some movie-based games? And I'm going to shout out a little gem here. Bugs Bunny Lost in Time. I love this game. This is one of my childhood games, Bugs Bunny Lost in Time, and this is wonderful. When's the last time you played a Bugs Bunny or a Looney Tunes or whatever sort of game? This could be the way. Let's get a remake, a faithful remake to Bugs Bunny and Lost in Time. This was a difficult platformer collectathon on the PS1. It was fucking great, and what made it great is it had the comedy and charm of Looney Tunes, but it was Bugs Bunny being a time traveler and going to all these popular segments from Looney Tunes history. And so as a big Looney Tunes fan, it was great to see and play in all these areas, and seeing a remake, a next-gen remake of these areas would be fucking awesome, as long as they don't cut any of the jokes or comedy or anything, which I know they would want to do. But Sony, don't do it. Just give me all the dialogue and all the voiceover and all that stuff, and give me a modern version of this game, similar to how Toys for Bob made Crash Bandicoot modern. But whether they do or not, I do plan on barely getting through this game and streaming it one day. Just like I got through Toy Story 2, I want to stream through Bugs Bunny Lost in Time, because this is another beloved childhood game. So there we go. My answers are Bugs Bunny Lost in Time, Twisted Metal, Medieval, and Ape Escape. But I want to know what your guys' answers are. What would you bring back to restore the glory of PlayStation, which is so fucking dead? And with that, Kay, why don't you read some chat and we can get on out of here.
Uncle says, God, I love Mike Matei. He's such a slob. I love Mike Matei. He's the best. Smooth says, Heavenly Sword is a feminist wet dream too, so good choice, Kay. Yeah, it would appease all fucking sides. There you go. Done. We got a game with a fucking female. You're happy? We like Heavenly Sword. It's actually a good fucking game. Just fucking do it. Chat liked your Ape Escape suggestion, saying Elvis
Monkey.
saying, ooh, Ape Escape was great.
Return to Monkey.
Smooth saying Ape Escape arcade fun. Flame Mage saying they probably can't use a skeleton for China, right? For medieval. Yeah, I think there's some weird things around. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yep.
I forgot about that.
Smooth says Sir
Stupid.
Daniel Fortesque.
That's it. Yes, I do want to play through that remake one day. Absolutely. want to.
Uncle says Time Splitters.
Of course.
And Doomed to Never Return despite Free Radical's best efforts. Smooth says Legend of Dragoon would be his answer. I thought of one more, actually.
What's that?
Parappa the Rappa.
Yes. Where the fuck is Parappa the Rapper? Like, again.
Where in the world is Parappa the Rappa? We love the Catamaris. We love all this shit. Bring me Parappa the Rappa.
Where in the world is Parappa the Rapper?
That could be the fucking game.
Yeah.
That's the fucking game. You just make a game on the PS5. Where in the world is Parappa the Rappa? And you fucking done.
And then the post-credit scene, once you find him, is that Carmen Sandiego shows up. And then the next game is a crossover between Carmen Sandiego and Parappa the Rapper.
Sure. I don't know if that would be a great game, but sure.
But like, think about that. Like, so many people will be like, what is this combination? Okay. Yeah, fuck it. Take my money. Like, would you not buy that? I would buy that.
No. I would just be like, this is retarded, sure. Elvis says, I want Panzer Dragoon to come back. Parappa the Rappa was great too. Yeah.
Dragoon.
He says, Feminist would ruin a Heavenly Sword, though. It depends whose hands it's in, right? At the end of the day.
All of our suggestions are under the basis that Sony isn't
That's
retarded.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they are retarded.
Crazy Landlord says, you guys remember the PlayStation All-Star Battle Royale game? Maybe they should bring that back.
Yeah.
If they can do it well,
So,
yes,
yeah,
but I didn't like it.
Here's the thing. It was such a great idea, and they royally fucked it up. And I've talked about it before, but they made it so that every single attack in the game is meaningless. It's just a grind to build up your ultimate, and only your ultimate does damage. Beyond stupid. So Nickelodeon All-Stars has already come around and shown that Smash ripoffs can be successful. PlayStation, everyone will forgive you if you just make it a Smash clone. Come back.
And Flame Mage says, I liked Panzer Dragoon. Hell yeah. And that is chat completely caught up.
Also, I don't know, maybe I didn't hear this one, but Smooth saying Legend Dragoon, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, a friend of mine is actually a massive Legend of Dragoon simp. And, like, it's his favorite game of all time. He, like, plays it once a year. He's obsessed with the game. So, yeah. And he's also a huge Sony pony. All he does is play on PlayStation. So, if that ever happened, he would probably like have a heart attack. A PlayStation exclusive Legend Dragoon, he would genuinely cry. But yeah. So folks, that was the massive 5.5-hour Melee Madness podcast with over 50 news stories jam-packed. We crammed them in. Crammed them into you. We're cramming today. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Let me know what you think. I hope we came out of this smarter, wiser, and less depressed. Any final words, Kay, before I hit that music?
Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us today and for all the support. We seriously appreciate all of you. I can't believe we're at 750 plus subs at this point. This is just fucking crazy. We have the anniversary stream coming up on Sunday, so stay tuned for that. We are going to be talking a little bit more, I guess, about the channel, but more so we're going to show something new that we're going to be doing that will impact the channel going forward. We hope you guys are excited for it. We know that it's Easter, so of course spend time with your families. Don't feel any pressure from us to be there, but we would love to share with you guys a little bit on what we plan for the future that day. We're really excited, and we've been working hard. We've been working fucking hard to make this happen. So like I said, it's going to impact the channel going forward, but in a good way. I think you guys will like the content that we're planning moving forward, and we're all going to keep building from here. Like, we have so many plans, and all of the support that you guys give, all the super chats, everything, they help us so much in trying to make that happen. So we're just eternally grateful for everything that you guys do, and thank you for spending your time with us. I mean, you guys spend hours with us just listening to us to ramble and everything, and we appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Historia was gooning the entire time. If you gooned the entire time, my job here is done. Like Kay said, this Sunday, huge anniversary stream. This has been the final Melee Madness before our 1 year mark. And seriously, like she said, thank you guys so much for coming on this journey. If you can make it, definitely tune in this Sunday for a special look at the future. Hey, Eckhart, think about the future, because we're going to be debuting something. I'm so excited for it. I'm so excited for it. I honestly cannot fucking wait. Oh my God. Thank you guys. Uncle says, remember, anything goes. Thank you, Smooth, for saying that. You're the best, buddy. Thank you, Flame Mage. Thank you, Smooth, for saying thank you for keeping me entertained for my night shift. I'll entertain you all night long, baby. And with that,
thank you, Historia, as well.
Thank you for gooning. And with that,
and said congrats, here's to 1K soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, it is time to hit that music. Music? There it is. Thank you guys for hanging out for nearly 6 hours for this jam-packed Melee Madness podcast. Hope you guys had a great time, and I want to thank all of our lovely supporters this evening. There were so many of you. Let's start over on Rumble, where Gak came in and raided. Thank you so much, Gak. We loved Gak over there on Rumble. Let's check over on YouTube. Oh my God. Well, let's see here. JT gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, JT. I appreciate it, man. And then DJ resub to bro status. Thank you so much, JT. And I can't speak. DJ JT. Thank you, JT, for the gifted memberships. And thank you, DJ, for resubbing and becoming a bro once again. Thank you guys so much. JT Epsilon coming in and super chatting. Everyone's favorite adult drink. I need a fucking drink after hearing some of the news we had today. Let me tell you what. Thank you, JT. And then Jay Bonica came in and gifted 5 memberships. Thank you guys so much. And then JT super chatted once more, saying, damn Carl and his white people. I know, they are the worst. Now let's go look over at our stream elements here. Oh my God, there's so much. You guys are the freaking best. Simp Black Belt coming in. Thank you so much, Simp Black Belt. I appreciate you. And then the massive, insane, broken Bear Force 1 from Insidious Bliss. Bliss, you're the best. Thank you. I can't wait to play more broken Battlefront with you this Tuesday. You guys feel free to join in as well. I can't wait. Thank you so much, Bliss. You're the best, buddy. Bear Force 1 forever. And then after that, we had the real James. Oh my God, don't worry. I'm going to give him a fish stick after this. Thank you. And then the Dear Esther timeline DJ Axis. Well, thank you, Dear Esther DJ. Then it was Melee Jim Jam Sterling, who loves to shove things up his asshole. Thank you. Not once, but twice, Melee Jim Jam Sterling. Then Metal Shred Freak came in and fucked the Alliance. Thank you, Metal Shred Freak. I appreciate it. After that, Simp Black Belt returned once more. And then after that, it was Bobby Kotek killing Yoda. We will get you that Guitar Hero. I promise, Mr. Kotek. And then to close out the night, the Smooster. Thank you so much, Smooth, for supporting us. Folks, that was a Melee Madness podcast. We're going to be hanging out with Tabletop Gaming tomorrow over on his Tabletop Junkie over on his channel tomorrow. Check that out. And then come back around to us this Sunday for our big anniversary stream featuring a big ol' announcement. You guys are the freaking best. We love you all. Until next time, so long, goodbye, good night, farewell, and see ya.